When I woke up, my face was pressed against a damp, cold, rotting leaf. The pungent smell of decayed earth choked me, forcing a couple of harsh coughs. Just as I was pushing myself up, a sharp pain lanced through my palm, like I'd pressed down on the stem of a thorny weed. I glanced down, and my expression immediately changed. Beneath me was a vine, slender and dark purple, its surface covered with tiny, rice grain-sized barbs. The tip of each barb glistened with a blackish, sticky liquid. The moment I touched it, a numbing sensation rapidly crept up my palm, as if an icy worm was slithering through my veins toward my wrist. Instinctively, I jerked my hand away and scrambled backward in a half-panicked crawl. Just then, faint text appeared in the air right in front of my eyes. Corruptive poison vine, highly toxic. Contact with wounds can cause numbness, fever, and respiratory distress. I froze. Thinking I wasn't fully awake, I squeezed my eyes shut and opened them again. The text was still there, clear as day, as though it had been etched into my vision. Before I could make sense of it, the bizarre scene around me pressed down like a suffocating weight. This wasn't my dorm. It wasn't the wooded hill behind the campus. It wasn't any forest I'd ever seen. Above me, massive trees stretched so high I couldn't see their tops, their trunks so huge it would take 4 or 5 people holding hands to encircle one. Hanging from the canopy were dark green vines that dangled like the corpses of giant snakes. The air was muggy and heavy with humidity, a gray-white mist weaving between the trees. Sunlight trickled through gaps in the foliage, scattering into faint, mottled patches on the ground. Somewhere far off, the relentless chirping of insects rose and fell in waves, interrupted only by occasional thunderous roars from deep within the forest, so deep they echoed like distant, muted drumbeats that resonated in my chest. I was sitting there in the damp earth, struggling to breathe. My throat felt like it was closing up. Just moments earlier, I'd been helping my advisor record soil data in the experimental fields. A rainstorm had rolled in during the evening. As I packed up our tools, my foot slipped. I remember hitting something. The next thing I knew, I was here, in this nightmare. My short sleeve was half torn, my pants smeared with mud, and in my pocket was nothing but a tiny folding knife I used for trimming string, a blade barely the length of my fingertip, useless for anything resembling real defense. Gripping the knife, my hands trembled. I knew some basics of wilderness survival, a bit of agricultural soil science too, but those assumed I was in a normal forest or somewhere with the possibility of rescue. This place wasn't normal, not by a long shot. Afraid to touch the poisonous vine again, I clenched my teeth and used my shirt to wipe the sticky liquid off my palm. Then I grabbed a handful of wet dirt and rubbed it into the wound until I was sure the substance was gone. My hand still felt numb, but at least the sensation didn't seem to be spreading. Survival was the priority. Panic wasn't going to help. I needed to find water, locate a safe spot, and somehow make it through the night. Using the trunk of a tree for support, I forced myself to my feet. But I had barely walked a couple of paces when a brightly colored beetle scuttled near my foot. It unfurled its wings, about the size of a thumb, with eerie human-like facial markings on its back. Its abdomen swelled, and it released a puff of pale yellow mist. Phantom face beetle emits poisonous gas when startled. Prolonged inhalation may cause dizziness. Every hair on my body stood on end. I held my breath and stumbled backward. This forest. The plants were toxic. The bugs were toxic. Even the mist floating in the air could be toxic. Hell, even the plump red fruits scattered on the ground were too ominous to touch. I pressed on carefully, inching my way through this eerie forest, tracing a path. The terrain slopes downward, and water always flows to lower ground. But where there's water, there are also beasts. Along the way, I saw speckled mushrooms bigger than millstones, a dead tree that snapped up a small gray beast as if it had a mouth, and in the mud, a series of prints larger than my face, still fresh and glistening with moisture. A cold sweat broke out on my back. If I ran into whatever made those tracks head-on, my little knife wouldn't even be fit to clean its teeth. I quickly changed my path. After walking for nearly an hour, my throat parched and burning, I finally heard the sound of water. Pushing aside the leaves, I saw a narrow creek, no wider than an arm's length. The water wasn't clear, flowing over black stones, with gray and white moss growing along the banks. I didn't drink immediately. Kneeling by the stream, I noticed a few small gray animal skeletons downstream, surrounded by eerie blue fungi patches. I frowned. A prompt surfaced in my mind. Creek water, lightly contaminated, contains parasites and decayed residues. Not recommended for direct consumption. Not recommended didn't mean instantly fatal. I let out a bitter laugh. With no fire, no pot, and no container, if I didn't drink something, I wouldn't last until nightfall. I tore a strip from my already ragged t-shirt, folded it into layers, and pinned it between two rocks to create a crude filter. I also dug a shallow pit near the stream to collect seeping water, waiting for the sediment to settle before cupping some to wet my lips. The water tasted earthy and faintly bitter. I swallowed it slowly, just enough to ease the burning in my throat. The sun was dipping low, and the forest was getting darker. I needed to find a place to spend the night. Staying by the creek wasn't an option. Wild animals always come to drink. Sleeping in a tree wasn't safe, either. My best bet was a high area out of the wind, preferably with a rock wall for some protection. I followed the creek upstream, marking trees with small notches in the bark using my pocket knife so I wouldn't lose my way. In just a short stretch, I managed to avoid 3 types of poisonous plants, 2 nests of insect eggs, and a soggy mud pit that could have swallowed me whole. By the time I found a rocky slope, the sky had gone completely dark. Behind the slope was a slanted rock face with piles of dead leaves and twigs beneath it. I cut a few slender branches and dragged over some wide leaves to fashion a haphazard shelter. Not much more than a pile of sticks, honestly, but at least it would keep the dew off. I crawled inside, pulling a stone in front of the opening for some semblance of security. Without a fire, it was going to be cold and far more dangerous. Clutching my folding knife against my chest, I leaned back against the rock wall, not daring to fall into a deep sleep. When the forest was fully consumed by night, it seemed to transform into something entirely different. In the distance, branches cracked under the weight of something massive. Every now and then, pairs of ghostly green eyes glimmered briefly in the brush before vanishing again. I didn't move an inch. For the first time, I truly understood how much the modern comforts of civilization, a single light, a flimsy door, mattered. I had none of it. I was just an ordinary person stranded in the wilderness, fragile as a dead twig that could snap under the slightest step. Wind howled through the cracks in the rock, chilling me to the bone as my teeth chattered. My palms throbbed faintly, and my hollow stomach twisted and cramped in protest. But I didn't dare to step outside. Just endure. Make it through the night, and there might be a chance. In the dead of night, a faint scattering of footsteps came from not far away. My eyes snapped open, my back pressed firmly against the rocky wall, gripping the small blade in my hand so tightly my knuckles turned white. The steps were light, hesitant, almost like a wounded animal, one faltering step at a time. Then, a sharp tang of blood wafted into the air, reaching my nose. I held my breath, waiting for what felt like an eternity. Only when the sound had faded into the distance did I finally dare peek out. Under the moonlight, the wet ground bore a trail of messy footprints. They didn't look like the paw prints of a beast. They were more human-like, yet narrower, with claw-like imprints etched into the toes. Every few steps, a dark red droplet of blood marked the ground. Traces of an unidentified beastman, moderate blood loss, highly dangerous. My spine went cold. An unknown beastman. Highly dangerous. Logic told me to stay out of it. I had nothing but a small blade in my possession. My legs felt weak from hunger, and whatever left those tracks was something I could not afford to cross. But another thought crept into my mind. This was the first sign of something remotely human I had encountered since I arrived in this world. Even if it wasn't a true human, it meant there were sentient beings in this forest. Perhaps beings I could speak to. Perhaps I could finally figure out where, or what, this place was. And that blood, it was fresh. Whoever it was had been heavily injured. I stared down at the small blade in my palm. If I'm going to die, I muttered under my breath, I'm not going down confused and clueless. Taking a deep breath, I crouched and picked up a few sharp stones, then snapped off 2 strong, dry branches to use as makeshift clubs. Only then did I begin cautiously following the trail into the dense thicket. The mist still clung to the air, and the ground was damp and soft underfoot. I kept my steps deliberate and slow, eyes fixed on the blood trail, while also scanning my surroundings. Every time a warning flared in my gut, I carefully circled around the area. There were a few spots where the figure had clearly leaned against a tree, leaving deep claw marks gouged into the bark. I pressed my hand to the marks, comparing their size to my own fingers, and my stomach sank. Their claws were far longer than my fingers, biting into the wood with frightening ease. If they got their hands on me, one swipe could easily tear through flesh and muscle. About 15 minutes passed before I heard something, a deep, ragged breathing sound from up ahead. I immediately crouched low, pressing myself into the cover of the wide-leaved plants. Ahead of me, the blood trail led to a partially collapsed dirt slope, where a shallow cave lay hidden beneath thick vines and foliage. Around the entrance were more scattered prints and blood spatters, along with strands of coarse black fur clinging to the muddy ground. And inside that cave was a figure. For a moment, I thought it was a black panther. But upon closer inspection, I saw that it wasn't quite a panther. It was humanoid. Their frame was long and lean, with skin the color of wheat and a build that boasted the sleek, powerful musculature of a predator. Messy black hair fell loosely over their face, framing a pair of sharp, animalistic features. Atop their head, two dark panther-like ears twitched faintly. Behind them, a mud-streaked tail lay limp in the dirt. Wild and fierce, their beauty was ice-cold and lethal. But right now, most of that ferocity was dulled by injury. They leaned weakly against the wall of the cave, one leg bent awkwardly in angles that spoke of disrepair. A deep gash tore across their shoulder, the blood partially dried, yet darkened with fresh stains. The most worrying sight, however, was their lower leg. Lodged through the flesh was a jagged wooden stake. It had pierced straight through. Swollen, angry redness spread thickly around the wound. Species: Black Panther Beastman, female. Injuries: shoulder laceration, lower leg penetration wound. I exhaled slowly, keeping myself completely still as my mind raced. Blood loss: moderate high. Infection risk: high. Current emotional state: alert, weak, highly hostile. My heart skipped a beat. A beastkin. Before I could take a closer look, her ears twitched sharply, and her half-closed eyes snapped open. Golden irises. Cold and savage, like a pair of predators' eyes suddenly gleaming in the night. My scalp prickled. Before I could react, she let out a low growl and pounced. Even in such a critical condition, her speed was far beyond human. My body moved on instinct. I rolled to the side, shoulder crashing hard against the exposed roots of a tree, dizziness engulfing me. In the next split second, a claw swiped past my face, slicing effortlessly through a large leaf nearby. The cut was so clean it was unnerving. I froze, not daring to move, and hastily raised my hands. Wait, I mean no harm. She didn't seem to understand. Her throat emitted a guttural growl. One hand braced against the ground while the other claw was poised to strike. Blood was streaming down her arm as the injury on her shoulder cracked open again. Her body was faltering, but her glare remained as sharp as a blade. Don't come closer. Her voice was hoarse, but unmistakably articulate. My heart stirred. She could speak. We could communicate. I stayed put, slowly placing the folded knife I had on the muddy ground, nudging a sharp stone away with my hand as well. I won't hurt you. Her eyes only grew colder. She flicked her gaze from my hands to the knife, as if trying to determine what tricks I might be pulling. Humans, weak. You come closer. I kill. Her voice was a low, strained growl. Oddly enough, I felt a faint sense of relief. If she could make threats, that meant she still had enough clarity to communicate. The real nightmare would be if pain drove her into a blind frenzy. I glanced down at her leg. There was a wooden spike lodged deep in it, the area around the puncture filthy. If it wasn't dealt with soon, she wouldn't just bleed out, but would face a high fever from infection. In a place like this, without antibiotics, an untreated infection was a death sentence. I kept my voice steady as I explained. That spike needs to come out, and the wound has to be cleaned. If not, you'll die. Die don't need you. Her hoarse reply was almost a snarl, but her body betrayed her bravado. She visibly swayed, the exertion from her earlier attack leaving her trembling, even in her effort to stay upright. My eyes scanned the small clearing, finally taking in the scattered signs of her struggle. There were splintered wooden spears near the entrance of the cave, alongside a half-chewed animal leg. Likely, she'd been hunted down by something and had barely made it here. surviving purely on sheer will and ferocity. She wasn't fearless. She just knew that in the cruel wilderness, anyone too weak to protect themselves had no right to trust others. I tore a relatively clean strip of cloth from my belt and gestured toward her wound. I'm staying right here. I'll toss this to you. You can use it yourself. She glared hard at me, saying nothing. Carefully, I set the strip of cloth on a flat, clean stone and nudged it toward her. She didn't grab it immediately, as if waiting to see if I'd make a move, before finally snatching it up. Pressing it harshly onto her shoulder wound. She winced but made no sound as the fabric quickly turned crimson. There it was, her uncompromising strength, even now. I was secretly impressed. Those injuries would have knocked out an ordinary person with the pain alone. Yet, not only was she still conscious, she had almost clawed me to death just moments ago. I took a few steps back and pointed in the direction we came from. There's water over there. Clean it up, it's drinkable. You need water, and you need to take care of your wounds. Water, no. Her words said no, but I caught the subtle bob of her throat as she swallowed. I saw it, but didn't call her out. Earning her trust wasn't something I could rush. Just as I was thinking how to keep going, my nose caught something, an even stronger stench. It wasn't just the iron tang of blood anymore. It was the sickening odor of rotting flesh mixed with damp, decaying earth. Her ears suddenly shot up. Pupils narrowed into slits. Her tail went taut, and a low, rumbling growl vibrated from her throat, even lower than before. My body tensed as I slowly turned my head. Not far from us, in the underbrush, a pair of murky, yellowed eyes gleamed faintly through the mist. Then another pair, and a third. They crouched low, emerging from the wet foliage and dangling vines. Their mottled, grayish-black fur looked patchy, like a corpse starting to rot. Long snouts peeled back in sinister snarls, strings of sticky drool dripping into the muddy ground, sharp teeth still clinging to bits of meat from an unknown animal. Scavenger hyenas, pack predators. Behavior, drawn by the scent of blood, prefer hunting wounded prey. Danger level, high. Current count, 3. My heart sank straight to my stomach. Behind me, the panther beastkin who had been ready to kill me just minutes ago. In front of me, 3 bloodthirsty scavenger hyenas. And as for my only weapon, a folding knife, it was lying in the mud a few steps away. The trio of hyenas crept closer. Their bodies weren't tall, but stretched unnaturally long. Hunched shoulders, thick limbs, fur missing in patches that exposed scabbed-over, reddish wounds. Their jaws hung wide open, reeking breath hitting me in waves, teeth bared with bits of flesh and saliva clinging between them. The panther beastkin crouched low, her golden eyes locked fiercely on the beast's. Blood was still dripping from her shoulder. The jagged wooden splinter in her calf quivered every time she moved, and every quiver brought fresh blood. But even so, she kept her claws out in front of her, her growls growing louder as she held her ground. Go. The word was rasped, hoarse, and it was directed at me. I froze in shock. Just a moment ago, she was ready to take me out herself. Now she was telling me to leave? Of course, I wanted to run. But I wasn't dumb. If I so much as turned my back, those 3 things would be on me in seconds, tearing me apart. And my knife was still lying in the mud. That tiny blade was the only tool I had made of metal. I couldn't lose it. Keeping my eyes locked on the trio of beasts, I didn't dare let my gaze wander. Wild animals often go for the one showing weakness. Scavenger hyenas, highly sensitive to strong, irritating smells. Thin-skinned around the neck and underbelly, vulnerable areas. Status, hungry. Excited. Testing boundaries. My mind sparked, afraid of strong smells. The toxic vine from earlier. When I'd woken up, I'd seen that plant. Its pungent sap had smelled sharp enough to set my eyes watering. Just touching it had made my palm tingle and go numb. If I could get some on their noses or eyes, it might at least make them hesitate. Right by the cave entrance, there were still a few dark, purple vines dangling, their pointed tips glistening with black sludge. I didn't dare touch it with my hands. Slowly, I bent down, picking up a dead branch from the ground, and tore a strip of cloth off the hem of my sleeve, wrapping it around my palm. The panther beastman growled low when she heard the movement. Don't do anything stupid. I'm not running, I said calmly. Her ears twitched slightly, but she said nothing more. The hyena on the far left moved first, circling us halfway, its murky yellow eyes glued to the panther beastman's bleeding leg. The one in the center locked its gaze on me, clearly identifying the weakest link. The next second, it launched forward. My heart nearly seized in my chest. I didn't retreat. Swinging hard, I snapped the dead branch toward the venomous vine. The branch caught and twisted around the thorn tendril. With a harsh pull, the vine snapped back, flinging black sap through the air. The hyena, leaping midair, slammed its nose right into the toxic spray. Arg! It howled in agony as it hit the ground, thrashing and pawing desperately at its own nose. Sickly yellow-green liquid started seeping from its clouded eyes. The panther beast man didn't waste a heartbeat. Like an arrow loosed from a bow, she lunged forward. Injuries be damned, her speed was breathtaking. Her sharp claws sliced deep into the hyena's neck, ripping it open in one clean stroke. The creature tried to retaliate, but she forcefully stomped a paw onto its skull. With the other claw, she drove straight into its throat. Blood sprayed everywhere. My scalp tingled as I watched. This was the power of beastmen. If just one of her blows had landed on me, I'd probably be long gone by now. But her attack wasn't without cost. As she landed, her injured leg buckled beneath her, nearly dropping her to the ground, and her shoulder wound split open again. The other two hyenas didn't retreat. The scent of blood only seemed to incite them further. Both charged at us, their ferocity doubled. "Get down," I yelled. She didn't hesitate. Her body reacted even faster than her mind, ducking low in less than a second. I swung hard with the thorn vine again. The barbed tendril lashed right over her head and struck the eyes of the hyena on the right. The creature howled in pain, rolling and crashing through a patch of bushes, snapping branches as it tumbled. But the last one had already made it to me. The rancid heat of its breath hit my face. I could see the twitching strands of flesh deep in its throat. I tried to dodge, but I was too slow. The claws raked down my arm, tearing 3 bloody gashes. The pain was blinding. I nearly blacked out. Grinding my teeth, I forced myself not to scream. I fell sideways, my hand fumbling through the muddy ground until it closed around the handle of a tiny folding knife. The miniature blade had always seemed laughable, but now it felt like my lifeline. The hyena lunged to bite. I didn't aim for its head, my strength, the blade's length, neither was enough for that. In a split-second decision, I remembered what I'd heard. The abdomen is less protected. Rolling downward, I slid almost under its rancid belly, then drove the knife hard into its underside. The blade wasn't long, it only sank in halfway, but it was enough. The beast recoiled violently, its body spasming as it arched in pain, momentarily frozen. That moment was all the panther beastman needed. From the side, she pounced, ripping through the tendons of the hyena's hind leg with a savage swipe. The beast collapsed, screaming. Not wasting any time, I grabbed a sharp rock from the ground and brought it crashing down. Once, twice. The third strike shattered through its eye socket. Finally, it stopped moving. I gasped for air, chest heaving. You've got to keep going. Even if it feels like a bellow's about to collapse, blood dripping from your arm down to your fingertips. I didn't dare stop. I looked up. There it was, the last one. The beast struck by the poison vine still wasn't dead. It rolled a few times, half its face scorched black by the deadly venom, its agonized roars now fully deranged. This time, there was no more testing the waters. It lunged straight at the panther beastkin with every ounce of its strength. She tried to dodge, but a wooden splinter caught in her calf and restricted her movement. Her expression turned icy. Instead of retreating, she braced herself and raised her claws, ready for a direct clash. My heart sank. She could probably block it, but at the cost of worsening her injuries. There wasn't time to think. I grabbed a broken piece of wood and charged forward, swinging it as hard as I could at the hyena's nose. The blow didn't scare it off. Instead, the beast abruptly turned and lunged at me, jaws wide open. Its rancid, reeking maw filled my vision. And then, out of nowhere, a black leopard tail coiled tightly around my waist and yanked me backward. In the next instant, her claws shot out from beside me, impaling the hyena's open mouth. The dagger-like tips of her claws pierced all the way through to its nape. The hyena beast convulsed a few times before collapsing face first into the muddy water, utterly lifeless. The forest went eerily silent. The only sounds left were my ragged breathing and her restrained, labored breaths. I dropped into the mud, trembling, not from fear, but from a body wound so tight finally fraying at the edges. My arm stung fiercely, my palm was going numb, and my chest felt like a boulder had been dropped on it. She wasn't much better. Slumped against the dirt wall of the hollow, her golden eyes still darted about warily, but her exhaustion showed in her pale face. Her shoulder wound was still bleeding, and the area around the splinter in her calf had become noticeably more swollen. I stared at her, my voice hoarse. "If you don't take care of that soon, you're going to die." She didn't respond, just stared at me silently. Her gaze dropped to the gash bleeding on my arm, then shifted to the 3 dead hyena beasts. If I hadn't intervened, she might have killed them all on her own eventually, but she definitely wouldn't have held out much longer. This human was so weak. Weak enough that she could have snapped me in half with one hand. But I didn't run. And with those strange vines and rocks, I'd helped her take those beasts down. After what felt like an eternity, she finally retracted her claws slowly. "What's your name?" she asked. For a moment, I froze. It was the first time she'd spoken to me first. Wiping some of the mud and blood off my face, I forced a faint smile. "Lu Zhou." She repeated it quietly, almost like she was trying to memorize the unfamiliar sounds. "Lu Zhou." There was a pause. Her tone was still icy but had lost a trace of its earlier hostility. Kasha." Hearing her name, something eased inside me. Knowing her name, well, that was a start. I pushed myself upright, wiped my folding knife clean on a leaf, then gestured to her injured leg. "Kasha, I need to pull that splinter out. It's going to hurt. If you want to stay alive, don't claw me." Her golden eyes narrowed sharply. "Hurt, no fear." I stepped forward, but before I could close the gap, a sudden notification flashed before my eyes. "Warning, the blood stench of carrion hyenas is spreading. Nearby large carrion predators detected approaching. Almost at the same time, I heard the faint rustle of movement from deep within the distant forest. From the distance came a heavy, dragging sound, as if something far larger was trudging through wet mud, drawing closer. Kasha's ears shot up. Her tail stiffened like a tightened bowstring. Not a hyena. Something bigger. The sound was approaching fast now. Low, lumbering, each step making the puddles tremble. A chill ran down my spine. 3 hyenas had already drained us completely. There was no chance of surviving a second round against something even worse. Recommendation: distance yourself from the blood source immediately. I glanced down at Kasha's leg. The wooden shard was still lodged deep in her flesh, the surrounding area swollen and angry. Forget running. She couldn't even stand. Staying here meant waiting to die. I dropped to a crouch, jaw tight, and grabbed her injured leg without a second thought. Kasha's pupils shrank, and her claws instinctively swiped up, stopping a mere inch from my throat. "Don't touch," she growled. Sweat slicked my forehead, but I didn't let go. "Your leg's shot. If we keep stalling, we both die." "I can kill," she hissed through clenched teeth. "Maybe one, but not everything else that's coming for the blood. If you really want to live, trust me this time." Her claws hovered, trembling, but they didn't press forward. I couldn't afford to wait. Tearing the bottom edge of my shirt, I ripped it into strips. Scanning the ground quickly with the analyzer overlay, I spotted a patch of wide gray-green leaves. Bitterblood grass, mildly toxic. When applied externally, it can temporarily stanch bleeding. I crushed a few leaves, squeezing out their bitter juice, and found a short stick to offer her. "Bite this. It'll hurt." Kasha said nothing but accepted the stick silently, clenching it between her teeth. I wrapped a strip of fabric tightly above her wound, one hand on her leg, the other gripping the wooden splinter firmly. The shard had jagged edges. Pulling it out would tear the meat apart even more, and it would bleed like hell. My fingers trembled, but the heavy footsteps behind us weren't stopping. The sour stench of rot was beginning to clog the air. "Hold still." I yanked hard. A thick wave of dark red blood and fluid gushed from the wound. Kasha's entire body went rigid, the stick shattering between her teeth as a muffled growl of pain escaped her throat. Her claws raked deep into the ground, leaving gashes in the mud. I wasted no time, pressing the bitterblood grass onto the wound and wrapping it tightly. The bleeding slowed. Kasha slumped against the cave wall, pale and drenched in cold sweat. Yet her golden eyes stayed locked on me, their sharp intensity almost unnerving. It was as though she was seeing me in a completely different light. I didn't have time to figure out what she was thinking. Pulling out the wooden shard, now slick with blood. I glanced between her, the 3 dead hyenas, and the looming threat outside, rapidly piecing together a plan. Whatever monster was out there, it was following the scent of blood. Running wasn't an option. We were both bleeding. It had hunt us down in seconds. I needed a diversion. I needed to lead it away. Grabbing one of the dead hyena carcasses, I began dragging it toward a thick patch of shrubs off to the side. The body was disgustingly heavy, my injured arm screaming in pain as my face went pale. "What are you doing?" Kasha rasped. Setting the table, I muttered. Reaching a muddy hollow, I heaved the carcass down, slicing its belly open so blood spilled generously into the muck. Taking the bloodied wooden shard, I drove it into the earth near the kill to add more scent. Let it feed on this while we find a way out. Pretending, I grabbed a few strands of rot vine, split them open, and let the pungent sap drip onto where we had been. Kaisa understood. This fragile human wasn't trying to kill the creature. He was trying to deceive it. Until now, she had only ever known 2 things: to flee or to fight. She'd never seen someone survive like this. I returned to her side, reaching out to steady her. "Let's go." Her body stiffened, instinctively wanting to shake me off. In her tribe, injury meant you were a burden, and burdens were left behind. But my movement was resolute, not out of pity, but determination to keep her alive. She didn't push me away in the end. She was taller, heavier than me. When she leaned half her weight on me, I nearly toppled over. "Hey, don't treat me like a tree to lean on. You're too weak." I almost laughed out of frustration. "Yeah, I'm weak. So that means you can't afford to fall." She blinked, caught off guard by my response. Together, we stumbled and limped away from the cave entrance, stepping only on stones and tree roots to avoid leaving any tracks. The noise behind us grew closer. Bushes rustled, pushed aside with force. A massive dark figure emerged from the mist, towering at least the size of a fully grown bull. Its back was covered with grotesque, tumor-like growths, and its jaws stretched unnaturally far, nearly to where its ears should have been. It lowered its head, sniffing at the bloodstains on the ground before slowly turning its cloudy gaze toward the gutted carcass of the hyena-like beast I had left behind. I held my breath, pulling Kaisa closer into cover behind the hanging vines. The beast was drawn to the corpse. Yet, as it prepared to move, it suddenly lifted its head, its murky eyes swiveling suspiciously in the direction of our hiding spot. A single bead of cold sweat slid down my chin, splashing into the dirt below. Luckily, the blood trail in the mud spread further, the stench distracting it again. It grunted lowly before bending down to gnaw at the remains. I seized the moment, supporting Kaisa as we quietly eased backward, step by agonizing step. Not until the crunching and tearing sounds faded into the dense thicket behind us did I dare exhale. But Kaisa was getting worse. Not long after, her body went limp, pitching forward. I caught her, only to be dragged down with her into a bed of damp leaves. Kaisa, her golden eyes barely fluttered open, her breathing was scalding hot, but her forehead was chillingly cold. Assessment: blood loss-induced weakness, high risk of infection, abnormal body temperature. Recommendation: hydration, wound cleaning, maintaining body heat. Gritting my teeth, I raised my head. Through the underbrush, I caught a glimpse of the stone slope from last night. The makeshift shelter nestled against the rocky wall. It was worn down, but it would do. I all but dragged her toward it. Why are you saving me?" Her voice was so faint it was almost swallowed by the forest. Panting hard, I muttered, "Because I want to live too." Alone in this forest, I wouldn't last long. She was silent for so long I thought she had lost consciousness entirely. But just when I was on the verge of collapsing, she leaned toward my ear and whispered, broken and quiet, "Lu Zhou, don't leave me." My steps faltered. And then, as I lifted my head again, 2 faint green lights flickered in the grass by the rocky slope ahead. Something was already waiting by my shelter. 2 green lights lay quietly in the shadows. My upper body was pinned down by Kasha, my shoulders aching like they were about to split apart, but I didn't even dare to breathe too hard. The night mist was thin. That thing lurked near the shack, only exposing a pair of glowing green eyes as it lowered its head, incessantly sniffing at the ground. Kasha's ear twitched, and her body instinctively tensed up. "Not a big beast," she murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. "Gray-skinned scavenger beast, omnivorous, timid but greedy. Current status: hungry, Alert, occupying the nest. Occupying the nest. That damn shack was something I hastily cobbled together just last night, and now it was already being eyed by something else. But I couldn't back down. Kasha could barely even stand. The scent of her blood still lingered. If I delayed any longer, it'd mean certain death. I helped her lean against a thick tree. She grabbed my wrist with her cold fingers, nails half extended like small claws. "Don't go over there," she said. I looked down at her. In those golden eyes, beyond the usual wariness, I caught a faint trace of something else, an almost imperceptible worry. If I don't go, it won't leave on its own. I'll kill it. She tried to push herself up, but as soon as she put pressure on her injured leg, it wobbled and gave way. I held her down. "You're not in any condition to kill anything right now. Move too much and your wound will open again." She shot me a glare, then glanced at the bandaged leg. In the end, she yielded, not insisting further. I crouched down and picked up a few sharp stones and a sturdy branch. Overpowering it outright wasn't possible. I needed to scare it first, then corner it. Scavenger beasts were greedy and cowardly. Smearing a little blood on one of the sharp rocks, I tossed it to the left of the shack. Snap! The green eyes instantly shifted toward the sound. A gray-black shadow emerged from beside the shack. It was slightly larger than a stray dog, with loose, patchy skin and a long snout. Slowly, it approached the blood-covered stone. Just as it lowered its head to sniff, I seized the moment, grabbed another stone, and hurled it straight at the shack. Thud! The scavenger beast jumped in fright, letting out a sharp cry. When it turned its head, it spotted me. Those green eyes narrowed. I raised the makeshift branch, lowering my voice into a growl. "Get out!" The intimidation was pitiful, to be honest. But it caught a whiff of Kasha's beastly scent and hesitated clearly. Seizing the opportunity, I stepped forward. It retreated half a step, but just as I thought it might flee, the damn thing suddenly lunged for the side of the shack. The pile of dried grass and bark shavings I'd gathered last night. Material that could easily catch fire. Damn bastard. I hurled another stone, just grazing its back. It grabbed a mouthful of dried grass, ready to take off. The next second, a dark blur swept in from the side. It was Kasha's tail. Leaning against the tree for support, she somehow managed to lash out, sweeping a withered branch and tripping the beast. The scavenger beast tumbled into the mud, dropping the dried grass. I dashed forward, swinging the branch down with all my strength. I missed its head, but managed to snap a nearby dead tree with the force. Cornered, the beast lost its temper and lunged for my leg, jaws wide. I quickly thrust the branch horizontally. With a crunch, its sharp teeth sank deep into the wood. Taking my chance, I fumbled for my folding knife, gripping it tightly. And then, with everything I had, I drove it straight. I stabbed it in the bridge of its nose. The blade was short, and the stab didn't sink deeply, but it left a bleeding gash. It thrashed its head wildly to break free, scrambled around, and turned to flee. I grabbed the rotting poisonous vine on the ground, hooking it with a dried branch, and lashed it forward. The dark purple vine snapped onto its back, leaving inky black fluid smeared across its fur. The scavenger beast let out a shrill, ear-piercing scream, like it was being burned, and darted into the underbrush, disappearing from sight. The forest turned silent again. My chest heaved wildly as my grip trembled on the rough branch in my hand. It wasn't a clean victory, far from it. Messy, clumsy, borderline desperate. But the shelter was saved, and so was the hay. I bent down and picked the hay out of the mud, shaking off the dirt carefully. Placing it in the innermost corner of the shelter, I turned back to help Kasha. She had been watching me the whole time. Her golden eyes stood out brightly in the night, no longer filled completely with cold indifference. "You're very weak." "You've said that a lot tonight," I replied. She paused for a moment and then added, "But not stupid." I stopped what I was doing. Was that a compliment? I helped her into the shelter, which was now a chaotic mess. Stacking stones to rebuild barriers and clearing the ground, I positioned her so she could lean back against the rocky wall. I layered the last bit of dry hay to cushion the spot beneath her. "You don't need it?" She frowned faintly, her voice faint. "You're hurt worse than me," I said. I reached out to touch her forehead, and my stomach dropped. It was scorching hot. She tried to pull away, but her body was too weak to move much. "Don't touch. Blood loss. High infection risk." Abnormal temperature detected. Recommended. Hydration. Clean wounds. Maintain body temperature. Great. The two things I lacked most were clean water and fire. Water. The stream wasn't far, but stepping out into this predator-filled night was practically suicide. Fire? Even harder. My hands were already raw from before, and everything out here was in some perpetual state of dampness. But Kasha had no time left for me to overthink. Her gaze was already dimming, yet her fingers instinctively clung to my clothes, as if she didn't even realize it herself. I gently unclasped her hand and laid it back onto the dried grass. Hold on. I'll get you water and start a fire when I'm back. Her eyelids barely lifted, thin slivers of golden light peeking out. Her voice was cracked and faint, as if struggling through a storm. Luzhou, don't go too far. I gripped the folding blade tightly, eyes darting toward the pitch-black forest just beyond the stony slope. Farther away, toward the stream, came a faint splash. It was soft, quiet even, but it felt like someone knocking on my skull. The forest at night was nothing like it was during the day. The trees clustered together, forming hulking, hunched shadows that loomed like crouching beasts. Kasha's fever was getting worse, sweat slicking her brow, her lips cracked and dry. The wound on her shoulder was swollen and inflamed. The once mighty Panther beast woman who had been capable of taking down scavenger beasts now sat there frail, merely able to weakly meet my gaze. I had to bring the water back. Without it, she wouldn't make it till morning. I crouched, gathering a few makeshift tools: dry branches, sharp stones, broad leaves. Broadback leaf, non-toxic. Waxy surface, can temporarily hold water. I stacked 2 leaves together, binding the edges with some vines, creating a crude, lopsided leaf pouch. Kasha's voice rasped as she gritted out, "Water, there's beasts. Don't go. You need water. I can hold on." I looked at her and murmured softly, "Surviving isn't living." She froze for a moment, but by then, I had already turned around, disappearing into the night. Each step was carefully light. Dew from the grass dampened my pant legs, the soil underneath cold and slippery. In the distance, the chirping of insects suddenly stopped, then resumed, an indication of movement, not silence. I moved cautiously, sticking to the shadows cast by the trees. Nearing the creek, the source of the splashing became clear. A creature was crouched by the water's edge. It looked like a badger, with a row of sharp spines running down its back, dipping its long snout to drink. Spineback badger, omnivorous, territorial. Weakness, afraid of fire. Underbelly is vulnerable. Fire. I bitterly laughed to myself. Fire was the one thing I didn't have. I crouched behind a bush, picking up a small stone and throwing it toward the lower end of the creek. Plop. The stone splashed into the water downstream. The spineback badger snapped its head up, the spines along its back rising sharply, stiff as needles. It stared downstream for a long moment. But instead of moving away, it turned its body, now facing directly where I was hiding. This thing was sharper than I'd thought. Holding my breath, I slowly reached for a nearby vine. Poisonous, judging by the faint sour smell. But before I could do anything, there was a sudden fluttering sound above. On the opposite side of the creek, a startled night bird burst from the treetops and took flight. The spineback badger finally turned, retreating into the rocky crevice behind it. This was my one chance. I rushed out immediately, crouching by the creek to scoop water with a large leaf. Avoiding the murky stream below, I focused on a clean seep dripping from the rocks. Once full, I covered the makeshift leaf pouch with 2 layers of other leaves. Just as I was ready to leave, a patch of thin, grayish-white grass caught my eye near the creek edge. Purifying grass, non-toxic, absorbs dirt and sediment. An idea sparked. Quickly, I dug up several roots and wrapped them in more leaves. But as I straightened up, a sharp, low-pitched growl echoed from the rocky crevice. The spineback badger was back. It had caught my scent, its dusky gray head emerging from the rocks, staring at me with fierce intent. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I bolted. Crunching leaves and snapping twigs roared behind me. It was chasing. I couldn't outrun it. The only option was the terrain. Ahead, a patch of swampy mud came into view, a trap I'd nearly fallen into earlier that day. I sprinted toward the muddy pit, making a sharp leap to the side at the last second. My hand latched onto an exposed tree root, steadying myself. The spineback badger didn't anticipate the sudden direction change. Its paws slipped on the slick ground, and it plunged headfirst into the bog, half of its body sinking into the mire. It screeched angrily, its spines trembling wildly as it struggled to pull itself free. I grabbed a dirt-caked stone and hurled it. The rock didn't hit its weak spot, but splattered mud in the creature's face. Startled, it flinched and then retreated into a dense thicket, vanishing from sight. No chance to rest. I kept running, stumbling forward, not looking back until I reached the rocky slope where our shelter sat. Breathless, I crashed into the shelter. Some of the water in my leaf pouch had spilled during the chaos, now mixed with mud, but there was still enough left. Finally, Kasha was in the same spot as before, slumped against the wall. Her gaze was even hazier now, her breath shallow. At the sound of me entering, her ear twitched faintly, but she was too weak to open her eyes. I knelt beside her. Nearby, I crushed the clean water roots between my fingers, tossed them into a leafy cup, and stirred until the silt sunk to the bottom. Then, using a scrap of cloth combined with broad leaves, I filtered it again. The water still wasn't perfectly clean, but it was better than drinking directly from the stream. I supported her shoulder carefully and brought the leaf cup to her lips. "Drink a little," I coaxed. Casa instinctively turned her head away, still guarded, her instincts sharp even now. I didn't push her, just said quietly, "If you don't drink, your wounds won't heal. Didn't you say I was weak? Then you've got to stay alive. If another beast shows up, I won't be able to stop it alone." The words seemed to cut through the haze of her consciousness. She half opened her exhausted eyes and studied me for a moment before finally parting her lips and taking in the smallest sip. Water trickled down the corner of her mouth. I wiped it away with the back of my hand and then carefully offered her another sip. She drank slowly, her brows furrowing with each swallow. The stream water was earthy, tainted with the bitterness of the clean water roots, far from palatable, but she didn't refuse again. By the time she'd taken several small gulps, the dryness in her cracked lips appeared slightly relieved. I exhaled in quiet relief, then soaked a piece of cloth with the leftover water to clean her wound. This one was worse than her leg. The gash on her shoulder looked like it had been torn open by claws, the edges ragged and dirted with mud and broken grass. My stomach churned at the sight, but I couldn't let my hands falter. Meticulously, bit by bit, I cleaned away the congealed blood and grit before crushing some bloodroot leaves into a poultice and pressing it near the wound. Cass's fingers dug hard into the ground, her body rigid with pain, but she didn't cry out. Only a muffled groan escaped her throat. I handed her a snapped-off branch. "Bite this if it's too much." This time, she didn't argue. She bent her head slightly and bit down. By the time I finished redressing both wounds, her shoulder and her leg, my arms felt heavy with exhaustion. The first traces of gray light sliced through the night, breaking over the treetops, but the forest hadn't grown any safer. If anything, the distant calls of birds and the occasional roars of beasts seemed louder, sharper. Cass's fever remained. She'd had some water, and her wounds were as clean as I could manage for now, but her body was still burning up. I knew it all too well. This was just a temporary patch. Without fire, we couldn't have purified water. Without fire, I couldn't cook food, nor could I keep night predators at bay, or keep her warm enough to fight off the fever. I glanced down at the small, precious pile of dry grass and bark fibers that I'd fought to gather earlier. My gaze darkened. Making fire by friction wasn't just hard. It was borderline desperate in this damp, suffocating forest. Still, I had no other choice. Hard or not, it had to be done. Just as I picked up a dry branch and began stripping its damp outer layer with a sharp foldable knife, Casa stirred faintly on the ground. Her fever-bright eyes opened in a half-daze, catching sight of what I was doing. What are you doing?" she mumbled, her voice hoarse. I didn't look up, my hands steady as I peeled the wood. "Starting a fire," I replied simply. A flicker of confusion crossed her fevered gaze. "Fire?" I gripped the stick more firmly and replied, my voice low but unyielding, firmer than I had ever been before. "With fire, we can truly survive this." The moment I finished speaking, the forest was split wide open by a deep, echoing roar. The sound erupted from somewhere deep within the dense forest, rippling through the damp morning air and shaking the leaves beyond the fragile shelter I'd built. I froze momentarily, clutching the wooden stick in my hand, and looked up toward the direction of the sound. In this forest, anyone without fire is like a bleeding prey in the dead of night. Kasha's wounds hadn't healed, her fever hadn't dropped, and my arm was injured. My strength was tapped out. If I couldn't get a fire going before nightfall, we wouldn't survive till morning. Gritting my teeth, I kept peeling the bark. Kasha leaned against the rock wall, her golden eyes half-lidded. She didn't understand what I was trying to do. In her world, fire was something that only appeared when lightning struck a dead tree, a terrifying, scalding force that could swallow the entire forest. The beast folk would only steer clear of it, never daring to think of harnessing it. But I wasn't her. My gaze on those rotting sticks was like someone grasping their only weapon of survival. Lu Zhou, her voice was hoarse. Fire, it's dangerous. I didn't stop. What's dangerous is having no fire. I continued peeling away the damp bark, exposing the slightly drier wood underneath, then spread out the dry grass and fine bark fibers I had salvaged, meticulously tearing and fluffing them up. But everything was still soaked. The air was so humid it could wring you out. Even the bark fibers felt clammy to the touch. I didn't rush. I used my analytical eye to scan the nearby branches. Decayed wood. High moisture content, unsuitable for making fire. Hard-grained branch. Too dense, unsuitable for a fireboard. Dried banyan branch. Outer layer damp. Inner core drier. Possible material for a drill spindle. Velvet vine. Inner fibers dry and highly flammable, suitable as tinder. Seeing the last one, my eyes lit up. I immediately headed toward a grayish-brown vine coiled around the tree roots, cutting a section of it open. Its outer skin was cold and slimy, but inside held a layer of soft, pale yellow fibers. Carefully, I extracted the fibers and spread them out over a rock, rubbing them vigorously between my hands. Kasha frowned. Your hand. I glanced down. My palms, already stabbed by a venomous vine last night, had been further scraped raw by coarse branches and jagged stones. With every press, tiny beads of blood appeared. It hurt, sharp and searing, but I just wiped my hands against my pant leg and steadied the fireboard again. This kind of injury won't kill me. Kasha stared at my hands. Her tail twitched weakly, but she didn't say anything after that. I found a softer piece of wood to use as the fireboard and carved a notch for the drill spindle with my folding knife. Without a bowstring, I had to resort to the most primitive method, holding the stick between my palms and twisting it back and forth. The spindle turned in the notch, starting with nothing but a faint rustling sound. Heat quickly built up in my palms, and the wound stung sharply. Little by little, wood dust began to pile up, but the color was too pale, no hint of smoke. The first attempt failed. I dumped out the wood dust and deepened the notch. The second attempt, I spun faster. My arms shook with exhaustion, and sweat dripped from my forehead into my eyes, stinging and blurring my vision. This time, the wood dust darkened slightly, but before it could heat up enough, a sudden burst of the cold wind swept in, scattering what little warmth there was. The second attempt failed. Kasha muttered weakly, "Stop doing this." I didn't reply. Biting onto a strip of cloth, I wrapped my bleeding palms tightly, picked up the drill rod, and pressed down again. Third time, fourth time, fifth time. The sky went from pale gray to a murky brightness. Insects chirped louder, and occasionally the sound of a beast passing through the underbrush echoed in the distance. Kasha's fever hadn't broken. She leaned against the rock wall, her gaze shifting between moments of clarity and haze. But every time she came back to her senses, she would see me still sitting there, struggling against that broken piece of wood. My hands were raw, the cloth stained with blood, my knuckles swollen and red. But I didn't stop. Kasha didn't understand fire, yet she grasped the persistence behind my actions. This fragile human, more vulnerable to death than she was, hadn't left her. I don't know how much time passed, but suddenly, I froze. Among the wood shavings on the fireboard, there was a wisp of smoke. Not mist, but smoke. My heart skipped a beat, but I didn't blow on it prematurely. Steadying the drill rod, I used the last of my strength to rub it fast and hard. Black wood dust gathered, the smoke becoming more noticeable, curling up like a tiny gray serpent. There it is, my voice cracked, sounding barely like my own. I pushed the smoldering blackwood dust into the tinder, a bundle of fibrous vines, and gently cupped it in my hands, blowing softly. The first breath scattered the smoke a bit. The second revealed a faint ember glowing deep within. By the third, thick smoke began to rise. My eyes stung from the smoke, but I didn't dare blink for too long. Carefully, I added bits of grass and dry leaves, tending it like a fragile newborn. Finally, deep within the tinder, there was a soft pop. A small flicker of flame jumped to life. It was tiny, barely the size of a fingernail, trembling as if even a slight breeze could extinguish it. But it was real. Kasha's eyes widened, disbelief flickering across her golden pupils. The firelight reflected in them, softening their usual stern sharpness with a warm glow. She had never seen fire conjured out of wood in this way before. I quickly placed thin branches over it. The flames licked at the dry leaves, biting into the twigs, crackling as they burned. In the damp and oppressive shelter, there was finally a hint of genuine warmth. I slumped beside the fire, shoulders sagging, staring at the fragile flames. And then, out of nowhere, I laughed. See that? That's fire. Kasha stared at the fire for a long time before speaking softly. You pulled it out of the wood? I blinked, then chuckled with a shake of my head. Something like that. She fell silent for a moment, then murmured, Lujo, not weak. My hands paused mid-motion. I didn't turn around, but the corners of my mouth lifted into a slight smile. Figured that out just now? She didn't argue back, leaning her weight against the stone wall. Her expression softened, the fire's glow easing some of the pallor from her fevered face. The firelight danced across her features, pushing away the harsh chill of the moment. I used a broad leaf to scoop up what little water I had left, placing it over the flame to warm it. I kept the fire going, warming the bandages and drying them out, getting ready to change her dressing again. With fire, everything felt different. Water could be heated, wounds could be cleaned, wild animals hesitated to approach, and the cold nights became less unbearable. But just as I'd added another thick branch to the fire, a low growl rumbled from deep within the forest, closer than it had been at dawn. The woodland beyond the firelight shifted. Then, one by one, pairs of small, glinting eyes began emerging from the shadows, glowing faintly in the dark. The nerves I had just begun to relax tensed up immediately, drawn taut like a bowstring. My palms were raw, my arms injured, and I was utterly exhausted. Kasha was awake, but still burning with fever. Her wound had just been treated. It was out of the question for her to engage in any kind of fight. If what was coming out of the woods was something like a pack of carrion hyenas, not even the fire would keep us safe tonight. I held my breath and stayed still, moving only to slide a few semi-dried branches into the flames to feed the fire. The damp wood hissed and sputtered, releasing pale blue smoke that scratched at the back of my throat. Kasha's eyes were locked on the forest edge. There are a lot of them, she said, her voice coarse, but small. I felt a small measure of relief. Small didn't mean harmless, but at least it wasn't something big enough to drag a person off in one bite. My analyzer flickered to life and displayed the readout. Gray-eared night mice. Omnivorous. Fearful of fire. Diet includes carrion and plant roots. Threat level, low. Current status, hungry, probing. It was a group of night mice. A bit larger than rabbits, with gray-tipped ears and long tails, their eyes glinting with an eerie green light. They flitted at the edges of the firelight, lurking in the underbrush. They wouldn't come closer just yet, but weren't willing to leave either, clearly lured here by the scent of blood. I glanced at the bundle of stolen dry grass and tree bark fibers we'd gathered, then at the bandages near Kasha. I couldn't let them get closer. Even if they weren't particularly aggressive, the problems could pile up fast if they made it into the shelter, gnawing at wounds, or stealing fire-starting materials. Picking up a burning branch, I waved it in their direction. Sparks flew as the ember-tipped wood slashed through the air. The front row of mice scurried back a few steps, but didn't scatter entirely. Instead, they crept sideways, finding new positions to watch the shelter. Kasha tried to sit up with a frown. I stretched out a hand to stop her. Don't move. They're irritating. Irritating is better than hyenas. I reached for a handful of sharp stones and set them within easy reach. After some observation, I realized the mice weren't particularly bold. They were just numerous, all waiting for the fire to weaken before moving in. That wasn't going to happen. I fished out a small piece of bloodied carrion hyena meat we had scavenged earlier and used a branch to dangle it at the edge of the firelight. I then gathered a few thin vines, rigging up a crude trip snare between the roots and rocks. Kasha gave me a small, questioning look. You're not killing them? If they're going to die, they'll do half the work for me. The scent of blood began to waft out, and the night mice grew restless. The lead gray-eared mouse crept forward little by little, its nose twitching slightly. The constant twitching, the flicker of fire scared it, but hunger kept it from leaving. Finally, it lunged forward, sinking its teeth into the scrap of meat. At that exact moment, I yanked hard on the fine vine. The snare snapped tight, tangling its hind legs. The night rat screeched and thrashed, sending its companions scattering in panic. I grabbed the sharp stone, rushing forward. One strike, then another. The night rat stopped moving. Panting, I dragged it back to the fire, sweat beading and running down my forehead again. Kasha glanced at the dead night rat on the ground, her expression complicated. To her, these small creatures weren't worth the effort. If she wasn't injured, one swipe of her claws would have been enough. But I didn't have claws. I didn't have speed. All I had was a vine and bait to lure the prey right into my trap. Weak, sure, but determined to survive. I didn't eat right away. I started by skinning it with my folding knife. No sooner did the smell of blood spread than several pairs of eyes gleamed in the distant underbrush. Immediately, I jabbed burning branches from the fire into the ground outside our makeshift shelter, forcing the other night rats to keep their distance. Once the meat was prepped, I skewered it on a sharpened stick and placed it over the fire to roast. Sizzle, sizzle. The sound of fat dripping into the flames echoed, while the smell of char mixed with smoke wafted through the small shelter. My stomach growled audibly. Ever since being thrust into this world, I'd barely had anything resembling food, surviving instead on muddy water and plant roots. Now, the smell of cooking meat was awakening a ravenous hunger deep inside me. Kasha smelled it too. At first, she just stared at the fire without any visible reaction. But as the surface of the meat began to turn golden brown, her ear twitched. Her gaze shifted from the flames to the roasting meat, and the tip of her tail gave a small, betraying curl. I stifled a laugh and said nothing. Almost ready, I murmured. Meat, burned, she muttered. Burned meat tastes better, I replied. It doesn't have blood. Meat that bleeds will attract predators. She didn't say anything after that. In her world, meat was eaten as is. Freshly killed, hot blood, raw flesh, the tang of marrow. That was beastfolk food. Meat cooked by fire was strange to her. Its color changed, its smell transformed. And yet, she couldn't deny that the scent rising from the fire wasn't unpleasant. In fact, it made her want to take a bite. I tore off a small piece of the cooked meat and tried it first. The flesh was chewy and carried a faint gamey aftertaste. No salt, no spices, unevenly cooked. But right now, this was life-saving nourishment. After chewing a few times, making sure it tasted fine and my HUD showed no signs of danger, I tore off another piece and offered it to Kasha. Eat. You need your strength back. She stared at the piece of meat but didn't take it. Cooked meat is strange, she muttered. I didn't push her. Setting the meat on a wide leaf, I slid it over to her side. You won't know if it's strange until you try it, I said simply. Kasha turned her head, clearly uninterested, or at least pretending to be. I was too hungry to waste time convincing her. Instead, I focused on finishing my portion. Night Rat didn't have a lot of meat, so my share was already pretty small. Carefully, most of it was left for her. The campfire crackled away. Outside the shack, the firelight had scared off most of the night rats, leaving only a few pairs of faintly glowing eyes hiding in the darkness. Kasha was silent for a long while. She didn't move until I glanced down to add more wood to the fire. That's when she slowly extended her hand and picked up the piece of meat resting on the broad leaf. She held it close to her nose, sniffing cautiously. Her brows pinched together before she finally made a decision and took a tentative bite. Watching from the corner of my eye, I pretended not to notice. She chewed twice, then froze mid-motion. Cooked meat lacked the raw flesh's metallic tang and the slimy coldness of uncured food. The fire had seared the fibers tight, leaving the outer layer slightly charred while the inside still retained a subtle warmth and juiciness. That warmth traveled down her throat and landed in her stomach, like a tiny ember softly heating her frail, cold body. She looked down at the piece of meat in her hand, her golden eyes revealing a rare flicker of confusion. This sensation was unfamiliar. Neither the savage tearing after a hunt nor the desperate gobbling that came with starvation. It was more like someone had pushed the danger back, made the food safe, warm, and then placed it gently into her hands. She took another bite, this one faster than the first. I could barely suppress a grin. So, how is it? She quickly lifted her head, her expression reverting to its usual cool indifference. It's edible. Well, if it's edible, you should eat more. She didn't say a word, but her hand didn't stop either. She ate methodically, not quickly, but with a kind of focused curiosity, as if reevaluating the meaning of fire and cooked food. When she finally finished the piece, her gaze drifted toward the remaining portions near the fire. I grabbed most of what was left and handed it over to her. Take it. It's all yours. You aren't eating? I already had some. You're the one who's hurt. She stared at me for a moment, her sharp gaze feeling like it could pierce through flesh. Then, without a word, she accepted the food, but not without tearing off a small piece and holding it back out to me. You eat too. I blinked, caught off guard for a moment. It was the first time she had willingly shared anything with me. Just a small piece of meat, but it said far more than any words could. I took it and smiled. All right, together. She didn't respond, just continued chewing on her meat, her head lowered. The firelight danced along her profile, softening her sharp, almost predatory features. In that moment, she didn't quite resemble the deadly panther I'd first encountered, ready to pounce at the smallest provocation, but rather a wounded soul who had finally found a moment's respite beside a fire. The night deepened. After eating the cooked meat, she seemed more at ease. Her breathing grew steady, and I boiled some water to help soothe her throat. Then I moved the fire closer to the shack's entrance to ward off any wandering night rats. As I tended to the fire, a system prompt suddenly surfaced in front of me. Black Panther Beast Woman, Kasha. Current emotions, cautious, confused, slight trust. Hostility, noticeably decreased. Seeing the text, a breath I hadn't realized I was holding escaped me. But before I could fully relax, Kasha's ears suddenly perked up, her head snapping to look deeper into the darkness outside the shack. There's something, Kasha whispered. Immediately, my hand gripped the folding knife. From within the dense forest, far beyond the flickering reach of the firelight, came faint footsteps. They were so soft, so steady, that they couldn't belong to the night rats. These carried intent, almost like intelligence, circling at the edge of the fire's glow, observing us. If Kasha hadn't heard it first, I wouldn't have even noticed. It wasn't the scurrying of gray-eared night rats, nor the greedy, labored breaths of carrion hyenas dragging closer. No, this sound crept deliberately, step by measured step, like it was waiting for something or studying us. I tightened my grip on the knife, my other hand reaching toward a burning branch by the fire. Kasha's golden eyes were pinned on the shadows. Her face was pale, her fevered skin burning hot to the touch, and crude bandages were still wrapped around her body. But the lethal wildness of her panther-like instincts hadn't dulled. If something jumped out of the dark, she'd throw herself in front of it without hesitation, even if it meant tearing open her wounds. I saw it, a flicker of tense resolve in her every taut muscle. So I acted first, resting a firm hand on her shoulder. Don't move, I said quietly. She frowned. There's something there. I know, I murmured. But you can't fight right now. She didn't like that. I could tell by the way her lips pressed tightly together in defiance. Her survival instinct had always been primal. Hear danger, leap forward, tear it apart. Kill or die trying. That had been her rule of existence. But my ways were different. I waited. I observed. I lured creatures with stones, vines, fire, and the scent of blood. It was unfamiliar to her, strange, but it had kept her alive until now. Reaching for the burning branch, I pulled it from the fire. In the flickering glow, the wetland just outside the shack's borders flared briefly into sight. The footsteps halted. I didn't step forward. Instead, I raised the firebrand, its flames licking upward, and extended it toward the dark. Come out, I said. Silence. No answer. Even the chorus of insects quieted somewhere deeper in the trees. Then, faint lines of text shimmered in front of my vision, courtesy of the eye of analysis. Blacktail forest monkeys, social omnivores, skilled climbers, afraid of fire, often steal food. Threat level, low to moderate. Current behavior, testing, hungry, observing fire's source. Relief loosened a knot in my chest. At least it wasn't a large predator. Still, I couldn't relax. These creatures weren't lethal, but they were troublesome. Stealing food, tampering with fire, gnawing on loose materials, or dragging off dry tinder. For us right now, it wasn't the threat of being bitten that scared me, but the possibility of losing our fire, exposing our wounds to scavengers, or losing critical supplies in the night. I tilted my gaze upward, toward the top of the shelter. As I'd suspected, in the crude lattice of branches above us, small shadows clung to the canopy, tails long and spindly, eyes reflecting the faint amber of the firelight. They weren't bold enough to approach the fire yet, but they weren't leaving either, occasionally letting out low, chittering calls to each other. Casa noticed them too, and a flicker of disdain crossed her face. "Little things," she muttered. "The smallest problems are often the most annoying." I countered calmly, not letting my guard down. I wrapped what remained of our roasted meat inside a broad, sturdy leaf. Then, I placed it between me and her, stuffing the kindling made of bark fluff deep into the crevices of the rocks. Then, I laid a few thorny vines across the entrance of the shelter, leaving only a narrow gap, just enough for me to step through. This setup wouldn't stop a large beast, but for warding off thieving little tree monkeys, it'd do. The black-tailed forest monkeys squatted in the trees for a while, as if analyzing their chances. Deciding there was none, they moved to the other side instead. Their movements were swift and soundless, with the occasional dry leaf crunching underfoot. I returned to sit by the fire, tossing in 2 small branches. The flames licked up higher, and the monkeys retreated visibly. Kasha stared at the fire for a long time before murmuring, "They're afraid of fire." I nodded. Most wild animals are afraid of fire. Why? Her question caught me off guard. I looked over at her. She was serious. Those golden eyes of hers no longer had their usual guarded look. Instead, there was a raw, clumsy curiosity, as if she was seeing a different side of the world for the first time, trying to figure it out yet unsure where to start. I thought for a moment and replied, "Because fire burns them, and it also lights up the dark. A lot of creatures are used to hunting in darkness. Once there's light, they're the ones at a disadvantage." Kasha stared at the flickering flames. "Fire eats trees." "Yeah. And protects people too?" I gave her a small smile. "Depends on how you use it." Kasha went silent again. The firelight played across her face, carving out her sharp features and reflecting the faint, lingering vulnerability in her eyes. She was like a wounded panther, refusing to bow even when battered, hiding her claws in the most strategic place for a strike. I handed her some warm water. "Drink a bit more." This time, she didn't refuse. She drank in small sips, then quietly said, "It's warm." I tore off a small piece of roasted meat and offered it to her. "Eat, then try to sleep for a while. What about you?" "I'll keep watch." She frowned. "You're weaker." I was used to this line by now. "That's why I don't fight. I just watch the fire." She stared at me, as though reluctantly accepting the logic. After finishing the food, she leaned back against the rock wall. Her eyes stayed open. I understood. She didn't trust me entirely, not yet. And honestly, I didn't entirely trust this place either. This was our first night with fire. Its glow kept the cold and predators at bay, but it also attracted curious onlookers. Far off, the black-tailed monkeys were still lingering. Night rats occasionally darted through the undergrowth. And deeper in the darkness, who knows how many eyes were fixed on this flickering light. I couldn't afford to sleep. The fire was kept just big enough, not too large, not too small. Every so often, I'd dry damp sticks on the edges before tossing in the dry ones. The black-tailed monkeys made a few attempts to sneak closer. Each time, I grabbed a burning branch and drove them back. They screeched and leaped away, disappearing into the night. A while later, it circled back again, annoying as a swarm of persistent ghosts. Kasha tried to get up a few times, but I gently held her down. By the second half of the night, she finally couldn't hold on any longer. Her eyelids drooped little by little until they shut entirely. Yet, even in sleep, her brow remained furrowed, and her fingers rested lightly on the ground, as if ready to jolt awake at any moment. I watched her, and a strange heaviness weighed on my heart. I didn't know what she had been through in her past. Judging from her reflexes post-injury, though, she must not have had a proper, safe rest for a long time. Maybe in her original tribe, Getting hurt was the start of being abandoned. I didn't wake her. Instead, I shifted the fire closer to her side and used wide leaves to block the wind from blowing onto her wound. The flames flickered softly. Gradually, her breathing evened out. I leaned against a rock, my palm throbbing in pain. The friction burns on it had dried and cracked under the heat of the fire, causing a tense, swollen ache. The scratches on my arm had started scabbing over, but my clothes stuck to them, and every slight move sent waves of sharp discomfort. I looked down at the fire. I'd never thought of fire as something so precious before. Back in the modern world, all it took was the flick of a lighter or the twist of a gas stove knob, and fire was everywhere. But here, the blistered palms of my hands and all my drained strength had been just barely enough to coax out this tiny flame from the stubborn wood. As I stared into the fire, 3 priorities cemented themselves in my mind. 1. Gather more dry wood and preserve the flame. 2. Find a safer, longer-term shelter. We couldn't stay on this barren rock slope forever. 3. Get Kasha cleaner water and more food. 1 person wouldn't last long on their own. 2 people? Still hard. But at least now, I wasn't sitting alone in the dark. By the time dawn began to creep in, the canopy overhead tinted with a faint gray light. The forest monkeys finally retreated, and the night rodents went still. My eyelids were as heavy as if stones had been tied to them. Just as I was hovering on the edge of sleep, a soft sound stirred beside me. Lu Zhou. I snapped to alertness, turning my head. Kasha was awake. She was leaning against the rock wall, her face still pale, but her gaze much clearer than last night. You didn't sleep at all? I rubbed my eyes. Not too bad. She stared at me for a long moment before pushing the remaining half of a roasted meat strip toward me. Eat. I froze for a second. That was the portion I'd deliberately saved for her last night. You should have it. You're still hurt. She didn't retract her hand. Her voice was cold, but carried an undeniable firmness. You kept watch. You eat. I glanced at the piece of meat and then, unexpectedly, broke into a smile. All right. I took a bite. It was cold, dry, and tough, yet somehow, it tasted better than last night. The fire crackled softly as the morning mist seeped through the trees. In the distance, the calls of waking birds filled the air, as if the forest itself were slowly opening its eyes. Just as I reached to pile on more wood, Kasha's ears twitched slightly. Her head snapped up, her expression sharp. Down the rocky slope, I followed her gaze, and there on the damp ground lay a new trail of footprints that hadn't been there before. They were large, deep. Next to each footprint were curved, sharp claw marks etched into the soil. Kasha's face hardened, growing colder by the second. We shouldn't stay here. I stared at the claw-marked prints in the mud, any trace of drowsiness wiped from my system. The trail looped around from below the rocky slope. Each footprint was as big as a full-grown man's palm, pressed deep into the wet ground. At the tips of each print, curved grooves etched through the mud, as though steel hooks had scraped through. What really sent a chill down my spine was this. It hadn't headed directly to our shelter. It had circled the slope, as though it was watching, or confirming something. I crouched down and touched the edge of one of the prints. The mud was still damp, the edges intact, meaning whatever had left these marks had been here recently. Maybe even just hours ago. Likely during the latter part of the night, while I had been tending to the fire. Hidden beyond the firelight's reach, it had been silently observing us. A prompt surfaced before my eyes. Unknown large predator tracks. Lingering scent, blood, decayed flesh, smoke. Assessment, presence detected nearby. No attack initiated. My chest tightened. Not attacking didn't mean it wasn't dangerous. Maybe it feared the fire. Maybe it wasn't hungry. Or maybe it was just waiting for the fire to go out. I glanced back at the makeshift shelter behind us. It was pitifully fragile. A few tree branches, some broad leaves, and a circle of stones to block the wind. It barely kept the elements at bay, let alone a proper predator. Making it through the night at all had been sheer luck. And the fire, of course. But luck doesn't last forever. We need to leave, I said quietly. Kasha looked over at me. She didn't seem surprised. Bracing herself, she tried to get up, but the moment she moved, the injury on her leg made her wince. I reached out, steadying her by the arm. Don't push yourself. How far do you think you can go? She hesitated for a moment before replying. At a slow pace. I'll manage. Then we'll go slow. There wasn't much to pack. A ball of tree bark fibers, a few thin branches, a folding knife, some broad leaves, half a piece of dried meat, and a few bitter bloodwort leaves. But the fire, we couldn't leave that behind. I found a hollow piece of rotting wood and scooped out the mushy core, leaving behind only the dry charcoal inside. I nestled a faint ember within, wrapping the opening with damp grass and leaves to smother and prolong its burn. Kasha watched me, and her expression shifted into a kind of quiet puzzlement. "You're taking the fire, too?" "Fire's more important than food," I said, tucking the embers safely in its ash lining. "Food runs out eventually. Fire? That's what keeps us alive." She lowered her eyes, staring at the faint red glow protected by the ash. I scattered the previous night's ashes around the shelter, especially where blood had dripped. I wasn't naive enough to think it'd completely mask our scent, but maybe, just maybe, it could slow the trail they'd follow. Finished with the tasks at hand, I finally helped Kasha to her feet. "Let's go." Her body was unusually heavy. Orcs naturally had denser bones and stronger muscles than humans. When she leaned half her weight on me, I nearly lost my footing. Noticing my struggle, she tried to retract her hand. I immediately pressed it back in place. "Don't move. If you fall, I'll have to carry you." She shot me a cold look. "You can't carry me." That shut me up for a moment. She wasn't wrong, but I wasn't about to give in so easily. "Which is why you'd better not fall." Surprisingly, she didn't argue. From then on, I avoided paths near the stream. Predators tended to gather around water sources, and in our current state, running into anything would be a death sentence. I needed to find a safer spot, somewhere defensible, elevated and windshielded, near water but not too close, ideally with some natural cover. Even though Kasha was injured, her sense for the dangers of the forest was sharp as ever. "That way, beast path. Detour. Over there. Bugs, lots of them. Don't touch the red leaves." Each time she spoke, I stopped to confirm with my analytical eye. She was almost always right. I began to trust her judgment more and more. The analytical eye could provide warnings, sure, but it required me to actively observe and analyze. Kasha, on the other hand, used her ears, her nose, and her instincts to sense danger before it even showed itself. Knowledge paired with wilderness-born intuition. Those together were the only reason we still had a sliver of hope for survival. About half an hour passed. Sweat trickled down my face, and Kasha's breathing had grown heavier. She'd been pushing through the pain, but when I noticed fresh blood soaking through the fabric on her shoulder, I forced her to sit down on a protruding tree root. "Time to change your dressing." "Don't need to." I didn't even look at her. "It's not up to you." She seemed momentarily stunned. No one had ever spoken to her like that. In the orc tribes, the strong commanded the weak without question. She was strong. No one gave her orders. Even when she was hurt, no one dared approach her. Yet here I was, clearly weaker, yet somehow speaking with such unnerving firmness that she didn't know whether or not to push back. I untied the bloodstained fabric and inspected her wound. Last night's cleaning and first aid had done some good. There were no signs of infection or tissue breakdown. The bad news was that traveling had reopened the cuts, leaving her bleeding again. I applied the last of the bitter blood leaves and bound it securely. "Keep holding on. We'll stop once I find the right place." In a quiet tone, she asked, "Why? Do we need a new place?" I pointed behind us. "Back there? It reeks of blood, rot, smoke, and our scent. Last night, it was just small animals trying their luck. By late night, larger predators were already circling. If one comes back tonight, we won't stand a chance." I stood and dusted off my hands. Surviving's not just about sharp claws and fast moves. You've got to think ahead, figure out which choices lead to death and which ones keep you alive. She looked at me, her gaze shifting slightly, as if something was stirring within her. Then she suddenly. It felt like this kind of human frailty was different from any weakness I had seen before. Other weaklings only knew how to run. I'm afraid of death, too. I'll run. But even while running, I'm searching for the next way to survive. The forest grew denser with every step. Massive roots twisted across the ground like coiled pythons. Vines hung low from the canopy, and damp mist slithered through the tree trunks. A few times, I almost stepped into mud pits, but Kasha caught me just in time. It wasn't until the sun rose above the treetops that I noticed the terrain ahead beginning to slope upward. A gentle hillside stretched before us. On its incline, A handful of enormous black-bark trees stood tall, their roots clinging to patches of exposed gray-white rock. Higher up, I spotted a slanted stone wall, much of its surface veiled by thick layers of vines. My eyes lit up slightly. With Kasha's help, I carefully made my way up the slope. The closer I got, the more I realized this spot had potential. The stone wall would block the wind. The elevated ground meant we wouldn't have to worry about rainwater pooling in. Near the base of the slope, the faint sound of water confirmed there was a creek nearby. Close enough to access, but not so close as to risk flooding. Trees, vines, rocks, plenty of material at hand. And most importantly, right in front of the wall was a relatively flat clearing. After clearing it, it would be large enough to build a proper shelter. My pulse quickened slightly. This was a massive upgrade from the shoddy lean-to we had used the previous night. Just as I started moving closer to inspect the spot, Kasha grabbed my wrist abruptly, her ears twitching upright. Wait! I froze instantly. She was staring at the mass of vines near the base of the stone wall, her golden eyes growing colder by the second. There's a scent, she said. Following her gaze, I finally spotted it. Behind the overgrown vines was a black opening, about half the height of a person. Without her sharp sense of smell and keen perception, I would have missed it entirely. I tightened my grip on my folding knife and took a few cautious steps forward. A notification surfaced. Abandoned beast lair. Lingering scents, rotting flesh, feces, old blood. Current status, signs of life detected inside. Almost as soon as the words appeared, a low grating sound came from deep within the hole. Crunch, crunch. It sounded like something hidden inside was gnawing on bones. A shiver ran down the back of my neck. Kasha's hand was still gripping my wrist. The strength of her hold made my arm ache slightly. Don't get closer, she warned in a low voice. I wasn't about to argue. I took 2 careful steps back. This location was perfect for a camp, but places this good rarely stayed unclaimed. Threat level, unknown. Those 2 words, unknown threat, somehow made me more uneasy than if it had simply said dangerous. I crouched down and picked up a small rock. Without hesitation, I chucked it toward the vines beside the opening. The stone struck the rock wall with a dull thunk. The crunching sound inside the hole stopped abruptly. The entire area fell still. I didn't relax. In fact, my nerves only grew tenser. Many predators didn't flee when startled. Instead, they prepared to strike. It pounced out. After a moment, a soft scuffling sound of claws came from within the hole. A small, grayish-brown creature poked half its head out of the entrance. It looked like a cross between a weasel and a lynx, with a lean, elongated body, a line of short bony spines running down its back, and a piece of pale, jagged bone clamped in its jaws. Its murky yellow eyes stared at me, dried blood smeared around the corners of its mouth. Boneback burrow beast, omnivorous, prefers occupying abandoned nests. Juveniles live in groups. Threat level, moderate. Weakness, fear of firelight and thick smoke. Current status, possessive over food, worried. My heart sank. Juvenile stage meant there was more than one inside. Sure enough, after the little beast let out a short, sharp screech, more pairs of dim yellow eyes flickered to life in the shadows of the hole. Kasha let out a low growl, brimming with the raw presence of a black panther beastkin. Several of the little beasts at the entrance flinched visibly, their claws scratching at the dirt, but they didn't charge out. I quickly assessed the situation. These boneback burrow beasts weren't particularly strong, but they had numbers on their side. The hole's opening was narrow. Kasha couldn't go in for an all-out fight, and I couldn't recklessly crawl in either. If one of them clamped down on me at the entrance, we'd have no way to retreat. Fire was the only answer. I glanced at the piece of rotting wood in my hand, its warmed exterior cradling faint traces of embers, still barely holding on, faintly glowing red. Good thing I protected it carefully on the way here. I helped Kasha move behind a nearby blackbark tree. "Wait here for me," I said. Her brows immediately furrowed. "I can kill," she muttered. "If you kill one right now, your wound will split open again," I said, meeting her gaze. "I'm not asking you to sit idle. Watch my back instead. Make sure nothing else sneaks up on us." She stared at me for a moment, then gave a slow nod. "Be quick," she said. I got to work right away, gathering what I needed: a few clumps of semi-dry grass, fibers stripped from fuzzy vine bark, and damp green leaves. dry grass and bark shavings for kindling, green leaves to create thick smoke. Patience was key here. Too weak a fire wouldn't scare them off. Too little smoke wouldn't drive them out. Too large a flame, though, and it could catch on the vines, putting us in danger instead. I carefully tipped the ember from the rotted wood into the shredded tree bark, bending down and blowing gently. The faint red spark glimmered, pulsing ever so faintly with life. My heart tightened and relaxed with its rhythm. Finally, the tinder began to smolder, a thin tendril of smoke curling upwards before a fragile flame came to life. The creatures at the hole grew instantly agitated. A few retreated into the shadows, letting out uneasy screeches from their throats. I didn't rush. I guided the flame onto a dry branch, letting it catch, before layering the damp leaves over the flames. Thick, acrid smoke spilled out immediately, its sharp, irritating scent clawing up my nose and stinging my eyes. I resisted the urge to cough, holding my breath as I maneuvered the smoldering branch close to the hole, holding it upwind so the smoke would funnel inside. The smoke curled into the burrow's darkness. The reaction was instant. A cacophony of piercing, frantic screams erupted from within. The shrill wails were an unsettling mix of a baby's cry and the screech of stone grinding against bone, a chilling sound that raised goosebumps on my skin. The first small creature burst out. It emerged. Instead of lunging at me, it clung to the rock wall and fled outward. Immediately after came a second, then a third, and a fourth. As I saw how many there were, a chill went down my spine. There had to be 7 or 8 of them hiding in there. If I had approached the entrance without caution earlier, they might have swarmed me in an instant, leaving me covered in bites. Kasha's claws were already extended, but she remembered what I told her and didn't leap in. Only when 2 of the creatures panicked and rushed toward her did she raise a cold hand and slap the tree trunk with her claws. Thud! The sound scared the small beasts so badly that they turned tail, scrambling into the brush with their tails tucked. I kept feeding smoke into the hole by the entrance, making sure nothing else would come out. Even when the commotion ceased, I didn't charge in right away. I waited. Kasha spoke softly. "They're gone." I shook my head. "Let's wait a little longer." I picked up a stone and tossed it into the cave. Thunk! It rolled in, echoing inside. No response. Only then did I take my makeshift torch in hand, carefully pushing aside the vines at the entrance to peer inside. The space was shallower than I'd expected, a natural hollow beneath the rock wall, a den carved by time. The floor was littered with dry grass, splintered bones, and rancid pelts. In a corner, clumps of half-eaten, rotting meat were strewn about. The stench nearly made me gag. Kasha wrinkled her nose. "Smells awful." "It stinks, no doubt." Covering my nose, I scanned the area carefully. No signs of dangerous life forms appeared on my tracker. Only then did I exhale in relief. Sure, it reeked and was filthy, but this spot had huge potential. The overhang offered protection from the wind. The open space outside could host a fire. A large tree on the left could serve as structural support for something. On the right, the vines could be woven into coverings. Cleaned up, this place would be 10 times safer than that ramshackle shelter we stayed in last night. The more I surveyed the area, the clearer my plan became. This could become our first real camp. Not just a spot to duck out of the rain for the night, but somewhere we could stay for days, maybe even longer. Kasha leaned by the entrance, giving me a peculiar look. "You really like this place?" I couldn't help but smile, standing amid the scattered bones and the foul-smelling grass. Not as it is now. I looked up at the rock wall, feeling a spark of excitement ignite within me. But I will like it, once it's cleaned up and ready to live in. She didn't seem to get it. To her, a den was a den. If it shielded you from wind and hid you from danger, that was enough. If it was smelly or dirty, you just had to put up with it. But as I looked around, I saw something else entirely. Images of a fire pit, a dry bed of grass, a makeshift roof that kept out rain. A place that wouldn't see us dragged off by wild animals in the dead of night. I didn't bother explaining further. I helped Kasha settle onto a cleaner rock just outside the cave, then set to work. Using a branch, I began dragging out the rotting meat and shattered bones, carefully piling them downwind and far from camp. Leaving them nearby was asking for trouble. It'd only lure scavengers once night fell. The smell was almost unbearable. I gagged a few times, barely holding back the urge to throw up. Kasha watched silently as I worked, her gaze unreadable. Busy as I was, she instinctively reached out to help, but I stopped her with a firm hand. Don't move. I can help. I know you can. I replied without even lifting my head. But what you need to do right now is heal. There'll be plenty of chances for you to pitch in later. She went quiet. She wasn't used to this kind of arrangement. But something about my words didn't sound like I saw her as a burden. You'll have your time to contribute later. That, more than the idea of resting, was something she could accept. I worked until the sun fully climbed its way into the sky, managing to clear out most of the filth from the beast's nest. Then, I smoked out the cave to disinfect it, lined the ground with broad, clean leaves to put a barrier between us and the damp soil. By the time I'd finished, I sat down at the entrance so exhausted I couldn't speak for a long moment. Cass's gaze shifted between the cleaned-out alcove carved into the rocky wall and the small, steady fire burning near the entrance. Slowly, her expression softened, her golden eyes now calm and reflective. It was still crude, hardly what you'd call a proper shelter. But compared to last night's wrecked mess of a lean-to, this was a place you could actually breathe. I took out the last bit of cold meat I had, splitting it into 2 portions. I handed her the larger piece. She accepted it, but didn't start eating right away. So this is the new nest? I thought for a moment before nodding. For now, yeah. She stared at the fire for a while, then shifted her gaze to the deeper parts of the cave. Only after what seemed like an eternity did she give a faint response. It's better than last night. I chuckled softly. It'll get even better. But just as the words left my mouth, a small clump of dirt crumbled from the upper wall of the cave. I froze, looking up. Cass's ears instantly perked, her whole demeanor sharpening in a heartbeat. A faint movement followed. A vine overhead swayed ever so slightly. Then, a thin black shadow retracted into a crack in the stone. A chill ran down my spine. We'd barely begun to carve out a semblance of safety in this forest, and already, something new was prowling closer. This place didn't give anyone a chance to rest. Cassa reacted faster than I could. Just moments ago, she'd been pale and leaning weakly against some rocks, still recovering from blood loss. But now, her ears were tilted forward with eerie precision, her entire body tense and alert. Her golden eyes locked on the spot above, her claws unfurling slowly, sharp as blades glinting in the dark. Something's up there. I didn't look up immediately. Instead, I took a cautious half-step back. I knew how these things worked. Predators often struck from above. If I raised my head recklessly, my neck and face would be wide open. Grabbing a burning stick from the fire, I lifted it high toward the cave's entrance, letting the light spill upward. The flickering glow illuminated the rock face, damp stone veined with cracks, covered in moss and trailing vines. Several narrow fissures stretched deeper into the wall. Whatever cast that shadow earlier had retreated into one of those cracks. I squinted, scanning. A notification appeared in my mind. Black cleft cave snake, cold-blooded predator category, hostile. Beasts often hide in cracks within rocky walls, ambushing the young of birds and animals. Toxicity, moderate. Risk level, medium-high. Weaknesses, afraid of thick smoke and high temperatures. Dislikes strong light. My heart sank slightly. A snake. And a venomous one at that. This was far worse than the bone-backed cave beast. At least the beast could be smoked out, but a snake hiding in the cracks of the rock. Who knew how many could be lurking in there? If it slithered down from above while we slept and took a bite, that'd be the end of us. Kara stared at the crack in the rock, her voice turning cold. I will catch it. I stopped her immediately. Don't go up there. She frowned. A snake, it has to die. It does, I agreed. But not at the cost of your leg. My gaze shifted to her bandaged leg. Just clearing the beast's nest earlier had pushed her endurance to the limit. If she tried climbing up now, her wound would definitely reopen. She clearly disliked being held back. Her ears twitched slightly in frustration. But then she glanced at the fire in my hand and back at the crack in the wall. Ultimately, she stayed where she was. I adjusted the fire pit again, separating a small flame and moving it directly beneath the rock wall. I gathered damp leaves, rotting grass, and some moss dripping with moisture, pressing it onto the fire. Immediately, thick, whitish-gray smoke began to rise, drifting up the face of the rock and snaking its way into the crevice. Soon, faint movements came from inside. A faint rustle. Shoo, shoo, like scales rubbing against stone. I tightened my grip on the long branch in my hand, the other clutching a sharpened stone. Though she stayed put, Kara shifted as well, bracing one hand on the nearby rock while the other claw hung close to her side, her eyes locked on the crack's opening. A black snakehead finally slid into view. It wasn't especially thick, but long, sleek and glossy black with a flattened head and two narrow grayish-white streaks near its mouth. Agitated by the smoke, it flicked its tongue toward the flame as it emerged. I held my strike, waiting. More of its body slithered out. When half of it had appeared, Kara's voice suddenly murmured low, "Now." I swung the burning branch sharply. The flame struck the snake's head. The black rock-slit snake let out a piercing screech, springing up and lunging toward my face. I was ready. It missed as I rolled to the side. The snake struck the ground, trying to coil up again, but Kara's tail whipped out, grabbing a sturdy branch and smashing it into the snake's body with a loud thwack. The force sent the snake spinning. I seized the moment. Raising the pointed stone in both hands, I slammed it down with all my strength. The first blow, the snake's head twisted unnaturally. The second, it thrashed violently, its tail sending scattered leaves into the air. The third, it stopped moving altogether. Breathing heavily, I tossed the bloodied stone aside. My back was drenched with cold sweat. Are there more? Kara shut her eyes briefly, her ears flickering minutely before shaking her head. Can't hear any. Still unsettled, I stoked another wave of smoke into the crack, just to be sure. Emotional. For a moment, I just stared at the piece of meat in her hand. It was crude and a bit overcooked from earlier, but right now, it felt like the most valuable thing in the world, not because of what it was, but because of who was offering it. Thanks, I muttered, finally reaching out to take it. My voice was softer than I intended, but I figured she wouldn't mind. I bit into the meat, dry, rough on the edges, but somehow, it tasted better than anything I'd eaten since I got here. Maybe it was the sheer exhaustion making it satisfying, or maybe it was the way she silently watched to make sure I actually ate it. Not bad, I said, trying to lighten the atmosphere a bit. She tilted her head slightly, her feline eyes watching me with a mix of curiosity and something else I couldn't quite place. Appreciation, maybe? Or perhaps she was just making sure I didn't choke. I took another bite as I glanced around the makeshift camp. The small fire crackled steadily. The cleared-out space finally felt secure, and the faint scent of the fresh dirt and stone gave the spot a sense of permanence, fragile as it was. It wasn't much to look at. It wasn't a home by any stretch, but it was the closest thing I had found since, well, since everything changed. And for the first time, I felt like maybe, just maybe, I could breathe a little easier, at least for tonight. Still, gotta finish later. I gestured vaguely behind me with the last chunk of meat in my hand. The fence could be tighter, and the firewood won't last if we get rain. Kasha narrowed her eyes, clearly unimpressed with my lack of self-preservation instincts. You sit, she said, her tone more of a command than a suggestion. I could have argued, but frankly, my legs were ready to collapse, and the idea of just staying still for a minute didn't sound too bad. I shifted closer to the fire and let myself sink down onto the packed dirt. The heat brushed my skin, mixing with the ache in my arms and legs. Safe or not, dangerous world or not, it felt good to sit. Fine, 5 minutes, I conceded, leaning back against the solid rock wall behind me. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Kasha's tail twitch slightly, that same stubbornness still evident in the set of her jaw and the way she kept quietly tending the fire. She refused to rest fully, even though her earlier injuries still needed more time to heal. She'd already done too much. When all was said and done, we were an odd pair, a wary, exhausted human and a fierce panther beast woman who barely spoke my language. But tonight, this little corner of jagged stone and flickering firelight somehow felt a little less lonely. Tomorrow, I muttered, mostly to myself. We'll figure out tomorrow. Kasha didn't respond. She just adjusted the wood in the fire, the glow catching in her golden eyes. For now, that was enough. Amusing, yet a little heartwarming. This was already the second time she had voluntarily shared food with me. She might not really understand what caring for others means, but in her own way, she was reciprocating. I took the piece of meat and bit into it. It was cold, tough, unsalted, and even carried a faint gamey taste. Still, I ate it seriously. Only then did she lower her head again to look at the fire. Neither of us spoke. The wind blew across the top of the rocky walls, most of it blocked by the stone. The flames flickered softly at the entrance of the cave. "This will do for tonight," I murmured. "This is our first campsite." Kasha slowly looked up. "Campsite. A place where we can return to, rest, build a fire, and sleep." She listened carefully, as though trying to grasp the meaning of the word. After a long pause, she said in a low voice, "Like a nest." "That's one way to put it." She was silent for a moment. "Lu Zhou builds nests." I chuckled. "This doesn't count. It's too shabby. I'll make you a better one later." She didn't respond, but the tip of her tail swayed slightly as if she'd taken that promise to heart. Just as I was about to reapply treatment to her wound, Kasha suddenly let out a muffled groan, and her face turned noticeably pale. The cloth wrapped around her shoulder was slowly soaking through with fresh blood. My chest tightened. That moment earlier, when she used her tail to whip the snake, it must have aggravated her wound. This time, though, the edges of the wound were showing an unhealthy dark red. It wasn't the bleeding that worried me most. It was the risk of infection. In this damp, muggy forest filled with rotting leaves, stagnant water, and insect eggs, Kasha's wound had already been contaminated with grit and mud. I had only given it a simple cleaning last night, but now that it had torn open again, the chance of infection was undoubtedly higher. I immediately crouched down next to her. "Don't move." She frowned, her voice hoarse. "It's nothing, just a scratch." "This is not just a scratch." She didn't seem convinced. In her world, as long as you didn't break a leg or get your throat ripped open, it was all just minor injuries. Beast folk tended to treat wounds with nothing more than a handful of leaves. If they survived, they lived. If not, they died. But I knew that kind of thinking, common in such primitive environments, was as dangerous as it was short-sighted. Carefully, I unwrapped the cloth. The gash on her shoulder was exposed again, edges slightly jagged and turned outward. The area was notably swollen, with a mix of dark red blood and cloudy fluid seeping out. A notification appeared in my mind. Laceration, contaminated residue detected. Infection risk, high. Recommendation: clean the wound, clear out the contaminated blood, keep the area dry, and avoid further straying. I took a deep breath. "We need to clean this." Her eyes instantly narrowed with suspicion. "Water on wound rots it." I froze mid-action, then understood. She wasn't entirely wrong. In an environment like this forest, orcs often come into contact with muddy water, swamp water, or the filthy water found near the corpses of dead beasts. Washing wounds with such water would only make things worse. Over time, they've developed a rule of thumb: wounds shouldn't touch water. The problem is, they don't know what clean water means, let alone that water can be boiled. I softened my voice. "Dirty water on wounds makes them worse." I pointed to the fire. "Boiled water is different. Water is still water. So is meat," I countered. "But is raw meat the same as cooked meat?" She froze for a moment. She instinctively wanted to say yes, but after eating cooked meat last night, the memory of that warm feeling settling in her stomach was still fresh. Raw meat is cold and bloody. Cooked meat is warm. It's not the same. I kept going. It's the same with water. Drinking untreated water can make you sick. After it's boiled, it's much safer. The same applies to treating wounds. You can't use muddy water. You need heated, boiled water. She fell silent, still confused but no longer objecting. I knew this was as much trust as she could offer for now. But a new problem arose. We didn't have pottery, a pot, or even a fireproof container to work with. Broad-backed leaves could hold water temporarily, but they couldn't be placed directly over a fire. The only option left was the most primitive method: heating stones to boil water. I quickly found a natural hollow in the rock wall nearby, scraped off the dirt using my folding knife, wiped it clean with dry grass, and lined it with 2 layers of broad-backed leaves, waxy side facing inward. Then I went downhill to the small stream and collected about half a pouch of water. Returning to camp, I placed a few fist-sized stones in the fire to heat them. Kasha had been watching me the whole time. Her vigilant gaze gradually shifted to one of curiosity. "Do stones eat fire too?" I almost laughed. "No, not eat, just heating them up." The stones slowly turned red-hot in the flames. Using 2 wooden sticks as tongs, I carefully moved one of them into the hollowed-out, leaf-lined makeshift basin. SSSSS. The water immediately started bubbling, steam rising in wisps. Kasha's ears twitched slightly. This was her first time seeing water heated by stones. I repeated the process with a few more hot stones until the water was fully heated. It wouldn't kill every germ out there, sure, but it was definitely safer than plain creek water. When the water cooled down a bit, I tore off a relatively clean piece of cloth, soaked it, and gently dabbed it onto the wound on her shoulder. Kasha's whole body tensed instantly. Her claws reflexively unsheathed and grabbed at a nearby rock. I didn't stop. Hold on, I murmured softly. The hot water stung as it touched her wound. The pain hit so sharply she held her breath for a split second. She bit down, a low, muffled sound escaping from her throat, but she didn't cry out. It made my chest tighten. I wished she would scream, yell, release that pain somehow. But this panther-like beast woman had long since learned to swallow her hurt, burying it where no one could see or hear. Afraid the pain might turn her knuckles white, yet unwilling to show a trace of weakness. If it hurts, just say so. Sweat slid down her temple, but her voice remained firm. It doesn't hurt. I glanced at her hand, gripping the rock so tightly it could have crumbled. That's the least convincing thing I've heard all day. She shot me a look, those golden eyes sharp as ever. Normally, that glare could make even the bravest of orcs back down. But now, pale-faced, with her shoulder pinned under my grip, that intimidating aura was lacking. I let it go. Not the time to tease. Instead, I focused on cleaning the wound. Bit by bit, I wiped away the dirt and blood with warm cloth, carefully pulling out bits of grass stuck at the edges of the cut. Her breathing grew heavier with each motion. By the time I was done, a thin layer of sweat coated my own forehead. Not from exertion, but from sheer nerves. I was terrified of pressing too hard, of worsening the wound, of a tiny infection in this wilderness turning into something fatal. Fatal for Kasha. Once cleaned, I crushed some bitterblood grass and found another plant, a pale green leaf. Bitter green leaf, low toxicity. Used topically to reduce swelling. Do not ingest. I selected the cleanest leaves, scalded them with hot water, let them cool, and applied them around the wound alongside the bitterblood grass. Finally, I secured it all with clean, dry wraps. This time, it was cleaner, safer, more stable than the hasty job I did last night. With her shoulder tended to, I moved on to check the puncture wound in her lower leg. Thankfully, it hadn't torn further, though the redness and swelling hadn't receded either. I repeated the process, warm water to clean, fresh dressings, and tightly wrapped bandages. By the time I finished everything, night had begun creeping in. Exhausted, I slumped against the cave wall, too tired to move anymore. The fire crackled steadily, damp wood hissing and popping as it dried. The temporary camp was primitive but livable. The cave's entrance was blocked with rocks, the ground lined with broad leaves, extra dry wood drying near the fire. Already a vast improvement compared to the pathetic excuse of a shelter we had last night. Kasha stared down at the fresh bandages on her shoulder, quiet for a long time. Then she spoke suddenly. Before, when hurt, was it always like this? I could hear the unspoken words she left hanging in the air. I glanced up at her. She was staring into the fire now, voice barely audible. In the tribe, when someone was badly hurt, they'd be left behind. Something was heavy in my chest. I'd always guessed the survival laws of orc tribes were brutal. But hearing her say it aloud, it didn't sit right. Her tone was calm, like she was recounting the weather. There's not enough prey. The wounded, they eat meat but can't hunt. That makes them useless. For a moment, I didn't know what to say. Then I spoke, my voice firm. That's not how it works with me. She turned to look at me, her golden eyes searching. I poked at the fire, adding another log. If you're hurt, you heal. If you're hungry, you find food. If danger comes, you figure it out. As long as there's a chance to save someone, you don't leave them behind. She kept watching me. Something flickered softly in her gaze, something I couldn't quite place. I could see she wanted to say it, to call me foolish, to dismiss me with logic that had been ingrained in her for a lifetime. But the words never came. Because she knew. She was the one I didn't leave behind. I caught my breath for a moment, then activated my analysis eye to check her condition again. Black Panther beastkin, Kasha. Injury status, cleaned, bandaged. Infection risk, decreasing. Current emotion, weak, confused, slight trust. Seeing infection risk, decreasing. I finally let out a genuine sigh of relief. At least this time, I bet right. Is it all good now? She asked in a faint voice. Not yet. It's just not as likely to fester anymore. But for the next few days, no moving around, no dirty water, no tearing off the bandages, and definitely no rushing off acting tough again. Her brows furrowed. What about beasts? I glanced out toward the open ground at the cave's entrance. Though I'd cleaned up the area, it was still barren and wide open. No fortifications, no alarms. All it would take is one small creature creeping close during the night to wake us up in a panic. That's why I need to set up some defenses first. Dragging my sore body, I went out to gather stones and spiked vines nearby. You're not going to sleep? If I sleep and wake up getting bit, might as well not sleep at all. Outside the cave entrance, I started placing a circular line of stones and laid the spiked vines around the cracks and edges of the grass. My silhouette under the flickering firelight looked thin, but I didn't stop. Kasha sat quietly, watching me wordlessly. It's unclear how much time passed, but just as I finished the first ring of defensive stones, a sharp, abrupt cry shot out from the grass beyond. It sounded like some small creature had just stepped into the spiked vines. The cry was shrill, almost like its tail had been pinned under a rock. My hand froze mid-placement of a stone, and every muscle in my body tensed. Kasha raised her head at the same time, her golden eyes catching the light of the fire. One of her claws instinctively extended halfway, but the freshly bandaged shoulder restrained her. The slight pull on the fabric made her frown from the pain. I immediately glanced back. Don't move. She didn't respond, her gaze fixed on the direction of the noise. I grabbed a burning branch and a few sharp stones, then slowly moved toward where the sound came from. As the firelight stretched across the grass, I made out something thrashing wildly among the foliage. It was a small, gray-furred creature caught in the spiked vines. It looked like a scrawny monkey mixed with a squirrel. One of its front legs was entangled, and the more it struggled, the deeper the thorns dug in. It let out high-pitched screams, its tail slapping against the dirt in pure panic. Grape-Aw forager, omnivorous, timid, fond of stealing roots, bird eggs, and carrion. Threat level, low. Current state, frightened, in pain. I exhaled in relief. Not a big threat. I didn't kill it outright. Instead, I crouched nearby, observing quietly for a moment. The vines worked. The stone ring worked too. At least with creatures like this sneaky little forager, the spiked vines would snag them before they could crawl into the camp. And if they cried out, both Kasha and I would wake up immediately. This was the purpose of a warning line. It's not about keeping all the beasts out. It's about being warned ahead of time when danger is approaching. Using a stick, I lifted the thorny vines and dragged the small creature farther away. It was trembling all over, curling into a tight ball, absolutely terrified. Kase noticed that I didn't kill it. There was a faint flash of confusion in her eyes. Why not kill it? Too small. Not much meat on it. Killing it now would attract other things with the scent of blood. She frowned slightly. In her old ways, anything that ventured too close to the nest was either killed or driven off. But I tended to think further than that. Blood scent. Tracks. Would this bring something bigger? Gradually, she retracted her claws. Troublesome, she muttered. I chuckled lightly. Trying to stay alive is always troublesome. With a dry branch, I worked the thorns off the small creature's leg. As soon as it was free, the little gray-clawed scavenger scrambled into the underbrush, disappearing within seconds. It'll come back, Kase murmured. Then I'll make it hurt again. I reset the disturbed, thorny vines, adding a few extra rocks to weigh them down. We couldn't just block the entrance to the nest. Real threats never only approach from the front. This camp was backed against a wall of stone, meaning the rear was relatively safe for now. But the sides, thick with grass and tree roots, had plenty of gaps for small creatures to crawl through, and for larger ones to follow if they were clever enough. I stood at the entrance and measured about 3 steps outward, laying down a semicircle of rocks. They weren't huge, just heavy enough for me to carry with effort. Once in place, though, the camp boundary already started looking more defined. After that, I spread the thorny vines on the outside of the rocks. These particular vines were laced with small, backward-facing barbs. If that wasn't bad enough, the tips excreted a mild paralytic sap. I didn't dare handle them directly. Instead, I used sticks to lay them out and wrapped my hands in broad-backed leaves to drag them. Even so, my hand got grazed by the thorns in 2 places, leaving sharp little stings that made me suck air between my teeth. Kase noticed, her frown deepening. Your hand, it's wounded. I glanced at it. It's nothing. Just a scratch. Her cold gaze locked onto me. You said, even small wounds can fester. I froze mid-motion. Those words sounded painfully familiar. I'd said them to her not long ago, and now she was throwing them back at me. I gave her a helpless smile, sitting down by the fire. Using what was left of the warm water, I cleaned my hand, then tore off a small strip of cloth to wrap the cuts. Only then did she look away. I was starting to notice something. This panther-like beast woman could be icy and stoic, both in expression and tone. But she absorbed new information remarkably fast, especially when it came to survival. Even if she didn't fully grasp it in the moment, she filed it away for later. This was good. It meant that teaching her not to drink straight from streams, properly cleaning wounds, and avoiding poisonous plants might be easier than I expected. Once my hand was taken care of, I got back to reinforcing the defenses. The ring of stones? That was the first layer. The thorny vines? The second. The bonfire is on the third level. The large rocks on either side of the cave entrance serve as the final barrier. If small beasts approach, they'll get tangled in the thorny vines. Slightly larger animals stepping on loose stones will create noise to alert us. If we actually encounter a massive, unstoppable predator, these defenses might be useless, but at least they'll buy us some reaction time. I'm well aware that I'm in no position to pursue absolute safety right now. My only option is to gradually increase my odds of survival, little by little. Kasha leaned against the entrance of the cave, silently watching me rush around, busy with my preparations. In her eyes, my actions must look sluggish, my strength pitiful. A rock she could casually swat aside with a single swipe. I had to bend down and struggle to move over the course of several minutes. The vines she could rip apart in moments with her claws. I had to painstakingly sort and lay out with care. Yet, even with this frail frame, this fragile human somehow managed to transform this foul-smelling beast den into a space that could shield us from the wind, hold a fire, and offer some semblance of protection. Suddenly, she spoke in a low voice. Lu Zhou, did you used to build nests before? My hands paused mid-movement. Before? Flashes of memories came to mind. Dorm rooms in school, experimental plots of land, the library, the cafeteria, and the soft glow of smartphone screens in settings so ordinary they felt like another lifetime. Those things felt like they were from a world far, far away. So distant it might as well have been a life I lived in a dream. I didn't build nests before, I said softly, nudging a rock into place. The place I used to live. I didn't have to worry about wild animals breaking in during the night. I didn't have to find my own water, food, or fire. She didn't seem to fully grasp what I was saying. Instead, she latched onto the most important part. No wild animals. Yeah. So, you were really strong? I chuckled. Not strong. It's just that everyone there lived that way. She went silent for a long while. For her, such a place must have been completely unimaginable. No nighttime assaults from beasts. No hunger or bitter cold. No injuries resulting in being abandoned. No scrambling to compete with predators for a cave that barely shielded you from the rain. She stared at the fire, her voice so faint it felt like it could be carried away by the wind. Then why did you come here? I fell silent too. That's a question I've been wondering about myself. Why me? Why did I end up in this vast, primeval forest? Why did I run into Kasha of all creatures? I had no answers. I don't know. She looked at me, her golden eyes devoid of mockery or interrogation, just quietly watching. After a moment, she simply murmured softly, I went back to my work. By the time the first circle of defense stones was properly set in place, the sky had gone completely black. The firelight made the entrance of the cave feel warm but cast the forest outside in an even darker gloom. The shadows of the trees hovered just beyond the reach of the flames, as if they were a cluster of monsters too timid to come near but too stubborn to retreat. I placed the last few damp logs near the fire to dry and checked the thorny vines once more. No obvious gaps. Exhausted, I sat down at the mouth of the cave, practically collapsing from fatigue. Didn't want to move much either. She glanced at me and passed over the small remaining piece of grilled meat. Eat. Why are you always giving your food to me? I asked. She replied without hesitation. You're hungry. I froze. Your stomach growled. I looked down at my stomach, suddenly a little embarrassed. Thinking back, I realized I hadn't eaten much all day while running around with endless tasks. I had almost ignored my own hunger, but she hadn't. She had been paying attention all along. I took the grilled meat and split it into two halves, one for me and one I handed back to her. From now on, we split the food. Your wounds haven't healed. You need to eat too. She looked at the piece of meat I handed back, but didn't refuse this time. We sat by the fire, quietly chewing on our small shares of food. There was no salt, no cookware, no real shelter to call home. But the fire was still alive. The rocky barrier around it held firm. This small camp we had fought to take over felt, for the first time, a little bit safe. As the night deepened, the stone circle kept the beasts at bay. A night rat stepped into the thorny quagmire, screeched in pain, and bolted. A few black-tailed tree monkeys threw a couple of stones from above, testing us, but retreated as soon as I swung a fiery stick their way. Later, I caught sight of green eyes pacing outside the perimeter, watching, calculating. But it didn't dare come closer. Kasha stayed half awake as I sat in that tense limbo of exhaustion and vigilance. Finally, sometime after midnight, the forest went eerily quiet. My head leaned back against the rock wall, and my heavy eyelids betrayed me. After an entire day of dragging stones, hauling water, cleaning wounds, tending the fire, I hit my breaking point. Kasha glanced at me, speaking softly. Sleep. I forced my eyes open. What about you? I'll listen. If anything, I'll wake you. I looked at her for a moment. Her pale face, the yet-to-heal injuries, but her sharp eyes watching the dark, unwavering. This wasn't the person I had faced last night, bristling with hostility like a wounded panther. At least now, she was willing to help me keep the fire alive. I nodded at last. Don't let the fire die. It won't. I closed my eyes. For the first time since arriving in this strange world, I actually let myself fall into real sleep. I had no idea how long I was out when her touch woke me gently. I jerked awake immediately, my eyes darting straight to the fire, still burning strong. No signs of trouble outside the stone circle. But Kasha's expression was grim, her ears perked, her gaze locked on the direction of the water below the hill. Lu Zhou, she said quietly. There are a lot of footsteps by the water. Not beasts. My drowsiness evaporated as I tightened my grip on the folding knife, lowering my voice. Beastmen. She shook her head. Sounds like tree monkeys. I let out a partial sigh of relief. Running into an unfamiliar beastmen tribe right now would likely end in disaster. We weren't in any state to negotiate. Yet, tree monkeys weren't simple either. Last night, they spent hours circling and testing the firelight. They weren't stupid. If they were gathering near the water source, something must have drawn them there. Water, food, or a corpse. I stoked the fire higher and grabbed a burning branch. Kasha, I was about to follow, but I spun around immediately. You stay here. But I can go. You're not healed. I can walk. No. My tone was firm. She fixed her golden eyes on me, a flicker of dissatisfaction in them. But when she saw the unyielding resolve in mine, she finally sat back down, her tail swishing restlessly against the ground. The water, it's dangerous. I won't get too close, just taking a look. I pushed a few sticks toward her. Keep an eye on the fire. Don't let it go out. She lowered her head, silent for a moment, before answering, Come back quick. Gripping a burning branch, I circled the rocky perimeter and began my descent. The sun hadn't risen yet, leaving the forest draped in a dull, gray mist that snaked along the forest floor. I didn't walk in a straight line, instead carefully picking my way around tree roots and pausing every few steps to listen. It wasn't long before I heard something. By the water source came the chaotic sounds of shrill cries and the rustle of leaves. It sounded like a group of small creatures squabbling over something. Pressing myself against the trunk of a thick tree, I peeked around to get a better look. Near the stream, I saw a group of a dozen or so black-tailed forest monkeys. They were wiry and lean, with whip-like tails, swarming and screeching around the carcass of a small animal. A few sentinels perched in the branches above, keeping watch. The animal was something like a cross between a fawn and a goat, with a clear bite wound on its neck and blood pooling on the ground around it. Text suddenly appeared in the corner of my vision. Young Bluehoof. Herbivore. Meat is edible. Time of death. Recent. Warning. The wound has traces of a predator's scent. My heart quickened. Edible meat. This was a rare find. But that last line held me back. It wasn't the monkeys that killed this beast. It had been something else. Something larger. The monkeys were just scavenging leftovers. The real predator might still be nearby. Slowly, I began retreating. I needed to head back and tell Kasha. But just as I began to backtrack, one of the watchful monkeys in the trees spotted me. A piercing scream shattered the quiet. The troop descended into chaos. Some climbed higher into the trees, others dragged the carcass, and a few grabbed stones and hurled them in my direction. I held up the burning branch to shield myself, the stones slamming into the tree's bark and raining down splinters. Even though they seemed wary of the fire and didn't dare approach, they still weren't ready to give up the carcass, hopping angrily near the water and screeching. I couldn't let this turn into a drawn-out standoff. The scent of blood was spreading. Any further delay might invite the real predator back into the scene. I started retreating faster, keeping the firebrand between myself and the monkeys. Just as I reached the base of the slope, a faint sound came from behind me. I spun around instinctively. Kasha was climbing down, leaning against the trees for support. Blood was seeping through the fabric wrapped around her shoulder, and her face was pale. "What are you doing down here?" I whispered through clenched teeth, frustration rising in my voice. "You too slow," she replied, her tone matter of fact. I had no response for that. Her nose twitched, she sniffed the air. Her brow furrowed. "There's meat. But there's another smell, too." "I know," I muttered. "Let's head back." She didn't move. Her eyes flicked past me to the dead blue hoof, and then back at me. "You're hungry." "I'm hungry, too." Well, she wasn't wrong. Yesterday, we barely had any nocturnal rat meat. It wasn't even close to filling us up. She's lost blood and needs meat to recover even more than I do. But the risk is too high. Just as I was about to voice my concerns, she steadied herself against a tree and took 2 small steps forward. "I won't go for the big ones. I'll grab a small one." In an instant, I understood her intent. No frontal confrontation. Grab and dash. My mind began racing. Tree apes are afraid of fire. While they're numerous, they'll avoid a direct fight. If we can use fire to scatter them and create enough chaos, there might actually be a chance. I gritted my teeth. Just one try? Once we grab it, we run. No chasing them. Okay. I grabbed a burning piece of tree bark from the end of a fire stick, wrapped it with some dry grass and damp leaves, and made a crude smoke bomb. Placing it upwind, thick smoke quickly drifted towards the ape troop. They became restless right away. Holding the fire stick, I advanced cautiously, letting out low growls. The apes screamed and shrieked from the trees above, hurling rocks, all of which missed. Kasha edged closer from the other side of the underbrush, quiet and stealthy. Even with injuries, she moved like a shadowy gust of wind blending perfectly into the darkness, silent, deliberate. The ape's attention stayed fixed on me. The moment they edged back, Kasha sprang into action. She darted forward, grabbing a juvenile by its hind leg, and spun around to retreat in one fluid motion. It wasn't until she started dragging the young ape that the group erupted in chaotic shrieks and surged forward to take it back. Without hesitation, I hurled the fire stick directly in front of them. Sparks burst everywhere, forcing the apes to scatter and back off again. "Go!" I shouted. Kasha dragged the prey uphill, but her injured leg faltered. She staggered, and blood seeped into the cloth she'd wrapped around her shoulder. I rushed over, grabbed the other leg of the young ape, and together we hauled it downhill toward our camp. The apes pursued us briefly, but they refused to cross the smoke barrier. All they could do was scream and throw more rocks from a distance. Only when we reached the edge of the stone circle surrounding our camp did I dare to fully exhale. Kasha threw the prey down, her body swaying precariously. I quickly steadied her. "I told you not to push yourself." She lowered her gaze to the prey, her voice cold but with a newfound weight to it. "The meat. It's for you." Her words took me by surprise. My chest tightened faintly. She wasn't doing this for herself, not entirely. This wounded panther beastkin, still weak and bleeding, risked going down there for meat because she remembered that I was hungry. I opened my mouth, searching for words but finding none. Gently, I guided her back to the mouth of the cave. "Sit. Let me handle the rest." Using my analysis vision, I carefully identified and cut away the contaminated areas where the prey had been bitten. I separated the hind leg meat, skewered it, and began roasting it over the fire. As for the remaining part, I dragged it downwind and weighed it down with stones to keep the scent from attracting predators. Before long, the aroma of roasting meat filled the air. It was so much richer than last night's rat meat. The fat dripped into the flames, sizzling loudly. Kasha's ears twitched faintly at the sound, betraying her interest despite her stoic demeanor. I tore off a small piece of the cooked meat and held it out to her. "It's your kill. You eat first." She stared at the meat for a moment, unmoving. Then, after a pause, she reached out, tore it in half, and handed one piece back to me. "Share." The firelight caught her sharp features, reflecting in her unwavering eyes. For the first time, her cold exterior seemed to soften, just a fraction. "Stay still. Let it come to us if it must, but don't make any sudden moves." I could feel the subtle tension in Kasha's muscles as her golden eyes remained locked on the silhouette beyond the trees. The beast's growl rumbled, low and guttural, vibrating through the ground beneath us. I fought the urge to grip my blade outright, knowing any premature sound, any motion, could seal our fate. Kasha didn't need me to remind her. She understood the stakes as clearly as I did. The fire crackled behind us, casting long, flickering shadows against the rocky walls of the hideaway. It was a fragile defense at best, but perhaps enough to delay the inevitable. Delay it long enough for a plan, or for an opening to present itself. The predator moved closer, each deliberate step audible under the oppressive silence of the forest. I could see its outline more clearly now. The stripes down its back rippled like black ink against its golden fur with each movement. It paused abruptly, lifting its head to sniff the air again. That frozen moment stretched into eternity. It smelled us. Kasha's breath hitched ever so slightly. She was ready to spring into action, but I squeezed her wrist to hold her back. Not yet. Not until we had no other choice. The claws of the beast scraped lightly against the stone as it continued its approach toward the slope. It was testing, calculating. Predators this season didn't charge blindly. It was trying to decide whether this fight was worth the risk. That's when I leaned closer to her, barely parting my lips as I murmured, "Remember, it's smarter than the others. Smarter than the scavengers. But if we survive this night, it'll be because we didn't act like prey. Don't move." A low, suppressed sound came from her throat, but she didn't get up. The striped saber beast took a few cautious steps uphill. It had caught the faint scent of blood lingering in the air. But soon, its sharp nose also picked up the acrid stench of poison vine and the smoky bite of fire. Its cold, spectral eyes fixated on the flames for a long while, its steps halting at the edge of the grass, refusing to come any closer. I held my breath. In moments like this, the first to flinch is the first to die. It lingered there for what felt like an eternity, prowling in place with an irritated rumble, a sound that carried frustration and simmering fury. Yet, it never pounced. Finally, it turned its massive head, snagged the bundle of discarded scraps I dropped downwind, tore at it a few times with its teeth, then slinked back into the dense forest with its prize in tow. Not until the heavy thud of its retreating steps faded into the distance did I risk exhaling. Kasha loosened her grip, her voice low. "The fire, it saved us." "The fire, and a stroke of luck," I murmured. I didn't finish the thought aloud. If it had been hungrier or bolder, this night could have gone differently. She was quiet for a beat. Then, tentatively, "So, we shouldn't steal its meat next time?" "It's not about stealing," I corrected. "It's about being ready to deal with the consequences if you do." I glanced at the crushed patch of grass where it had stood. Every bite of food in this forest comes with a price. She looked down at the piece of roasted meat in her hands, the smallest flicker of something unfamiliar crossing her face. For the first time, she didn't seem to see it as just prey. I didn't waste any extra time. I took what remained of the meat and roasted it a bit longer, drying it out further. No salt, no clay pot to store it. This was the best I could do to slow its spoilage. Once that task was done, I turned my focus to her wounds. The bandage on her shoulder seeped a little blood, though it hadn't reopened. The gash on her leg, aggravated by tension during all that tension just now, was red along the edges. I replaced the blood-clotting herbs with fresher ones, dried the cloth wraps on the fire, and bound the wound again tightly. This time, she cooperated fully, even went so far as to raise her arm without needing to be asked, sparing me the effort. It was a small thing, but I noticed it. She no longer seemed to be waiting for the first opportunity to push me away. By the time I'd finished tending to her injuries, the sun was nearly at its peak. I turned to the young greenhoof carcass and began inspecting its hide. too thin to fashion into any kind of clothing, but once dried, it could serve as a ground mat or extra insulation. The bones could be shaped into needles, awls, or small knives. Out here, nothing, absolutely nothing, was wasted. When I split open the beast's stomach, however, a foul odor wafted out, making me wrinkle my nose as I sifted through its contents. Then I froze. There were small, undigested granules in the gut, pale yellow, tiny, resembling grains of rice, but rounder. My heart practically skipped a beat. With careful hands, I extracted a few with a twig, rinsing them on a wide-leaf plate before peering at them closely. A soft prompt surfaced. Wild millet grains, edible. Maturity level, high. Source assessment, a wild millet grass cluster may be nearby. My breath hitched. Wild millet. To Kasha, this discovery might have just been some random grass seeds. But to me, it was everything. Meat fills the stomach, but it's a fickle resource. One day you're full. The next, you could be starving. Grain was different. Finding wild millet meant I could gather seeds, plant them, and cultivate something reliable. This just might change everything. With the act of sowing seeds, we no longer have to rely solely on hunting for survival. This is the first step from merely surviving to settling down. Carson noticed my change in demeanor. This can be eaten? It can. I looked at the handful of wild millet seeds in my palm, for the first time seeing a spark of hope in my eyes. Not only can it be eaten, but it can also be planted. Planted. I held the wild millet up for her to see. Bury it in the soil, and it will grow into more. She stared skeptically at the tiny grains, barely bigger than a speck, and said doubtfully, "So small. Meat more." I chuckled. Small now, yes, but it can grow into a whole field. And then there will be plenty. Clearly, she didn't understand. In her world, food was something you hunted, foraged, or stole. To bury something edible in the ground instead of eating it seemed no different than wasting it entirely. I didn't rush to explain. Some things she'd have to see for herself to believe. Carefully, I tucked the millet seeds into a wide-backed leaf, then checked the remains in the stomach pouch. Aside from the wild millet, there were bits of grass stems and gray-green leaf fragments. This told me that the young beasts must have been feeding nearby. Herbivores don't stray far with their stomachs full. A field of wild millet was likely somewhere upstream of the water source or on the other side of the gentle slope. I lifted my gaze toward the dense forest, a plan slowly forming in my mind. We couldn't go far just yet. Carso wasn't fully healed. We needed to keep the fire burning, and the camp wasn't fortified enough. But once she was better, finding that wild millet would be crucial. It was more important than a single meal of meat. I wrapped the millet seeds carefully and placed them in the driest crevice of the cave. Carsa muttered softly, "Very important? Very important." I hesitated for a moment and added, "If we can find more, we won't have to risk our lives hunting for meat every day." Her golden eyes flickered. She glanced down at the cloth strips binding her shoulder, then back at the drying meat near the fire. It seemed she was beginning to understand why I cared so much about those tiny grains. Just then, a loud, frantic bird call echoed from the slope below. Carsa's ears twitched, and I immediately looked up. It wasn't an ordinary tweet. It sounded like an entire flock of birds had burst into flight, startled. Almost simultaneously, the sound of heavy stomping came from beyond the shrubs on the far side of the slope. This wasn't the footsteps of a striped, saber-toothed beast. It sounded more like a large herbivore. No, more than that. A whole herd, spooked into a panic and running straight this way. The pounding grew louder and faster. What started as just a few muffled thuds quickly turned into a continuous, cascading shadow of thunder. Chaotic, heavy, and increasingly desperate. The ground shook so hard, even the small rocks around us began to tremble. I froze for a moment. This wasn't one animal, it was a stampede. Carsa's golden eyes instantly turned sharp and cold. A lot hooves. I bolted outside the cave, immediately grabbing a burning branch from the fire and stirring the flames until they roared brighter. Our camp was backed against a rock wall, with only a small open area in front of us. If a herd of frightened herbivores charged through, whether they were aggressive or not, they'd trample the fire pit and the stone circle into rubble. But that wasn't the worst part. "Kaisa, you can't dodge it. Get into the crevice." I turned and shouted. She frowned. "I can't." "No, you can't. Not right now." My voice was firm. She glanced at me, tail tensed. but didn't argue. Bracing herself with the rock wall, she retreated into the nook of the stone. The sound of hoofbeats was nearly at our doorstep. The shrubs burst apart. The first green-hoofed beast charged out, its form reminiscent of a deer but bulkier around the shoulders and back, its four hooves a dull grayish-green, and its wild eyes filled with terror. It didn't even notice me, barreling straight toward the clearing that made up our camp. Several more followed in its wake. A wave of ice crawled up my scalp. I raised the burning branch in my hand and swung it forward with all my strength, aiming ahead of them. "Get out!" The firelight flared. The lead green-hoof beast panicked, sharply veering to the side, its hooves gouging deep into the dirt. It narrowly avoided slamming into a tree. The others followed suit, the herd stampeding along the outer ring of the stony clearing and bypassing our camp by a hair's breadth. A few thorny vines snapped. Some stones were kicked up, but the camp wasn't destroyed head-on. I didn't even have a second to exhale in relief before my gaze snapped to the direction the herd had come from. Something must have scared a group of herbivores like this, and it wasn't going to be friendly. Sure enough, a low growl rumbled from the depths of the greenery. It wasn't as savage as the cry of a striped fawn beast, but there was a sharper, more sinister undertone to it, like a cold wind slithering just above the ground. Kaisa murmured, almost under her breath, "A stalker." My grip on the burning branch tightened. I didn't want to fight it. Couldn't afford to fight it. Thankfully, the thing didn't emerge from the underbrush. Maybe the firelight and the human scent gave it pause. Or maybe it had decided to follow the fleeing herd in a different direction. The forest noises, cracking branches and disruptive rustling, soon faded into the distance. I stayed frozen in place until the oppressive presence dissipated completely. Only then did I let out a long, slow breath. I glanced at the trampled stone circle. My expression darkened. This kind of attack happened in broad daylight. If an incident like this occurred at night, we wouldn't even have time to react in our sleep. The camp was still far too fragile. Kaisa emerged from the wall, steadying herself against the rocks as she walked out. Her first look was toward me. "Are you hurt?" "I'm fine." I crouched to inspect the damage to the thorn vines and stones. Several strands were crushed, and the outer stones had been scattered. I didn't rush to repair them. Instead, I turned to look back in the direction where the green-hoofed beasts had come from. The muddy ground was littered with hoof prints, some of them bordered by blades of grass that had been bitten clean through. A thought clicked in my mind. Green-hoofed beasts were grazers. The direction they'd stampeded from could very well be a feeding zone. The grains we'd found in their stomach earlier might have come from that same area. I turned to Kaisa. "Can you walk a bit more?" She glanced down at her leg. Slowly, but yes. I left the fire starter in the deepest part of the alcove, adding enough wood to keep the flames going strong. Then, grabbing my folding knife and a burning branch, I helped her to her feet and began following the trail of hoof prints. This time, we were extremely cautious. She listened for movement and sniffed the air, while I scanned the ground and vegetation for clues. Along the way, we found plenty of grazed young grass and even a few identifiable grayroot vines. Grayroot vines, edible tubers, bitter when raw, better when cooked. I immediately stopped, pulled out my folding knife, and started digging into the dirt, extracting a few segments of gray-white tuber roots. They weren't big, still clinging to the soil. Breaking one open released a faint, subtly sweet scent. Kasha frowned. You eat this too?" "You can eat it," I said, wrapping them in leaves. "You can't survive on just meat. Meat gives you strength, sure, but if you only eat meat for too long, your body's going to have problems. You've got to mix it with roots, wild greens, and grains." She looked a bit lost, struggling to follow along. "Orcs eat meat. And that's why orcs tend to get sick easier," I said plainly. "And starve to death when meals aren't a sure thing." Kasha fell silent. If it had been anyone else saying that, she'd likely have taken it as an insult to her kind. But I'd saved her life, cooked meat for her, boiled clean water for her, and told her how dirty water would rot her wounds. What I said was always weird to her, but it usually worked. She looked down again at the pieces of gray root in my hands and stopped saying it wasn't edible. We pressed on. After pushing through a patch of low shrubs, the light ahead suddenly brightened. A small sunny slope appeared, scattered with pale yellow grass-like stalks swaying in the wind, creating a rippling wave of light gold. I could even see the bite marks of green-hoofed beasts and seeds scattered across the ground. My breath caught. Wild millet. It was really wild millet. I hurried forward and plucked a small handful of seeds to examine them. Wild millet grass, edible seeds. High maturity level. Collectible. Potential for cultivation. My eyes lit up. This patch of wild millet wasn't big, but if I could harvest some of it, I could cook porridge, bake flatbread, and even save seeds to try planting later on. Kasha stood nearby, watching me carefully pick the stalks with some confusion. She clearly didn't get why these tiny grains were making me more excited than finding a hunk of meat. I opened my palm and showed her. This handful might only fill your stomach a tiny bit. Then I gestured at the whole patch. But if we save the seeds and plant them near camp, we could grow an entire field of it someday. How long would that take? She asked. A long time, I admitted. Then for now, it doesn't fill us. No, I said with a laugh. Not now? But it would mean we wouldn't have to risk our lives hunting meat every day. At the mention of risking our lives, Kasha went quiet again. She was probably thinking about the hyenas from last night, or how close she'd come to reopening her injuries just to bring back a piece of meat. Slowly, she crouched down, reaching out awkwardly to pluck a stalk of millet. Her movements were clumsy and almost uprooted the whole plant. I quickly stopped her. Hey, gentle, just pick the seed heads. Leave the roots. If they're not fully ripe, we can come back for them in a few days. She looked up at me, then wordlessly adjusted her strength, now picking much more carefully. It was quite the sight. This panther-like orc who could tear through a predator's throat, crouched in the grass, meticulously plucking millet stalks as if she was afraid of damaging something precious. Using large, sturdy leaves, I bundled the wild millet heads together, along with the gray-white roots and a few wild greens I'd gathered along the way. The load was surprisingly light. For the first time, I felt a bit more grounded in my heart. Meat is for survival today. Grains are for survival tomorrow. On the way back to camp, Casa kept glancing down at the leaf-wrapped bundles. These, are you sure they're edible? They are. Tastier than meat? Not now? Right now, they're not as savory. But someday, when we have clay pots to cook porridge, with a little salt and meat, they'll taste much better. The mention of meat made her focus sharply. Porridge, what is that? Warm, soft, comforting. It helps heal wounds and fills you up too. She nodded hesitantly, half understanding. Then, we need to eat it. I smiled. Let's stay alive long enough to make porridge first. When we got back to camp, the fire was still burning. I placed the wild millet bundles in a dry area of the cave, weighing the edges of the leaf wraps down with stones to prevent small animals from carrying them off. Then, I roasted a piece of ashvine root over the fire. Once roasted, the skin was lightly charred, and the inside became soft, starchy, with a hint of sweetness. I broke it in half and handed a piece to Casa. She stared at it suspiciously, her expression as doubtful as when she first saw cooked meat yesterday. But in the end, she took a bite. After chewing for a moment, her expression shifted. Not bad. I chuckled, see? You can't rely on just eating meat all the time. She glanced down at the roasted root in her hand, then at the wild millet bundles. It seemed like, for the first time, she was starting to grasp that food didn't have to come solely from hunting. But before I could organize the seeds, Casa suddenly lifted her head, her nose twitching slightly, her gaze suddenly sharp and alert. I noticed it too. Among the wild millet stalks, there was a broken strand of black animal hair, thick, coarse, slightly curved, and carrying a faintly fishy scent. In a low, steady voice, Casa said, "The millet fields, something big guards them." I stared down at the strand of fur as the analysis overlay in my vision lit up. Black mane ward beast hair. Large omnivorous predator. Strong territorial instincts. Prefers feeding on roots, animal eggs, and wild millet. Danger level, high. Active den possible in the vicinity. My heart sank. So it's true. No wonder the horned deer herd fled in a panic from that direction. No wonder the grassy field was grazed on but not stripped bare. It's not like no animals had found it, but rather, something stronger had claimed it as its feeding ground. Cass's voice dropped lower. We can't go back there. I nodded. Not now, but I didn't say we'd never go back. That patch of wild millet was too important to us. If we want to survive, we can't take unnecessary risks. We need to improve what we already have. We've got fire. We've got shelter. And now we've got a little food. But we're still missing tools. Without tools, we can't cut down trees or build a proper shelter, let alone fences or beast traps. With just one small folding knife, it's only a matter of time before the blade becomes useless. I stared at the tiny, precious folding knife in my hand, anxiety tightening in my chest. It's far too small, far too valuable. If it breaks, I'll lose the only metal tool I have in this world. So, I have to make more. A stone axe. Kasha watched as I carefully wrapped up the wild millet, placing the animal hide separately under a rock to secure it. She couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you going to check it out?" "Not yet. We need to make tools first." "Tools? Something to chop wood with." She looked down at her claws. "I can shred." "Not right now, you can't. Besides, there's going to be a lot of wood to cut in the future. We can't rely on you every time." She didn't look happy with that statement. Slowly, she leaned back against the rock wall without another word. I started searching for the right kind of stones, my augmented vision offering constant analysis and suggestions. Gray-streaked hardstone. High hardness, suitable for shaping sharp edges. Dark flint. Sharp-edged, ideal for scraper tools. My eyes lit up as I spotted a gray-streaked hardstone about the size of my fist. I picked it up along with a few pieces of dark flint. But just having stones wasn't enough. I needed a handle. I found a slightly curved, sturdy wooden branch, just thick enough to hold comfortably. Using my folding knife, I stripped off its outer bark and split the top end to make a slot for the stone blade. The process was slow. My hands, scalded and blistered from spinning wood to make fire last night, had reopened their wounds throughout today's tasks, hauling stones, digging roots, handling meat. Every movement now felt like dragging them across flames. Kasha frowned at my hands, saying, "They're going to rot." I couldn't help but laugh. "You remembered?" She stared at me coldly. "You said it." Reluctantly, I stopped to tend to the wounds, unwrapping the blood-soaked rag from my palm. Using warm water, I cleaned the cuts, dried them, and rebandaged them. Only then did Kasha shift her gaze away. I resumed shaping the tools, using another rock to strike the edge of the gray-streaked hardstone. The first swing was too light, barely knocking off a tiny flake. The second swing was too heavy, causing the stone to crack off-center entirely. I paused, silently picking up another piece. There was no rushing this. I had to control the angle, making sure the force followed the stone's natural grain. I managed to shape a sharp edge on the third attempt, but it turned out too thin. The blade shattered the moment I tried it on a wooden branch. Kasha, who had been watching intently, remarked, "It broke." A twitch ran across my face. "Yeah, I noticed." "Hard?" she asked. "Harder than I thought," I admitted. She glanced at the pile of stone shards, then at her claws. "Claws don't break." I couldn't hold back. "Fine. Once you're healed, I'll put you in charge of chopping wood." Kasha fell silent for a moment. Then, surprisingly, she gave a low MHM. I froze. Did she just take note of that chore? After several failed attempts, I finally started to get the hang of it. I found a long, flat piece of gray-streaked hardstone. This time, I carefully struck along the edges to form a blade. I used the dark flint to refine and sharpen it further. It wasn't pretty, but it worked. The edge was thick enough to hold up and sharp enough to cut. Next came attaching the blade. I slotted it into the split end of the wooden handle, securing it by tightly wrapping it with wet vine. That alone wouldn't be enough, so I went looking for resin. Adhesive tree. Resin is highly adhesive, mildly toxic, suitable for basic binding. I sliced into the, stripping a bit of resin off the tree bark. I softened it over the fire before applying it to the joint, binding it further with vine and wrapping it tightly with strips of dried animal hide. When we ran out of hide strings, I had to slice a narrow strip from the edge of a young blue-hoof beast's skin. It was rough, but it would work. Casa kept staring at me. "This can cut down a tree?" "No idea." I hefted the stone axe. It was much heavier than the folding knife I'd been using. The wooden handle was slightly crooked, and the stone blade wasn't very secure. But holding it in my hands, I couldn't help but feel a sense of solidity, a strange comfort. This was our first proper tool, our first real, large-scale tool in this world. I walked over to a small tree just as thick as my wrist outside the camp. Casa shifted slightly against the rocky wall she was leaning on, sitting up straighter to watch what would happen. I took a deep breath, gripped the axe with both hands, and swung it down diagonally. Thud! The stone axe bit into the bark, but the impact jolted through my hands, leaving my palms tingling. The trunk only had a shallow notch in it. Casa blinked. My face darkened slightly, but I didn't say anything. Adjusting the angle, I swung again. The second strike went a little deeper. The third revealed pale wood beneath the bark. Fourth strike. Fifth. The stone axe was blunt, far from the efficiency of an iron axe. After every few hits, I had to pause, catch my breath, and check if the stone blade had shifted or loosened. Yet, compared to chipping away with raw stone shards as we'd done before, it was a monumental improvement. The notch on the tree trunk gradually widened. My shoulders ached, my palms stung, and sweat dripped down my chin in rivulets. Casa watched silently, her eyes gradually changing as realization dawned on her. She was beginning to understand the significance of this crude thing. I had no claws, no beast-like strength, but I could turn stone and wood into new claws. Clumsy, inefficient claws, yes, but claws we could keep using. After a dozen or so strikes, the small tree gave a faint cracking sound. Slowly, it leaned over. I quickly stepped back. The small tree toppled. The crash wasn't loud, but it sent a powerful tremor through my heart. I had done it. I had felled a tree using nothing but a rough, handmade stone axe. Casa stared at the fallen tree for a long time before finally speaking in a low voice. Lujo. Yeah. This is amazing. I leaned against the axe, still catching my breath, and chuckled lightly. There's still a long way to go, but a flicker of excitement was growing inside me. With this first tree, there would be a second and a third. With enough wood, I could build roofs, fences, stakes to keep beasts away. Over time, this place, a simple camp now, could grow into a real home. It seemed Casa could feel it too. She glanced at the stone wall, at the campfire, then at the fallen tree. The tip of her tail twitched faintly. Building a nest takes many trees? Yeah, a lot. When I'm better, I'll help you. I smiled and nodded. All right. Just as I was about to drag the small tree back to camp, something caught my eye. In the soil unearthed by the tree's roots, there were a few pale yellow specks. I crouched down and picked them up. They were grains of wild millet. But not the ones we just brought back, but the wild millet buried under the tree roots, damp with soil and hidden by something, I said. Kasha caught the scent too. Her expression shifted, concern washing across her face. Here, there's some here too. A sinking feeling spread through me. If this wasn't naturally fallen millet, but instead a stash left by something, then the range of the black-maned feral beast could be much closer than we'd anticipated. And then, from the edge of the animal warding stones lining the camp, there came a faint scraping sound. It was delicate, almost too faint to hear, but in the silence of the camp, it rang loud and sharp, like claws, sharp and deliberate, testing, prodding at the stones. I gripped my stone axe tightly, tension locking every muscle in my body. Kasha looked up too, her golden eyes sharp as they fixed on the entrance to the camp. Her ears pressed flat, and her tail snapped taut again. There's something out there, she said. I didn't rush out right away. My eyes darted to the fire. It was still burning strong. The thorn vines circling the camp remained intact, except for one small stone that had been nudged slightly out of place. Whatever it was cautious, testing. I set my axe down within reach and pulled a burning branch from the fire, inching slowly toward the camp's entrance. As the firelight stretched past me, onto the edge of the stone circle, I caught a glimpse of it. A small, grayish-brown creature darting back its paw suddenly. It was slightly larger than a night rat, round, with unusually long forepaws and mud staining its snout. Beady little eyes stared hungrily at the wild millet near the tree roots, its nose twitching ceaselessly. Cash mole rat. Omnivorous. Known for stealing and burying seeds, roots, and small animal eggs. Danger level, low. Timid, adept diggers. Often found storing food beneath tree roots. A realization hit me. So the wild millet wasn't stashed by the black-maned feral beast. It was this little thing. I had almost given myself a heart attack, thinking the beast had crept this close to camp. But this discovery meant something else. There were indeed seeds and roots nearby. Otherwise, a food-hiding critter like this wouldn't be making its rounds here. Kasha, however, was less intrigued. She flexed her claws, her tone blunt and decisive. Little beast. Kill it. Eat. The cash mole rat froze at the sound of her voice, trembling before spinning fast and trying to run for it. I was quicker. Swinging the burning branch in front of it, sparks flashed in the air, forcing it to veer off course. It let out a high-pitched squeak, scrambling, only to smack into the thorned vines, its forepaw instinctively recoiling from the sharp prickles. Panicking, it tried squeezing through the stones, but I casually blocked the hole with the handle of my axe. The small creature curled into a defensive ball, trembling hard. I didn't strike. Kasha frowned, her claws still bared. Not killing it. Not yet, I replied evenly. I crouched lower, studying the little cash mole rat closely, a spark of inspiration flickering in me. There wasn't much meat on the creature, sure, but it could find and stash food. That alone made it more valuable than a mouthful of stringy meat. I prodded the dirt it had dropped with the tip of the stick. Mixed within were stray millet grains and fragments of roots. It knows where the food is, I said, my tone thoughtful. Kasha didn't follow. It steals. It does, I acknowledged. But, yeah, it steals, I chuckled. But the fact that it can steal means there's more nearby. Kasha went quiet for a moment, like she was half processing what I said. I used some vines to weave a rough little enclosure and trapped the grain-gobbling critter inside a shallow pit not too far from the camp, somewhere I could keep an eye on it. If I could really manage to domesticate these little things someday, this setup might come in handy. But that was a long way off. For now, wood was still the priority. I returned to the fallen sapling and started hacking away its branches with a stone axe. Every swing rattled through my arm, leaving it aching, but it was leagues better than using the folding knife. Kasha sat at the mouth of the cave, watching me drip with sweat, and finally spoke up. Let me do it. You're not helping, I replied without looking up. I can. Her voice grew a little colder, more determined. I stopped and glanced at the makeshift fabric binding her injured shoulder. If you so much as move, your wound's going to start bleeding again. If you really want to help, use your tail to weave some vines for me. Don't strain your shoulder or leg. She looked like I'd struck a nerve. Glancing down at her wounds, she begrudgingly extended her tail, picking up some vine and dragging it over to the fire. Her movements were slow, but steady. This works, I said with a faint smile. She shot me a disgruntled look. Troublesome. Staying alive is always troublesome, I replied. I'd said that before, and this time, she didn't argue. I stripped the branches from the tree trunk and got it ready to haul by binding one end with vines. But when I started dragging it, I quickly realized it was heavier than I expected, probably because it was still full of moisture. The trunk wasn't particularly thick, but after just a few steps, my shoulders and back were screaming. My hand, already raw from earlier, had fresh blood soaking through the hastily wrapped bandages. Kasha noticed, her golden eyes narrowing slightly. She didn't get up, but instead used her tail to grip onto the vine and began pulling the log backward, bracing against the rocky wall behind her. With her help, we finally managed to drag the tree trunk up to the cave entrance. I positioned it across the opening to measure. It was just the right length. A few more logs like this, and I could piece together a simple roof. If I covered it with bark, broad leaves, and dry grass, then secured it all with vines, it should at least keep the rain out. This one works as a beam, I said. A beam. It holds up the roof. A roof? Something to keep the rain out. Kasha looked up at the leafy branches of the tree crown. Leaves keep rain. Not for long. Real roofs won't let you wake up soaked in the middle of the night or get your fire put out. At the mention of fire, her expression turned serious. Fire can't go out. I nodded. Which is why we need a roof. She seemed to memorize that bit of logic. After resting briefly, I got back to chopping. On the second tree, I was quicker, more efficient, switching sides and not stubbornly hacking away in just one direction. Still, before long, the stone blade on my axe started to come loose. I paused to soften some tree resin in the fire, then used fresh vine to tightly secure the blade again. Kasha had been watching quietly the whole time. Suddenly she, whispering, "Tools, they can hurt too." I chuckled softly. They can. That's why you fix them. And when people are hurt, they get fixed too? My actions paused. I turned to look at her. She seemed to ask casually, yet her golden eyes didn't waver, locked onto mine. Quietly, I replied, yes. When people are hurt, they need fixing too. Kayase was silent for a long moment, then let out a low hum. I didn't say much more and returned to chopping down the tree. The second tree hit the ground with a louder thud. A booming crash startled a flock of little birds into flight. The trembling branches shook loose a few unripe wild fruits, and they tumbled to the ground. Just as I was about to drag the fallen trunk away, a sudden, sharp screech broke out overhead. Scree. Screech, screech. My head jerked up instinctively. Not too far above, a cluster of gray monkeys crouched on the branches of a massive tree, baring their teeth. Each of their long, pointed tails ended in a sharp, needle-like tip. In their nimble hands were wild fruits and bits of broken stone. Kaise's expression darkened. Spine-tailed monkeys, she muttered coldly. Even before her words fully landed, a green, unripe fruit came hurling straight down. Thwop! It smashed onto the ground by my foot. Then, in an instant, a rainstorm of stones and wild fruits bombarded down on us. The first green fruit caught me off guard. By the time a second stone whizzed past my ear, I snapped into motion, diving for cover behind the fallen tree trunk. Thud! A rock slammed against the trunk, splintering chunks of bark into the air. The screeching intensified from above. The spine-tailed monkeys clung to the high branches, their bristly gray fur puffed up and tails whipping back and forth like miniature spears. Larger ones clutched handfuls of wild fruit and stones, scowling and pelting down at both me and the campfire. Shielding my head with one arm, my stomach sank. These creatures weren't just passing through, they were territorial. Busting down two of their trees must have felt like home invasion to them. From the cave's entrance, Kaise leaned against the stone wall, the temperature in her golden eyes dropping instantly as she steadied herself to push off and move forward. "I'll stay put," I snapped, cutting her off. Before my words could fully register, another fruit slammed against the edge of the stone ring around the fire pit, rolling close to the embers and nearly scattering the delicate pile of drying kindling. Kaise's tail stiffened sharply, her claws unsheathing instantly. She could tolerate personal injuries, but anything threatening the fire had her on edge. Quickly assessing the scene, I glanced up again, my face darkening. There were at least 7 or 8 spine-tailed monkeys up there in the tree, not particularly large, but their advantage was painfully clear. Perched high, raining down projectiles, they made it impossible for us to retaliate directly. To make matters worse, faint shadows flitted through the more distant leaves, suggesting reinforcements could be on the way. A head-to-head confrontation was a no-go. Neither Kaise nor I could match these nimble creatures in our current state. I grabbed a still-burning stick from the fire and waved it menacingly toward the tree. The sudden flash of flames made several monkeys flinch, pulling back slightly. It worked. They feared fire. Yet, they weren't retreating. They continued darting across the treetops, watching and waiting for the right moments to strike again. They needed to be redirected, fast. I couldn't let their focus stay fixed on the camp. Just as, saving up firewood, wild millet, roasted meat, and wooden beams, only to have it all taken in one night if stolen. No way I'm letting that slide. I didn't rush out. Instead, I slowly backed toward the cave entrance, stoking the fire higher. I moved the meat and wild millet inside the cave. Kasha frowned. "They steal. They'll steal," I said, stuffing the millet into cracks in the rocks and pressing stones on top. "They won't fight us head-on, but they'll sneak, destroy things, and wait until we're asleep." Kasha muttered darkly. "Kill them all." I chuckled bitterly. "They're in the trees. You'll hurt yourself, and I can't climb up there." She was annoyed but knew I wasn't wrong. The monkeys got bolder as we retreated. A few slithered down vines toward us. I waved some fire at them, and they immediately jumped back, shrieking at me from above. The standoff dragged on. Eventually, the monkeys retreated to the higher branches. But they didn't go far. Their calls echoed nearby, a persistent reminder. I knew. Daytime was just the test. The real trouble would come at night. I inspected the campsite. A few stones from our animal-repelling barrier had been knocked loose, and 2 sections of thorny vines had been crushed. The most frustrating, a small bundle of drying millet sheaves had been toppled, half of it scattered, with some grains lost in the dirt. I squatted, picking up every little piece. Kasha watched before murmuring, "Too small." "Nothing's too small to waste," I replied firmly. She studied me for a bit, then extended her tail, clumsily curling it around some fallen millet stalks, placing them next to me. Her movements were awkward, but gentler than before. "Yeah, like that. Don't crush them." She gave a curt little grunt, almost like she didn't want to admit she was trying. As night fell, I put all my energy into preparing for the monkeys. The remaining roasted meat and millet were stored deep into the cave, weighed down. Above the cave entrance, I strung a fine vine threaded with small stones and bone fragments. a crude alarm system. Outside the stone circle, I left a tiny bit of shredded meat and a few millet grains as bait. Kasha frowned. Wasteful. Not wasteful. I buried part of a vine under the leaves, connecting it to a curved wooden rod. They'll have to lower their heads if they want to grab it. And when they do, that's our chance. Her eyes narrowed. She crouched near the setup, studying it. After a moment, she scoffed. A trap. Exactly. Catch just one, so they learn this isn't an easy target. The firelight flickered as the sky grew heavy with darkness. Kasha and I stayed awake, ready. Right on schedule, the monkeys returned. First, faint rustling in the treetops. Then, a grayish shadow slid down, crouching by the tree roots to stare at the fire. It took its time, creeping slowly toward the bait. I gripped the vine tightly, staying still. Kasha crouched low, claws digging into the earth. The monkey was cautious, tossing a small stone toward the bait first. The trap didn't move. After a long pause, it extended its paw toward the scraps. As soon as it lowered its head, I yanked. The rod snapped upright with a loud crack. The noose whipped tight, binding its front paw. A shriek tore from the monkey, piercing the night, as the treetops above exploded with noise. The rest of the troop screamed and howled, pelting stones and green fruit toward the cave entrance. But I was ready, holding up a burning. With a swing of the branch, sparks flew, forcing a few monkeys attempting to charge downward to retreat. The trapped one fought desperately, its barbed tail flailing wildly, nearly sawing through the vine noose. Kasha suddenly raised her tail, coiling around a rock and hurling it. Thud! The monkey flinched, hesitating for a fleeting moment. I rushed over, grabbing another vine to wrap around its hind legs, dragging it into the shallow pit just outside the stone circle. My movements were clumsy, and I wasn't quick enough to fully dodge. Its tail stinger nicked my hand, and a rock clipped my arm hard, sending a sharp pang of pain shooting through me. Finally, I managed to pin it into the pit and piled stones over the top. The rest of the monkey troop in the trees had been on edge, screeching loudly for what seemed like ages. But at last, they began to retreat, keeping their distance. The one we captured snarled and bared its teeth, low growls rumbling deep in its throat. I slumped back by the fire, breathless and aching. Kasha stared at the small pit containing the frantic creature. Kill it. I looked at the little beast thoughtfully. Agile, tree climbing, skilled at finding fruit. It probably knew where wild millet grew. Killing it would mean, at best, a meal. But keeping it alive, that had potential. A fleeting thought struck me. Could it be domesticated? I was so surprised by the idea I paused for a moment. If nurtured properly, sometimes living creatures were far more valuable than dead meat. Not yet, I said. Kasha raised a brow, clearly questioning my decision. I tightened the rocks pressing over the pit, making sure the creature couldn't escape. We wait until tomorrow. See if it survives the night in there. When morning finally came, the creature was still alive, crouched at the bottom of the pit, its eyes darting between terror and rage. Nearby, the hold-up stash beast was much quieter. It had spent the night frantically digging at the dirt, but couldn't claw through the stones we'd put in its way. Kasha frowned. Why not eat it? If we eat it, that's it, I replied. Meat is for eating. Meat from a dead creature, sure. But living creatures? They don't have to just be food. That thing. I pointed toward the pit. It can survive and gather food. It can call out to warn us if there's danger nearby. If we tame it, it could provide food on demand. That's worth far more than a single meal. Kasha was listening intently, but her face pinched in confusion. In her understanding, prey was prey. You caught it, you ate it, and any leftovers were left to rot. None of the beast folk she knew would think about sparing a life just to feed it. But she couldn't deny my logic. Unlike meat left to spoil, a living creature wouldn't rot. Rolling up my sleeves, I grabbed the stone axe. This pit won't hold it for long. I need to build a proper enclosure, or it'll get away. The stash beast can dig its way out, and the monkey can bite through wood or climb if we're not careful. Starting on the enclosure, I quickly realized it was much harder than I had imagined. I chopped several arm-thick logs, stripping away their branches, my arms already aching from effort. The axe's edge dulled far faster than I expected, forcing me to stop and resharpen it now and then. Kasha crouched nearby, her tail occasionally tugging vines to help. She tried to stand up and join in, but I shot her a strict glare. I'm almost healed, she began. No, I cut her off. Not until that bandage stops showing blood. She glanced at the cloth wrapped around her shoulder, then silently sank back down, conceding for now. I chose a spot outside the cave entrance against the rock wall, one side bordered by stone, the other by tree roots. I only needed to close up the front and one side, saving me some wood while keeping the enclosure sturdy. I hammered the sharpened logs into the dirt and packed them with stones for stability. If the gaps were too wide, the creatures might squeeze through. Too narrow, and I'd burn through my wood faster. It took time, and every adjustment was slow and frustrating. By noon, a rickety little pen was set up. It wasn't pretty, and it wasn't sturdy, but it was better than just a shallow pit. I put the grain-stashing beast inside first. It immediately began digging along the edges, but I'd already weighed it down with flat stones in advance. After half a day of effort, it only managed to stir up a bit of dirt and started squealing in frustration. "Not bad," I commented. Casa chimed in, "It's stupid." "It's not stupid, I just blocked it beforehand." Getting the monkey out, however, was a lot harder. The moment it left the shallow pit, it started shrieking and flailing, nearly jabbing its tail barb into my leg. I pressed it down with a wooden stick and managed to spook it back into the pen using the light of the fire as a deterrent. The moment it entered, it grabbed onto the wooden stakes and started climbing. My face darkened. I knew this thing could climb. Casa flicked her tail, a vine lashing out to crack through the air in front of the monkey. Startled, it slipped back down and scurried into the corner. I quickly grabbed a horizontal beam to secure the top of the pen, lashing it with vines to create a semi-enclosure. By the time everything was finished, I was so exhausted I couldn't speak for a while. Casa asked, "Feed them?" "Of course. They've got to eat. They'll eat our food. They'll eat a little, so they can stay alive." I didn't give them any meat, just scraps from the green-hoofed beast, peels of grey-root vines, and some mud-covered wild millet. The grain-stashing beast rushed over immediately. The monkey hesitated at first, but eventually reached out and snatched a piece. Casa watched with great interest. "They eat bad things. They're not picky. Stuff we can't eat, they can. If we can keep them alive, it's like turning waste into useful meat." This time, Casa seemed to understand a little. "Living grain stores." I froze for a moment and then laughed. "Something like that," she murmured, half to herself. "Living grain stores." That afternoon, I reinforced the pen one more time, adding more stakes, pressing down more stones, layering vine upon vine, and crafting a movable wood gate for the entrance with a ring of thorny vines on the outside. At last, the camp had one more functional addition. A fire pit, a circle of stones, thorny vines, a cave, and now a pen. In modern times, the setup was laughably primitive, but out here in this wild, untamed forest, every bit of it pieced together felt like a tiny spark of fire slowly illuminating the shadows, like a flicker of civilization. By evening, I was spreading wild millet on leaves to dry and roasting grey-root vines alongside some strips of dried meat. Casa, still staring at the little creatures inside the pen, suddenly said, "Before, we caught them and ate them." I handed her a piece of roasted food. "That won't always be the case." She took small bites, her chewing still carrying a trace of wildness, but her pace had slowed significantly compared to before. Back when we first met, she ate like her life depended on it, as though the food would be taken away any second. Now, with fire, a pen, and a small supply of provisions, for the first time, she didn't have to treat every bite as a race against survival. After a moment, she lowered her voice and said, "Lujo. Yeah, you think far ahead." I stared at the fire for a moment, silent, and finally said, "Because if you only think about today, you won't make it to tomorrow." She didn't reply, just kept looking at me. And for the first time, perhaps, she saw more in this seemingly weak human being. Maybe things really are different. The night grew deep. After inspecting the perimeter, I returned to the cave entrance. Exhausted, I leaned against the stone wall and closed my eyes. I hadn't rested long before a faint wood-gnawing sound jolted me awake. Click, click-clack. I snapped my eyes open. In the flickering firelight, the monkey was huddled in the corner, clutching a wooden post and gnawing on it, bite by bite. There was already a noticeable dent in it. Below, the burrowing beast was frantically digging, claws scattering dirt behind it, leaving a shallow pit near the rock's edge. One worked above, the other below, coordinated as if they had practiced this routine. At this rate, they'd actually managed to escape. Kasha woke up too. Her eyes turned cold in an instant, and with a flick of her tail, she sent a rock flying in their direction. Thud! The monkey shrieked, dropping the post and retreating into a corner. The burrowing beast froze as well, curling into a tight ball. I got to my feet, leaning on the stone wall for support. We can't let them get away. They've got to die, Kasha said with a chilly edge in her voice. Catching and pinning them up had been no small feat, and now, as soon as night fell, they were already planning an escape and working together to boot. For her, on any other day, one swift blow and voila. Tonight's dinner would grow by 2 roasted portions. But I didn't make a move. I crouched near the enclosure, examining the gnawed wood and the shallow pit they'd dug, my brows knitting together. It's not their fault, I said after a moment. Kasha's gaze fell on me. It's my fault. The fencing's not good enough. The wood was too fresh, not dried properly, so the monkey could bite into it. The stones I used to weigh down the bottom were too few, letting the burrowing beast dig its way through. Even the enclosure's top wasn't sealed tightly enough. This wasn't on the animals. This was on me, sloppy work. I stirred the fire brighter, then found flatter, heavier stones and pressed them all around the base of the enclosure. I replaced the chewed post with a branch from a black-skinned tree. It was tough, with a bitter rind that'd make it nearly impossible to gnaw. Then I added another layer to the inside, thorny vines wrapped tightly for extra protection. Kasha muttered quietly, "Aren't you tired?" "Tired," I admitted. "But if I don't fix this now, they'll be gone tomorrow. If they're gone, just catch new ones." I shook my head. Catching one takes luck. Keeping them alive, that's where the skill is. She went silent for a moment. The meaning of my words, like always, only made partial sense to her. But she had grown used to me saying things that sounded strange at first, only to prove useful later on. By the time I was done reinforcing the enclosure, the first light of dawn had crept in. My back was sore, and every movement felt heavy, but I didn't lay back down to rest. The animals trying to escape meant something. They were probably starving, struggling to adjust. If I really wanted to keep them, just trapping them wasn't enough. I'd need to ensure a steady food source. I couldn't feed them meat. It was too precious, reserved for us. So I had to rely on other things: grayroot vines, wild millet husks, rotting leaves, seeds I didn't eat. And then it hit me. I turned toward those few bags of wild millet stashed inside the cave. Farming. I couldn't put it off any longer. Right now, we were living off foraging and scavenging, surviving day to day based on sheer luck. But if I cleared even a small patch of land and planted that millet, it'd be like saving a lifeline for our future. When it got light, I took Kasha to scout around the camp. The low-lying, waterlogged areas wouldn't do. Neither would places choked with tree roots. I finally picked a slightly sloped patch of ground on the left side of the campsite, close to the cave entrance, where the firelight could reach it. It was sheltered by rocks to block the wind, and the soil wasn't too bad. Here, Kasha glanced at the patch of weeds. "What's here?" "There'll be food here later," I said, crouching down and prying up the roots with the handle of the stone axe. "We're eating grass now. Some of it you can. Some you can't. First, we clear it out, then turn the soil and plant wild millet." Without proper tools like a hoe or a shovel, all I had was the back of the stone axe to hammer with, a sharp wooden stick to pry, and my hands to pull. The soil was damp and sticky, clinging to my hands, and the grass roots were deep and tangled. Just clearing a small patch left my hands trembling from the strain. Eventually, Kasha couldn't resist. She coiled her tail around a cluster of grass. She didn't apply too much pressure, just started slowly pulling at it. I noticed but didn't stop her. "Not too hard." "I know," she replied, but her movement became gentler anyway. After half the day had passed, the two of us had managed to clear only a 2-step wide patch of ground. But I was perfectly satisfied. The first plot didn't need to be big. What mattered was getting started. I picked out insect eggs and rotting roots, then sprinkled a little ash over the soil. "Ash too?" Kasha asked, watching curiously. "It improves the soil and keeps bugs away." I took out the wild millet seeds, just the plumpest handful, saving the rest in case of emergencies. Using my fingers, I pressed shallow pits into the soil, dropping a few seeds into each, then covered them lightly. Kasha stared, puzzled. "You're burying the food?" Bury it, and it's gone." "It's not gone." I smiled. If it grows, it'll give us much more later. She squatted beside me, her expression serious, as if I were performing some sort of strange ritual. After a long moment, she asked, "How long?" "A long time. Longer than it takes to heal a wound. Probably longer." She frowned. "Troublesome." "Staying alive is troublesome," I replied. She shot me a glance, like she'd heard me say that too many times to argue. After I finished planting the millet, I also buried a few pieces of ashroot vine. I wasn't sure if they'd grow, but I had to try. Finally, I built a small, low fence around the patch using thin branches and vines, enough to deter night rats or grain thieves. Kasha surprised me by saying, "Do we need to guard it?" "Yes." I dusted off my hands. "This plot here, soon, it'll matter more than meat." The moment I mentioned it being more important than meat, her expression instantly turned serious. She fixed her eyes on that little fence like she'd just sworn to make it part of her territory. At twilight, I fed 2 small animals the roasted scraps I had. They hesitated at first, but eventually caved and ate. The fire crackled. The little animals gnawed on bark scraps. Kasha sat by the cave entrance, keeping watch over the tiny garden. I sat by the fire, hands caked with dirt and blood, unable to keep from smiling. Here we were, in this wild, untamed forest, no longer just running, hiding, or scrambling for scraps of meat. We'd started to bury food in the ground and wait for it to grow. It was such a small step, so small that it was only a patch of soil the size of the little vegetable patch I had just planted. For me, it was more precious than hunting down a ferocious beast. Night had just fallen, and faint thunder rumbled in the distance. I looked up. A gust of wind blew in from deep within the forest, carrying the damp, earthy smell of mud. Kasha's ears twitched. "Rain's coming." My expression darkened as I glanced over at the small plot of land where I'd just sown the wild millet seeds, the soil still loose and fragile. A torrential downpour could easily wash the entire patch away. Thunder rolled across the forest canopy above us, the wind picking up a new scent. The oppressive heat of the day was now laced with a heavy, watery musk. Leaves rustled loudly, and a flock of birds took to the air in a dense, dark swarm in the distance. Kasha looked up. "This rain, it's gonna be heavy." My face fell even further. The clouds were pressing low, my chest heavy with unease. When that rain came, it wouldn't be a gentle patter. It'd be the kind of storm that washes loose soil away in one savage sweep. That plot was too fresh. The grass had just been uprooted, the soil freshly turned, the seeds barely buried. No roots yet to hold it all down. One deluge, and it'd be gone. "No, I need to dig trenches." I stood up immediately. Kasha frowned. "Trenches? To give the water somewhere to go." Grabbing my stone axe and sharpened wooden stick, I rushed to the edge of the vegetable patch. Kasha braced herself against the rock wall, trying to push herself up, but the cloth binding around her shoulder pulled taut. I looked back at her. "Stay where you are. I can help. Watch the fire. If it goes out, that'll be worse than losing the garden." She opened her mouth, then shut it, settling back down. Using her tail, she nudged a few dry twigs closer to the fire to keep it going. I turned back and focused on digging. With no proper shovel or hoe, I had to rely solely on my sharpened stick and the blunt side of the stone axe. I carved a shallow trench above the garden to divert the water, then another at the bottom to channel the runoff to a low-lying area. The logic was simple. The execution, not so much. The soil was stuffed with tangled grass roots and scattered stones. Every stab of the wooden stick only pried up a tiny chunk of wet dirt. The wounds on my hands stung sharply, the mix of mud and sweat making them throb with waves of pain. The thunder drew closer. The wind grew restless, flipping tree leaves to show their pale undersides. The first heavy drop of rain struck the nape of my neck, cold and unyielding. Then came the second, then the third. Within moments, the rain thickened, pounding down in a frenzied rhythm, drumming against the broad leaves like insects gnawing on bark. I didn't dare stop. I hunched over, digging furiously, clawing away chunks of wet earth with my hands. Mud smeared between my fingers, my cuts screaming with pain, but I kept at it, teeth clenched. Kasha stood at the cave entrance, her eyes growing darker by the second as she watched. "Lu Zhou," she called out. "Don't talk to me. If I stop now, the seeds won't survive." She held her silence for a moment, before suddenly curling her tail around a thick branch. Slowly, she reached toward the far side of the vegetable patch. I paused for half a beat, watching her tail flatten onto the soaked ground and press the branch firmly into the mud. She began dragging it gradually, painstakingly, carving out a shallow trench. It was slow, but it was working. I didn't stop her. I just shouted out directions over the roar of the rain. To the left. Guide it toward the rocks. Kasha didn't understand drainage, but she understood me. My tail flicked, curling slightly, sweeping branches and carving paths in the muddy ground. Rainwater trickled into the grooves, at first forming a delicate, slender stream before quickly merging into a murky little flow. Finally, I managed to open up the main channel on my side. Rain from the hillside surged down, but didn't pour directly into the vegetable patch. Instead, it followed the grooves, diverting to either side. But it wasn't enough. The rain continued to pick up, coming down heavier and heavier. Below the vegetable patch, muddy water started pooling. The newly loosened soil soaked up the water, going soft. A few wild grains floated to the surface, bobbing in the brownish water. I tensed and quickly pressed the seeds back into the ground, covering them with a layer of fine, wet soil. Cass's voice dropped low. Will they die? Maybe. I wiped the rain and mud off my face. That's why we have to hurry. I brought over a few flat stones, stacking them up along the edge of the vegetable patch. Then, I laid a mat of grass roots over the softest soil to weigh it down. Crude, but it would at least block some of the rain's direct impact. Cassa used her tail to sweep up another tuft of roots and passed it to my hands. Taking them, I murmured, "Don't strain your injury." Such a nag. She huffed sharply, annoyed, but her movements noticeably softened. Rainwater trailed down her sleek black hair, her animal ears drooping wetly against her head. Her face had gone pale, and though she wore a look of disdain, her eyes never left that patch of bare soil, as if she were genuinely afraid a few tiny seeds might wash away. Warmth unexpectedly stirred in my chest. The panther beastkin who had scoffed at the absurdity of burying food in dirt just yesterday was now standing guard over this meager garden. The storm unleashed its full fury. The dense forest around us was veiled behind a curtain of white rain. Muddy water from the hillside flowed endlessly down, collapsing the shallow groove I had just dug. Gritting my teeth, I set about clearing the drainage again. Meanwhile, the fire pit began to smoke and hiss. Cass's head snapped around. With a quick flick of her tail, she moved dry branches closer to the fire and shielded it with broad leaves she positioned over the flames. The blaze dimmed under the downpour, but it didn't extinguish. Seeing the fire holding on gave me the reassurance I needed to continue working on the trench. The chaos lasted for at least a good half hour. Finally, the heaviest stretch of rain passed, and the floodwaters began to stabilize. The shallow grooves above the vegetable patch guided the murky water away to the sides. The drain outlet below cleared up as well, so the accumulated water started to recede slowly. The veggie patch was saved. The protective barriers were crooked, and patches of grass roots had washed away in a few areas, but it wasn't completely destroyed. I collapsed onto the muddy ground, my chest heaving. My hands, face, and clothes were caked thick with muck. I must have looked like I'd been dragged straight out of a mud pit. Cassa stared at the shallow groove, her eyes wide with a kind of wonder. The water really stayed away. Through heavy breaths, I laughed. Water's stubborn, but it always flows downhill. Give it a path, and it will follow. She tilted her head downward, her gaze fixed on the trench. After a long pause, she muttered softly, "Water can bite too." I paused, registering her words, then nodded. "You're right. When the rain's heavy enough, it's dangerous. It can kill." Cassa seemed to etch my words into memory. She turned her gaze back to the vegetable patch, uncertainty flickering in her expression. "Are they still there?" I brushed aside a small patch of wet soil. Beneath it, a few small wild grains were still buried firmly. "They're still there." The tip of Kasha's tail twitched slightly. She didn't smile, but I couldn't help feeling as though she, too, had let out a small sigh of relief. The rain was letting up. Dragging my exhausted body, I took a walk around the camp. The muddy water outside the stone circle had drained properly. The bottom of the enclosure hadn't collapsed, and the small beasts, though huddled in frightened little clumps, were alive. As I reached the right side of the stone wall, I suddenly stopped. The downpour had washed away layers of rotten leaves and silt that had accumulated over the years, exposing a natural groove at the base of the rock wall. The groove extended out from the rock face, just wide enough to fit a wooden beam. Beside it, jagged bits of rock jutted out like natural supports. I crouched down, running my fingers along the groove, and slowly, a spark of excitement began to light up in my eyes. Kasha noticed. "Another discovery?" she asked cautiously. I looked up at the stone wall, then over at the wooden beams we dragged back earlier. A rough framework for a rainproof wooden shelter was already forming in my head. "Kasha," I called out, "we can build a real house." The rain was still dripping, splashing into the muddy ground. But my mind had already moved beyond the rain. Though the groove was shallow, it stretched far enough, running from the left side of the rock face all the way to the mouth of the cave. Above the groove, the rock wall slanted outward, almost like an extended hand, naturally shielding it from wind and rain. A wooden beam could be wedged into the groove, and with branches and vines forming a slanted roof covered in large leaves, tree bark, and dry grass. It wouldn't just be a makeshift shelter. It would be an actual roof, one that could protect us from the wind and rain, one that would keep all-important fire alive. No more stinking beast nests. No more flimsy leaf canopies that barely held up against a drizzle. A real home. Kasha leaned against the cave entrance, her wet hair sticking to her face as her damp animal ears drooped slightly. She watched me fuss with the groove in the stone wall, her expression one of mild confusion. "What is a house?" she eventually asked. "It's like a nest," I said, "but sturdier." "A nest is for sleeping," she replied. "But a house doesn't leak rain or let bugs in." I gestured toward the fire pit. "And with a roof, the fire won't go out so easily." The instant I mentioned fire, Kasha's expression turned serious. These days, she understood just how important fire was. It meant meat could be cooked, water could be boiled, and predators would keep their distance. Fire couldn't go out, which meant a roof was crucial. Taking advantage of the dwindling rain, I began hauling over the wooden beams. First, I tried wedging one of the straighter beams into the groove running across the rock wall. But as soon as I started working, I realized just how difficult it was. The wood was too heavy, the groove too shallow, and the angle had to be just right, or the beam would slip back out. On my first 2 attempts, I couldn't get it to stay. The third time, the beam slipped free again the moment I let go, slamming into the mud with a loud thud and splashing muck everywhere. Kasha's ears twitched. "It's disobedient," she said, her tone deadpan. Exhausted, sweating from the effort, I almost laughed at that. "It's not the wood's fault," I panted, brushing my messy hair out of my face. "I just haven't figured it out yet." Squatting down, I took another look. The groove itself was slick with moss and mud. No wonder the beam kept slipping. I need to clean it out first. Then I'd have to wedge rocks at both ends to hold the beam in place. On top of that, I'd probably need to carve notches into the wood to lock it snugly against the jagged protrusions of the rock wall. Gripping my folding knife, I knelt and got to work. Scraped at moss, then chipped shallow notches into the stone with a sharp rock. The folding knife was too small, scraping was slow, and each stroke stung my hands. My palms were already a patchwork of cuts and raw skin. The cloth was soaked through from the rain, and the gritty, muddy water burned like fire. But I didn't stop. Cass's eyes were locked on my hands, her brows furrowing tighter and tighter. "Your hand, it's bleeding again," she said. I glanced down. Sure enough, red seeped through the edge of the makeshift bandage. I paused just long enough to clean the wound with boiled, cooled water before rewrapping it tightly. "No touching dirty water," Cassa said coldly. I was caught off guard for a second, then chuckled. "You're picking things up fast." Her face turned away. "You're the one who said it." I didn't tease her further. Finally, the rain stopped. All around, the forest echoed with the drip of water. The air was thick, damp, but still quieter than it had been during the downpour. I took the chance to keep working on the wooden beams. First, I slotted one end into the groove I'd carved into the rock, wedging a couple of flat stones underneath to stabilize it. The other end I tied with vines to one of the black-barked tree roots, propping it up with a slanted wooden support. "Cassa, press down on that vine for me," I said. Her tail coiled around it and pulled taut. Seizing the moment, I pushed the beam upwards. Click. Finally, the wood locked into the groove. It was a little crooked, but at least it stayed put this time. The first crossbeam was done. With that in place, The next few steps became easier. I used a smaller sapling to create a diagonal support, one end resting on the crossbeam and the other on the ground, forming the angle for a sloped roof. Casa stared at the two pieces of wood. "This blocks rain." "Not yet," I said, wiping the rain and sweat from my face. "This is just the frame. Think of it like the beast's bones. It still needs skin." Casa turned her gaze down to her own arm, then back at the beams. "The house has bones." "Exactly." For the first time, there was a glint of faint wonder in her eyes. I kept going. Using thinner branches, I laid them horizontally between the main beams, weaving them in place with loops of vine. The wet vines were slippery and kept loosening, so I softened tree resin with heat and smeared it over the knots, reinforcing them with a second layer of dry vines. It was slow, brutal work on my hands. But as more branches were secured in place, the empty space in front of the cave began to feel less exposed. Slowly, a wobbly, pitifully awkward-looking wooden frame rose in front of the rock face. Casa stood silently, watching the entire time. She had never seen something like this before. Beast folk would claim caves, sleep in treetops, or weather storms with nothing but their own bodies. They didn't bind wood, stone, vines, and fire together to shape what had no form into a shelter. By the time the sun started to creep lower on the horizon, the bare basics of the frame were done. I stepped back a few paces to look at it. Truthfully, it was ugly. The beams weren't straight, the vines were a chaotic mess, and the two sides of the frame were uneven in height. But it stood. Against all odds, it stood. I pushed against it, rocked it back and forth. It didn't collapse. "It'll work for now." A strange sense of satisfaction bubbled up inside me. Here, in this wild, untamed forest with no metal tools and no proper supplies, I'd built something real with nothing but a pocket knife and a lot of stubbornness. With a rough stone axe and a bundle of vines, we managed to assemble the skeleton of our first shelter. Kasha suddenly murmured, "Lujo. It's better than a cave." I smiled. "It'll be even better when we add a roof." The firelight danced in her golden eyes. After a long moment, she softly said, "You really know how to build a nest." I was about to respond when a sudden, sharp sound came from beyond the fence. The horde beast curled into a corner, and the spike-tail monkey froze in place, for standing on end. On the muddy ground outside the stone boundary, a fresh set of footprints had appeared without us noticing. Small prints, not beastly paw marks. They looked like half of a human foot, with a thin tail mark dragging alongside. I crouched down, my previously relaxed mood tightening again. The prints were no bigger than half my palm. The front resembled toes, but were much longer and thinner. Every few steps, a faint dragline, like a tail, skimmed through the dirt. Kasha noticed it too. Her golden gaze hardened, growing cold. "It's not one of the little beasts from earlier." I nodded. The horde beast and spike-tail monkey were still within the enclosure. This one came from outside. I scanned the muddy prints with my analysis vision. Long-tail climber. Omnivorous, adept at climbing. Occasionally ambles briefly on two legs. Known for stealing seeds and beast eggs. Threat level, low to moderate. Current status, approach the campsite. Has since left. I exhaled a slow, shaky breath. Not a beast man. Just another animal capable of brief, bipedal movement. That didn't mean we could relax. If it got as close as the stone circle, it might have been hiding in the shadows all along, watching us build the wooden frame, watching the fire, watching our fence. And more importantly, watching the hidden stash of wild millet. Sometimes, a sneaky thief was far more troublesome than an openly aggressive predator. You could hear a predator coming, their heavy steps giving them away. A thief, though, might sneak in overnight and strip you clean of everything you worked so hard to collect. I looked up at the half-finished structure. Nothing but bare bones. Forget rainproofing. It couldn't even stop a thief. "We need to cover the top today," I said, standing up. My voice was rough. Kasha frowned. "You need rest." "No time." I grabbed the stone axe, checking the vines and tree resin. To make a roof, we needed large leaves, tree bark, and flexible branches in bulk. Ideally, the bark should be in big sheets, positioned to allow rain to stream off the angle of the slope. Broad leaves layered on top, secured with vines, then dry grass and mud thatch to finish. It wouldn't be waterproof, but it would be better than what we had now. I headed out to find tree bark. The outer layer of the black bark tree was tough and stubborn to peel. After hacking along the edges with the stone axe, I had to use the folding knife to wedge my way in, prying it off bit by bit. Each time I pushed the knife under the bark, my hands trembled from aching fatigue. Kasha stood nearby, her tail flicking anxiously. "I'll pull it off," she said. "You shouldn't strain yourself." "My tail. The bark's too tough, it'll strain your shoulder." I didn't bother looking up. After a brief silence, Kasha spoke coldly. "You're injured too." My hand paused. I lowered my eyes to glance at my messily wrapped hands. The injuries weren't minor, that much was clear. But it's not the same. Her shoulder and leg were injured. Any aggravation, and she wouldn't be able to move. My hands might ache, but they could still work. "It's not that bad." "You said small wounds can fester too." Kasha immediately fixed her gaze on me. For a moment, I was at a loss for words. This Black Panther beastkin had always been slow to pick up most things, but when it came to this kind of retort, she was a quick study. Left with no choice, I set my work aside, using warm water to clean my palms before carefully rewrapping the bandages. "Fine, I'll take care of it," I relented. She finally shifted her gaze away. At last, I managed to pry off the first piece of bark. It wasn't large or even, but it was usable. With the first piece done, the rest became easier. I stripped off a few more and placed them in a heap by the wooden frame. Then I turned my attention to collecting broad-backed leaves. These leaves were large, waxy on the surface, and good for temporarily repelling rain. Kasha sat at the entrance of the cave, using her tail to help me roll the broad-backed leaves into a pile. She was getting better at it. In the beginning, she'd accidentally tear the leaves, but now she could gently roll each one up and set it down securely. Her focused, almost clumsy expression contrasted sharply with her strikingly cold and elegant face. It was such a peculiar sight that I couldn't help but let out a small laugh. She immediately looked up, her eyes sharp. "What are you laughing at?" "Nothing." "You laughed." I cleared my throat. "I just thought. You're learning pretty fast." She stared at me for a moment, then flicked the tip of her tail. "I'm not dumb." "I know." Gathering a stack of broad-backed leaves, I walked over to the wooden frame. Roofing was more complicated than building the frame. The bark had to overlap from the bottom up. Otherwise, rainwater would seep through backward. The broad leaves had to be layered like fish scales to seal the gaps. The vines couldn't be tied too loose, or the wind would tear them off, nor too tight, as they'd crush the leaves. I failed several times. The first layer blew off the moment the wind picked up. The second was tied too tight, and the leaves tore. It wasn't until the third attempt that I began finding my rhythm, pressing the leaves down with thin branches and looping the vines around the beams, securing them without damaging the leaves. Kasha watched the whole time. She didn't understand any of it, but she could tell that after every failure, I'd pause, think it over, and try a different approach. Beastkin generally didn't operate that way. In the world she came from, a task either failed because you weren't strong enough or because luck wasn't on your side. Rarely did anyone keep trying until they figured out how to make things work. By the time the sun shifted west, the first layer of the roof was finally done. From the outside, the frame was uneven, and the bark and leaves were far from perfect, but it looked like something that could actually keep rain out. I didn't stop. I secured the roof with a few thin wooden strips, tying the ends with vines and sealing them with softened tree resin. Lastly, I spread a layer of dry grass over the roof and topped it with a thin covering of mud and thatch. The mud couldn't be too thick, it would crush the wooden frame. It just needed to be heavy enough to press down the grass and shield against the wind. By the time I slapped on the final handful of muddy grass, I was almost out of strength. I plopped down beside the edge of the wet mud, my chest heaving as I struggled to catch my breath. Kaisa stared silently at the slanted roof for a long while. In front of what was once an empty, bare stone wall, there now stood something. A piece of roofing that could genuinely cover the entrance. The fire pit had been moved under the eaves, with smoke threading its way out through the gaps. The fence leaned against one side, the wooden beams propped up at an angle. The small garden was sheltered by a drainage ditch. Still crude, but compared to the wreck of a hovel we started with, it was a completely different story. "This is a house." Kaisa spoke slowly. "Not complete yet." I chuckled. "It's barely half of one." "Half is good enough." I froze for a moment. The way she said it, oddly, made my chest tighten in a soft ache. Pushing myself up, I added some firewood to the fire. The sky darkened quickly. The air grew damper, and raindrops began to fall from between the leaves overhead. Whether this would work or not depended on this ring. The light rain tapped gently on the tree bark and wide leaves at first, then slid down the slanted roof in rivulets, trickling and dripping outside the eaves. Inside, while the ground was a bit damp, it wasn't getting soaked. The fire under the eaves flickered steadily. It hadn't gone out. At last, I felt the tight string in my head loosen a little. Kaisa noticed too. She reached out, catching some of the rain dripping from the eaves, then looked back at the dry, leaf-covered ground beneath her. It was like she'd only just realized rain could be kept outside, not by enduring it, not by curling up shivering in a hollowed-out tree, but by actually putting something in between herself and the rain. She inched closer to the fire, curling her tail around her body. Her voice was so soft it nearly dissolved beneath the patter of rain. "It's warm here." The firelight flickered over her face, painting her cold, almost harsh features with a kind of gentleness. Her lips remained tightly pressed into a line, but the sharp hostility that used to shimmer in her golden eyes was gone. I smiled. "It'll be even warmer in the future." "Warmer?" "Yeah." My gaze rested on the roof and then the fire. "Someday the roof will be thicker, there'll be beds of dry straw, shelves to store food, and walls that don't let the rain through." Kaisa listened slowly, then murmured, "Luzhou." "Yeah. You're a human who builds nests." I blinked, then burst out laughing. "That's quite the title." She didn't laugh, though. She stared at me with a seriousness that felt like she was bestowing something important, a real name. Just then, a faint plop echoed from above the roof. Not the sound of raindrops. I snapped my head up, heart racing. A drop of murky water leaked through a crack in the roof and splashed down right by the fire. And then a second drop followed. The flame flickered faintly, letting out a soft sizzle. That sound. Big, louder than the rain outside. The fire can't go out. This is our biggest assurance right now. Without fire, water can't be drunk, meat can't be cooked, wounds can't be cleaned, and the nighttime beasts would no longer fear us. After all the struggle to build a roof, if the fire goes out on the very first night, well, more than half of our efforts would feel wasted. Kasha stared at the dripping muddy water, her tail suddenly tensing up, her eyes flashing with evident unease. "It's leaking." I looked up at the roof. Most of the rainwater was flowing along the tree bark and broad leaves to the edges outside, but there was one spot where the vines were tied too tightly, cutting into the wide-backed leaf and creating a crack. The mud grass wasn't packed down smoothly enough, either, so water seeped right through the gaps, dripping perilously close to the fire. A bit heavier, and the fire would inevitably be doused. I didn't complain. For a first attempt at building a roof, the fact that it was holding up this well was already a small victory. Problems exposed can be fixed. Without hesitation, I nudged the fire half a foot further inward and placed a ring of stones around the flames to shield it from any splashing muddy water. Kasha whispered, "Do we need to tear it down?" "No tearing it down." I picked up a few backup broadleaves. "We'll patch it up." Under the light drizzle, I crouched at the edge of the roof, shoving the leaves into the leaks and propping them up from below with slim branches. Rainwater ran from my hair down the back of my neck, cold enough to make me shudder. Kasha stirred. "Stay sitting." I didn't look back. I can pass things over. Seeing she wasn't trying to get up fully, I said, "Hand me those big leaves over there. And don't tug at your wound." She used her tail to curl around the wide-backed leaves, carefully sending them over. Compared to the beginning, her movements had grown much gentler, not like the rough, hunter-like motions she'd used before. I took the leaves and shoved them into the gaps, securing them with a bit of mud grass. The drip-slapping of water gradually slowed. I stared for a while, making sure no water would reach the fire, before letting myself finally breathe again. But that wasn't enough. The roof leaked, and the fire's placement was all wrong. Right now, the fire was directly on the damp earth, surrounded by loose disorder. When the wind blew, sparks flew everywhere, and water running across the ground could easily snuff it out. If we were going to stay here, we needed to build a proper fire pit. I used stones to trace a circle on the ground. Kasha watched. "Now what are you doing?" "A fire pit. A nest for the fire?" I paused, then laughed. "Exactly, a nest for the fire." Kasha nodded solemnly. I gathered flat stones and built a ring around the fire. Smaller stones for the inner circle larger ones for the outer circle, leaving space in the middle for wood. The stones would block flying embers and hold heat, gradually releasing warmth even as the flames dimmed. On one side of the fire pit, I dug a shallow trench to prevent groundwater from flowing directly into the flames. Then I scraped the muddy ground under the eaves, clearing out soggy leaves and debris. I spread a layer of dry sand over it, packing it down firmly with a flat stone. When I finished those tasks, the campfire was no longer a random blaze on the ground, but had its own designated spot. Kasha stared at the ring of stones surrounding it. The fire, it won't run away now. Pretty much, I replied. She kept staring for a while, like she was mentally taking notes on how it was done. With the fire pit settled, our sleeping situation needed improving too. For the past few nights, we had been resting against the rock wall, using wide leaves and rough ground for bedding. The earth was damp and teeming with bugs, and at night, the chill seemed to seep up from the soil. With Kasha already injured, continuing to sleep on the wet ground was not an option. I glanced toward the corner of the cave, not too far from the fire but distant enough to avoid its smoke. Backed against the stone wall, it was much safer than the entrance. If I laid down a base of branches, pressed dry grass over it, and topped it off with wide leaves, it would at least lift us off the damp, icy ground. "We're going to need a bed," I said. Kasha looked up. "A bed? Something to sleep on?" I explained. She cast her eyes to the ground. "You can sleep here." I shook my head. "Just because you can sleep here doesn't mean you'll sleep well. Your wound pressing against the damp ground could get infected." That part she understood. She glanced at the fabric wrapped around her shoulder and didn't argue further. I started gathering dry grass. The rain had just stopped, so most of the grass outside was still soaked. Luckily, I found some semi-dry tufts under the overhang and in crevices between rocks. From the pile of branches I had been drying near the fire, I pulled out some thinner, straighter sticks for the base and set aside the sturdier ones for firewood. The bed frame itself was simple. 2 narrow logs for the bottom frame, crisscrossed with smaller sticks to form a low platform. Without nails, I lashed everything together using vine strips. My skills were clumsy at best. The weaving was uneven and lopsided, but at least it held together. Kasha stood nearby, quietly watching. After a while, she suddenly muttered, "This for me? You're the injured one." "Of course, it's for you," I said as I spread out the dry grass and topped it with a layer of wide-backed leaves. "What about you?" she asked. "I'll manage near the fire," I replied casually, not looking up. She stared at me wordlessly, the intensity of her gaze unnerving. "What?" I asked finally, unable to take it. "You're also hurt," she said plainly. Caught off guard, I froze for a moment before glancing down at the cloth wrapped around my hand. I grinned faintly. "Fine, then I'll sleep next to it. But I'm not stealing your spot." That seemed to satisfy her, as she finally looked away. With the bedding prepped, I helped her lower herself onto it. At first, she was stiff and hesitant. It was obvious she'd never rested on anything quite like this before. It wasn't cold stone, damp tree roots, or a random heap of leaves. The dry grass, while a little prickly, was soft enough to keep her off the chilling ground. The wide-backed leaves, faintly scented of vegetation and warmth from the fire, added a subtle coziness to it. Once seated, her tail flicked lightly against the side of the bed. "It's soft," she muttered. I was still tending to the fire pit. "Better than the mud, right?" I asked over my shoulder. She hesitated for a moment before responding with a quiet, "No." With the leftover dry grass, I made a pile in the corner and covered it with wide-backed leaves. It would be handy later for bedding, kindling, or padding an enclosure. By the time I was done, the rain outside had stopped. Only the occasional droplets slipped down from the roof, but most of the water was funneled down the sloped edge outside. The fire was burning steadily, and the ring of stones around it had been warmed. The air in the cave was finally starting to lose its chill. In the corner of the cave, the grain beasts lay still in their makeshift pen. It curled up in the corner to sleep, and the spike-tailed monkey had also quieted down. Outside the vegetable patch, the drainage ditch continued trickling downhill. The wild millet seeds lay securely buried in the soil. I sat by the fire, a strange heaviness suddenly swelling in my chest. This place was still so broken. The roof leaked, the bed poked, the hearth was uneven, and the fence always seemed one step from collapse. But somehow, it no longer felt like a temporary hideout. Here, there was fire, a bed, food, a little beast, and a patch of land waiting for seedlings to sprout. Kasa leaned against the dry grass bed, her expression soft with relief. She had tried to resist sleep, but the bed was too warm, the firelight too steady. Before long, her eyelids sagged with the weight of exhaustion. "Rest," I said quietly. She blearily cracked her eyes open. "You won't leave." "I won't." "And the fire, it won't go out." "It won't." She seemed reassured at last, her golden eyes slowly closing again. As she drifted into sleep, her breathing was steadier than I'd ever heard before. Her sleek, black tail hung off the edge of the bed, its tip occasionally twitching softly, no longer tense. I added another log to the fire, leaning back against the stone wall. The weariness started to creep over me, layer by layer. Just as I was on the brink of sleep, the grain-hoarding creature in the pen shifted. It didn't try to flee, just lifted its nose and began sniffing the air. Then, the spike-tailed monkey shot upright, its fur puffed, releasing a stifled, high-pitched screech. Kasa jolted awake almost simultaneously, a sharp glint flaring in her golden eyes. "Something is sniffing at our fire." The spike-tailed monkey continued its suppressed screaming, a thin, urgent sound. In the corner, the grain-hoarding creature shivered violently, trembling so hard it didn't dare to dig at the dirt with its front paws anymore. Despite having tried to escape earlier in the day, it now seemed desperate to bury itself in the deepest part of its tiny pen. I snapped out of the fog of sleep, my instincts kicking in. My first reaction wasn't to look outside, it was to check the fire. The fire still burned strong. Red embers rested within the stone circle, where a few logs burned steadily. Occasionally, a couple of water drips fell from the leaky roof, but they only hit the outer edge of the hearth. I grabbed a glowing branch from the fire pit and lowered my voice. "What is it?" Kasa sat up fully, her face still pale, the bandage on her shoulder not yet dry. But her golden eyes had turned sharp again, steeled with readiness. She didn't answer at first, inclining her head slightly, her ears angling pointedly toward the shadows. The forest after the rain was unnervingly quiet, too quiet. The usual chorus of chirping insects had faded almost entirely, leaving only the sporadic plip of water dripping from the leaves. The quieter it got, the tighter the pressure in my chest became. The most dangerous creatures never made a lot of noise. Kasa finally spoke, her voice low. "Not a small beast." "Where?" Her tail tip extended, pointing to the shrubs outside the stone fire circle, to the right. "There." I followed her direction. The firelight didn't reach that far, and the dense undergrowth was shrouded in pitch blackness. My parsing vision soon displayed a notification. "Unknown biological odor detected." Behavior analysis. Approached heat source briefly, has since retreated. Threat level. Unable to confirm. Retreated? That should have been reassuring, but it wasn't. Something that could approach us that silently, only to leave without a trace. It spoke volumes. Ming kept her eyes cautious. This wasn't a frightened little animal darting off because of the fire, it was observing. Watching the camp. Watching us. Kaisa propped herself on the bed, as if trying to stand. I immediately pressed her back down. "Don't move. I want to see. Your wound will reopen if you go out." It smelled the fire. "So what? Let it smell the fire. The last thing we need is for it to smell your blood." Her movements paused. She glanced down at the bandages. There was no blood seeping through yet. But who could say for sure if she kept moving? She was silent for a moment before staying put, though her tail remained painfully tense. I picked up a firebrand and began checking the ground around the edges of the stone ring. The dirt was soft from the rain, perfect for catching traces. Sure enough, on the right side, just outside the thorn vines, there were signs, flattened grass, and a fresh mud imprint. The print wasn't big, but it was deep. It didn't look like a hoof. It didn't resemble a paw, either. It reminded me of a thick pad pressed firmly into the dirt. No sharp claw marks at the edges, which meant the creature either retracted its claws or had wide, blunt feet. My chest tightened. I prodded the print with the firebrand, but didn't go chasing after it. Following an unknown creature in the middle of the night would be a death wish. I straightened up the crushed thorn vines, stacking a few extra stones at the edge for added protection. Then I built the fire higher, letting the smoke curl up under the roof and drift out into the rain-misted night. Kaisa had been watching me the whole time. When I returned to the fire, she spoke in a low voice. "You're not going after it?" "No." It backed off, which means it doesn't want to fight. If we go after it, we're leaving the fire and the camp. This fire, we prepared them. They're our advantage. Out there, we'll have nothing. She stared at me in silence for a long time. This wasn't how she used to survive. Threats meant two options: fight or flee. Sitting by the fire, guarding the stone circle, waiting for the threat to come, it was foreign to her. But she wasn't disagreeing. She knew I was right. She couldn't fight now, and I stood no chance either. Staying, defending this spot, would be better than chasing shadows into the unknown. Inside the makeshift enclosure, the spike-tailed monkeys gradually settled down, though their fur was still puffed up in defense. The grain hoarder, huddled in the corner, stared wide-eyed at the edge of the stone ring, not even daring to touch its food. I glanced at them briefly and realized they weren't entirely useless. Their sharp senses seemed better at detecting danger than ours. Living food stores and living alarms combined. I didn't dare sleep deeply the rest of the night. Neither did Kaisa. She leaned against the bed, fighting to stay awake. I urged her to lie down a few times, but she refused every time. It wasn't until late into the night, when the forest grew quiet again, that she finally relaxed a little. But even then, she refused to sleep, staring into the fire with an expression heavy and dark. Something was wrong. "What's on your mind?" I asked. She didn't answer for a long while. Then, in a faint voice, she said, "I slept too deeply earlier." "That's not a bad thing." Her frown deepened. "It is. Sleeping deep means you don't hear anything. Not hearing gets you killed." I didn't know what to say right away. It finally hit me. Why she had been so on edge since waking up. Why she hadn't paused for even a moment to let her guard down. It wasn't just because something was approaching. It was because she realized how deeply she had been asleep earlier. So deep that when danger drew near, she didn't wake up immediately. She only opened her eyes when the little beast startled her. For most people, a good sleep is for recovery. But for her, it meant lowered vigilance. And in her world, the world she came from, losing vigilance equated to death. I threw another piece of wood into the fire pit. The flames flickered, casting a warm, golden glow on the mouth of the cave. "Kasha, being able to sleep deeply isn't always a bad thing," I said. She turned her head to look at me. "In the past, when you were alone, sure, you couldn't afford to sleep too deeply. No one was around to keep the fire going or watch over the surroundings. But now it's different." I gestured to the fire pit. "We have fire." I pointed at the stone ring and thorn defenses near the entrance. "We have protection against animals." Finally, I pointed to myself. "And you have me." She stared at me quietly. I smiled. "I know I'm not strong, but I can still wake you up if something happens." She didn't smile back. Her gaze shifted from my bandaged hands to the pile of firewood, the small sack of wild millet, the drainage ditch, and the little garden we had patched together. None of this felt particularly strong. The stone circle wouldn't stop a larger animal. The roof leaked when it rained. Small creatures always tried to escape. And I wasn't much of a fighter. But somehow, these little, fragile things had come together to create a place where she could sleep more soundly than ever before. And that scared her. It felt foreign. In a barely audible voice, she murmured, "I shouldn't get too comfortable." I understood what she meant. She wasn't talking about physical distance. She was saying she shouldn't let herself grow used to this sense of safety. Because once someone gets accustomed to warmth, going back to the cold only becomes harder. I didn't try to convince her otherwise. Instead, I handed her a piece of roasted root that had been warmed by the fire and simply said, "Have some." "You didn't answer me," she said, not taking her eyes off me. I pushed the root gently into her hands. "I am answering." I stared into the fire and spoke slowly. "The real question isn't if you get too close or not. Danger will always exist, no matter what you choose. If you don't sleep, your wounds won't heal as fast. If you don't eat, your body will only weaken. Stay tense for too long, and you'll fall even faster. If you want to survive longer, you need to learn when to stay alert and when to allow yourself to rest." She held the warm root in her hands for a long time without saying anything. Finally, she lowered her head and took a small bite. "You talk too much," she muttered. I laughed lightly. "That's because I can't beat you in a fight. Talking is all I've got." She glanced at me, the icy look in her eyes softening just a bit. Outside, the sky was gradually lightening. The chill of the post-rain dawn seeped into the air, and mist crawled low across the ground. Distant insect chirps began to break the silence once more. That unknown creature hadn't come any closer, for now, at least. I braced myself on the ground and began to push to my feet, intending to check for tracks left behind during the night. But before I could take a step, Kasha spoke abruptly. Lu Zhou. Yeah, I'll teach you how to listen to the forest. So even if I'm asleep, you'll be able to hear it. I felt a small shift in my chest, a faint movement I couldn't quite name. Before I could respond, her ears suddenly twitched, and her gaze snapped toward the distant tree-line. Her voice dropped to a whisper, tense and sharp. Forget that for now. Listen, something's running out there. I followed her gaze, squinting toward the mist-shrouded forest. Through the dim light of dawn, a rapid, chaotic rustling of movement began to grow louder, breaking through the quiet tranquility. Something was coming, and fast. The chaotic sound of footsteps was coming closer and closer. I had just stood up, my hand instinctively reaching for the stone axe. But Casa didn't let me hide. Instead, she turned her ears forward, her gaze locked ahead. It's not chasing us. How do you know? Her ears gently swiveled, carefully discerning the sounds. The steps are unsteady. Breaths are quick. It's fleeing. I frowned, trying to listen closer. To me, it was nothing but a jumble of noise, chaotic footfalls. But to her sensitive ears, every sound carried meaning. Soon enough, a small green-hoofed creature burst out of the underbrush. Its side was slashed open by a fresh wound, and it stumbled in a panic, completely disoriented. When it saw the glow of our firelight, it skidded to a halt, legs sliding in the mud before darting off toward the opposite side of the forest. I didn't give chase. Neither did Casa. Moments later, a low growl rumbled from deeper within the bushes. The pursuer didn't reveal itself. It lingered in the mist for a while, seemingly becoming aware of the smell of fire and humans. Then, it deliberately veered away. The sound of paw steps and growls gradually faded into the distance. My grip tightened on my axe as I realized my back was slick with cold sweat. If that predator had charged at us directly, we would have been fighting for our lives, again. Casa glanced at me. Did you hear it? I gave a weak smile. All I heard was chaos. She shook her head. The forest isn't chaos. She propped herself up against her bedding, her voice faint but carrying a rare gravity. When insects go quiet, it means something's coming. When birds fly suddenly, it means danger below. Quick rustling in the grass, it's small animals. Snapping branches, it's big ones. And in the wind, there's scent. I stayed silent. I knew she was teaching me survival. This wasn't something learned from books. It was knowledge earned through her years in the wild, carved inch by inch into her being. Every observation she shared was hard-won, bought with blood, hunger, desperate escapes, and maybe even the deaths of those she once traveled with. She gestured toward the right side of the camp. Listen there. I closed my eyes. At first, I only heard the patter of rain, the crackle of the firewood, and the chittering sound of a gnawing needle-tail monkey. But after a long pause, I finally caught it, the faint rustling sound from the grass on the right side. There's something small, she replied. I opened my eyes and held a burning stick toward the sound. From the concealed undergrowth, a gray-eared night mouse emerged, startled by the firelight, and quickly withdrew, vanishing as fast as it had come. She got it right. Then she pointed upward into the trees. Above, I tilted my head back to look. The leafy canopy was dense, tendrils of mist wrapped around the branches. I listened intently for what felt like forever before I caught it, the lightest sound of claws scratching against bark. Black-tailed tree monkey. Yeah, a strange, indescribable feeling swelled in my chest. My advanced analytic vision could highlight targets, but it still required me to notice them first. On the other hand, Casa didn't need to see anything. She could deduce the world around her just from the symphony of sounds and smells. This wasn't some cheat code. This was instinct, a hard-earned survival skill that kept her alive. Teach me more, I said sincerely. Her golden eyes flickered slightly, as though she hadn't expected me to take this so seriously. In her world, humans were weak. The orcs are strong. The weak either hide behind the strong or are abandoned by them. But I'm different. Even though I'm weak, I keep learning. I've learned fire, wounds, the beast paths, and now I'm trying to learn how to listen to the forest. She was silent for a moment before quietly saying, "Close your eyes." As darkness enveloped me, the other sounds became clearer. The crackle of fire nearby, rain pattering overhead, a small animal rustling to the left. High in the canopy far away, a forest monkey. And even farther, there was the low murmur of water. I hadn't noticed that water sound before, but as I calmed my mind, it slowly emerged from the chaos of noises. It was broader, steadier than the narrow stream at our campsite, like water running endlessly over rocks. I opened my eyes and looked toward the other side of the slope. There's water over there? Her ears twitched slightly, and there was a faint hint of acknowledgement in her gaze. Yes, bigger than this one, much bigger. My heart skipped a beat. A larger water source. That would be a game changer for us. Collecting water has always been a hassle. The little stream was too small. Just a little rain would muddy it, and in the heat, it would shrink. If we could find something more stable, everything would get so much easier. But water sources also mean danger. Wild animals come to drink from them, and other orcs could trace water routes. I didn't rush to head out. Is it far? She tilted her head slightly, listening. Not far. But there's a beast path below. Then we'll check it out after you've healed a bit. You're not going alone? No. Water's dangerous. Going alone would just make me pray. She seemed pleased by my answer. The tip of her tail flicked subtly. She taught me a few more things that day. What certain bird calls signal a snake in the trees, how a sudden stop in insect chirping means a large creature has passed by, and how the smell of blood or rot in the wind could warn of danger. As she spoke, I used my analysis vision to verify it all. Time and time again, she'd pick up on things first, and my vision would confirm it when I looked in that direction. Slowly, the two abilities started to meld together. I realized then that my analysis wasn't enough by itself. I needed to learn to listen to this world, to see it, to respect it the way its native beings did. By midday, the sun finally pierced through the clouds a little. The vegetable patch was damp but not destroyed. The drainage trench continued to trickle. The wild millet hadn't sprouted yet, but the soil wasn't washed away. Inside the pen, the horde-grain beasts were gnawing on root bark. The spiny monkeys huddled in the corner. They'd been much more obedient after their failed escape last night. I scattered the cold ashes from the fire pit along the edge of the vegetable patch, then moved the wet wood under the eaves to dry. Kasha watched me work for a while before suddenly asking, "Why are you bothering to learn all this? If I learn it, you can get a little more rest." She froze for a moment. I smiled. "You won't have to stay on edge all the time. If I hear something, I can wake you up." She stared at the fire pit for a long time before murmuring softly, By dusk, I stood under the eaves again, closing my eyes to listen to that distant water. This time, it was clearer than it had been in the morning. The sound of water drifted up from below the slope, slightly to the left, with a dense forest in between. The breeze carried a cool, damp edge as it passed us. I was just about to confirm the path with Kasha when the caged spike-tail monkey raised its head abruptly, letting out a low, sharp cry in the direction of the water. Kasha's ears perked up too, her expression growing heavier with every second. A lot of things are calling near the water. It wasn't just one sound. High-pitched bird calls, suppressed chirps from tree-dwelling monkeys, the startled panting of a herbivore. All of it blended into the rush of water, near and far, like a pot of muddy soup stirred into chaos. I stood beneath the roof's overhang, motionless. These past few days, recklessness had gotten me burned enough times. In this forest, finding water didn't guarantee it was drinkable, and hearing commotion definitely didn't mean it was safe to go take a closer look. More often than not, where there was noise, there was danger. Kasha's ears flicked again toward the water. It's not a fight. Then what is it? She listened intently for a moment. Competing for water. My brow furrowed. Fighting over water? It didn't take long for it to click. There was likely a larger water source down there, one big enough to draw in hordes of animals and tree monkeys alike. Naturally, it'd be a hotspot for every creature in the area, especially after a rainstorm, where small puddles had turned muddy. Clean, stable water suddenly became all the more precious. I glanced at the sky. The sun hadn't yet set, and there was still decent light filtering through the forest. By nighttime, though, the water's edge would only grow more dangerous. Without speaking, I grabbed my stone axe, plucked a burning branch from the fire pit, and quickly wrapped its end in wet leaves to turn it into a makeshift portable torch. "We'll take a look, but we're staying far away." Kasha immediately braced herself against the stone wall, ready to move. I frowned. You're staying at the camp." Her golden eyes locked onto mine. "By the water, alone, you'll die." The bluntness of her words made me choke for a moment. She wasn't wrong. The water's edge would be lined with game trails, prowling predators, and perhaps even unknown beast folk. Even with the analytic abilities of my augmented vision, going alone meant I'd likely miss something critical. She added softly, "I'll walk slow. I won't fight." I stared at the bandage on her shoulder for a moment, then gave a reluctant nod. "Fine, but we're only scouting. No charging in." She agreed so quickly that it left me slightly uneasy. Before heading out, I checked over the camp one last time. The fire was encircled by stones, its embers buried under ash with a few semi-dry logs arranged for a slow burn. The small animals in the enclosure were huddled in the corner, and the drain around the campsite was still diverting water properly. Everything, for now, was stable. Supporting Kasha, I led us toward the sound of water. She moved at an unhurried pace, not because she wanted to, but because I wouldn't let her go any faster. Each time her stride grew larger, my gaze would instantly drop to her calves. After a few times, she gave up, pressing her lips together and shortening her steps. She was clearly unused to this slower, more careful pace. Yet, surprisingly, she didn't shake off my grip, a shift in behavior I hadn't expected. As we passed through a patch of wet shrubs, the sound of water gradually became clearer. It no longer resembled the delicate trickle of a stream, but something broader, fuller, more stable, like water endlessly washing over stones. Kasha suddenly stopped. I crouched down alongside her. The grass ahead shifted. A blue-hoofed beast emerged, sniffing at the muddy ground before quickly darting away. It's afraid. Afraid of something near the water's edge. Afraid of the scent. I took a deep breath, trying to pick up the smell myself. But all I got was the damp earth and wet grass. Her sense of smell was far sharper than mine. She pointed toward the left ahead of us. Over there, a large beast passed by. I activated the analysis eye, scanning the ground. Sure enough, there were faint claw marks embedded in the mud. Traces of large animal tracks, aged. Timestamp, old. Current danger level, low. I let out a sigh of relief. Old tracks meant the creature wasn't nearby recently. We decided to skirt around the beast trail, continuing along the rocky terrain. In less than 15 minutes, the dense trees thinned, and a small river came into view. Calling it a river might have been generous. At its narrowest, it was only 2 or 3 paces wide. But compared to the meager trickling stream near our camp, this was a paradise. Water poured down from upstream, rushing through the cracks between large, moss-covered black rocks. It formed a stretch of clear, shallow water dotted with prints of all kinds along the muddy banks. Hoof marks, claw prints, and even the tiny feet of forest monkeys. My eyes lit up. This water source was steady. The upstream rocks filtered it, and the quick flow helped prevent stagnation and contamination. Collecting water closer to the stone filter, then boiling it, would make it much safer than what we'd been relying on. Flowing stream detected. Pollution level low. Recommendation: collect upstream water closer to rock filtration. Boil before consuming. Relief washed over me. Finding a reliable water source meant the camp's survival was far more secure. Water wasn't just for drinking, it was for treating wounds, cooking, mixing with mud for crafting. Later, when we started making pottery, farming, or raising small animals, water would be indispensable. Kasha watched my expression. This good. Very good. Much better than that trickle of a stream we had before. She stared at the water, her tail tip twitching slightly. She understood the importance of water. Back in the beast folk tribes, it wasn't just predators that forced migrations, it was often the lack of water. But she probably couldn't quite grasp why I'd be grinning at a river like I'd just seen a feast. I didn't rush to collect any water just yet. First, I did a quick sweep of the surrounding area. To the right of the shallows, the ground was muddy and flattened, likely a spot where grazing beasts came to drink. On the left, near a larger rock, the ground was less disturbed, making it a safer spot for people like us to approach. Overhead, a blackbark tree stretched its limbs, providing some cover for the area. This could work as a water collection spot, but I knew it wasn't a place to linger. The water's edge was always riskier than the camp. I used a broad leaf to scoop some water from upstream and gathered a few round rocks to bring back for boiling. As I prepared to leave, something caught my eye, a faint white trace wedged in the cracks of one of the rocks. I scraped a bit off, bringing it to my nose. It didn't smell like much. Not willing to risk tasting it outright, I let my analysis handle the work. Mineral crystal detected. Contains salt. Purity low. Salt. My breath hitched noticeably. This stuff, for us right now, is as priceless as a fresh water source. It restores stamina, preserves meat, and makes food storage possible. Kasha stared at the rock, her face filled with confusion. Rocks are edible now. It's not a rock, I said, trying to suppress my excitement. It's salt. She clearly didn't understand, and honestly, I wasn't in the mood to explain. Using a sharp piece of stone, I scraped off some of the white crystals and wrapped them carefully in a leaf. You'll see, I said. Just then, Kasha's ears shot straight up. Suddenly, she yanked me behind a large boulder. I was about to ask what was going on when I heard a heavy splashing sound coming from across the river. Splash, splash. A hulking, dark silhouette emerged from the forest upstream. It didn't lower its head to drink. Instead, it stood by the shallows, sniffing the air ever so slowly. My gaze dropped to its massive paw as it pressed into the wet mud. The print it left behind was unmistakable. It was just like the one we found near our camp last night. The creature was even larger than I had imagined. Its shoulders and back were thick and powerful, its legs stout, its short dark brown fur bristling. A black mane traced from its neck all the way to its tailbone. Its snout jutted forward, with two tusks caked in mud and grass roots. This wasn't a purely predatory beast, but it was definitely not some gentle herbivore either. A faint analysis interface appeared before me. Black-maned tusk beast, large omnivorous predator. Territorial and aggressive. Diet includes roots, wild grains, animal eggs, and vulnerable prey. Danger level, high. My heart sank. This was it, the creature behind the black beast hair we'd found. The real threat near the wild grain fields. And worse still, the paw prints outside our camp last night. They belonged to this thing. It had already been close. Kasha lowered her ears flat against her head. In a barely audible voice, she muttered, "We don't fight it." I nodded. This time, there wasn't a shred of argument in me. Our stone axe, torches, and Kasha's injury couldn't hold off something like this. The tusk beast paced the shallows, turning over mud with its tusks and gnawing lazily at unearthed roots. Its cloudy yet fierce eyes swept over our boulders several times, as if sensing something nearby. I stayed completely motionless, the water pouch in my hands feeling absurdly heavy despite its light weight. Kasha leaned into my ear, her voice barely a breeze. "Wait, until it looks down." I caught her meaning instantly. The beast would only let its guard down when drinking or rooting through the soil. We stayed completely still for what felt like an eternity. Finally, the tusk beast moved toward the center of the shallows and lowered its massive head to drink. That's when Kasha gave me a slight pull, a signal. "Retreat. Don't run." Mimicking her every move, I began to retreat one cautious step at a time, carefully avoiding any dry twigs or loose stones. Kasha, despite her injury, was quieter than I was, moving like a shadow. We were almost to the edge of the underbrush when disaster struck. The broadleaf water pouch in my hand snagged on a thorny twig, tearing slightly. A single drop of water escaped. Tick-tock. By the quiet riverside, the sound felt like it was echoing against my chest. The black-maned tusk beast suddenly jerked its head up. Kasha snatched me sideways in an instant, both of us ducking down and pressing ourselves into the damp undergrowth. Heavy footsteps trudged closer. Its nose twitched incessantly, and a low rumble resonated from its throat. It had caught a scent, but with the moisture and smoke mingling in the air, it couldn't quite pinpoint the direction. I held my breath, my palms cold and slick with sweat. Kasha's claws were already halfway unsheathed. She wouldn't stand a chance in her current condition, but if it charged, I knew she'd leap out first to try and buy me some time. I pressed down on her wrist and shook my head. The black-maned tusk beast took another step forward. It was so close now, I could even smell that muddy, beastly stench emanating from it. And then, a piercing screech erupted from the treetops in the distance. A few black-tailed jungle monkeys leapt away, startled by something unseen. The tusk beast whipped its head towards the sound, letting out a low growl in that direction. This was our chance. Kasha grabbed my arm, pulling me with her, and we crept away inch by inch, clinging to the cover of the shrubs. Only when the sound of the river and its heaving snorts had been swallowed by the shadows of the forest did I dare to exhale properly. We circled wide around the animal trails we'd used earlier and made it back to camp. It wasn't until I saw the fire in the hearth below the roofline, still burning steadily, that my shoulders relaxed just a fraction. The spike-tail monkey in the enclosure clutched its perch, trembling, while the curled-up grainback beasts refused to move. They, too, must have caught the unusual scent of the tusk beast on us. I immediately turned to check Kasha's wound. Luckily, it hadn't reopened. I firmed up the bandages, poured water into the stone hollow to boil, and carefully set aside the small stash of salt crystals, tucking them in the driest corner of the dugout. Kasha's voice came, low. Will it come here? I hesitated for a moment before replying. It might. She wasn't surprised. Her gaze shifted to the muddy ground outside the stone circle. This is its territory. Are we on its edge? I nodded. That was the real problem. The camp's location was good. There was a rock wall, a water source, a budding vegetable patch, and the start of a wooden shelter. But if we were on the fringe of the black-maned tusk beast's range, we'd need to bolster our defenses immediately. Not to kill it, but to make it realize that this little nest of ours was more trouble than it was worth. I stood and surveyed the outer edges of the camp. The stone circle needs to go higher. More bramble layers. The fire mustn't go out, and no meat scraps can stay in the camp. Kasha listened silently. I didn't rest that afternoon. I expanded the stone barrier outward, added more bramble on the side where the tusk beast might come closer, and drove sharpened stakes into the ground. Kasha used her tail to pass me vines and occasionally reminded me of the wind's direction. By evening, I sank the final stake into the damp soil, utterly exhausted, barely able to stand upright. Kasha glanced at the newly reinforced defenses and asked, "Will this stop it?" "Stop it," I repeated with a faint shake of my head. "Not quite. No, we can't stop it," I said firmly, "but we can make it hesitate. As long as it hesitates, we stand a chance." She shot me a glance. "You always make the beasts hesitate." I chuckled. "Because we're not in a position to make them afraid right now." Night crept in slowly. The fire pit burned strong, the garden was properly fenced again, and the drainage was cleared. I expected a restless night. But, strangely, the forest was eerily silent during the first half, quiet enough to make my skin crawl. Then came the second half of the night. Suddenly, a violent ruckus broke out inside the enclosure. Thud, thud, thud. The grain-stashing beasts were desperately cramming themselves into corners, and the bristle-tailed monkeys were on edge, their furs standing on end while they slammed frantically against the fence, like something unseen had driven them insane with terror. Cass's eyes snapped open, and I shot upright, gripping the stone axe by the fire. Outside the reach of the firelight, the dense darkness carried a heavy, pungent stench on the wind. It wasn't the smell of rotting flesh, but something more, earthy and primal, a sickening mix of damp soil, wild grass, animal musk, and the metallic tang of fangs. Cass's golden eyes locked fiercely onto something beyond our stone ring, her whole frame tense, like a bow pulled taut. "It's here." I didn't need to ask what it was. The black-maned tusk beast, the massive predator we'd spotted earlier by the water, had found its way perilously close to our camp. Without hesitation, I stoked the fire, feeding it until the flames roared higher. Grabbing a few damp leaves, I tossed them on the edge of the blaze, and they hissed into thick clouds of white smoke. Cassa whispered, "It's sniffing around." "Sniffing the meat," I murmured, and the scent we dragged back from the water's edge. We'd carried the smell of its territory on us, combined with the roasted meat, bones, wild grains, and the pinned-up animals in camp. To an omnivorous apex predator, we were practically a beacon in the dark. We had drawn it straight to us. Jaw clenched, I got up and dragged the remaining bluehoof beast meat out of the shelter. Cass's eyes sharpened. "You're giving it the food?" "Not giving," I said, wrapping the meat in a broad leaf. I smeared the bundle with a layer of ashes and the pungent sap of the poison vine before tying it up. "I'm distracting it, giving it something else to hunt." Using a long tree branch, I extended the bait just past the stone ring on the camp's downwind side, setting it down near a small muddy depression. Once in place, I quickly tore open the leaf bundle to release some of the scent. The ash and poison vine muted the aroma somewhat, but the meaty tang still seeped out slowly. A deep, rumbling breath reached us from the darkness. It was low and heavy, like a massive bellows pulling air through unseen shadows among the trees. I couldn't make out its full form, just the faint parting of shrubs outside the stone circle. Then, two clouded yellow eyes shimmered dimly at the very edge of the firelight, watching. It didn't charge right in, though. It was studying us. Casa was still wounded, her movements strained. But I knew, if it lunged at us, she would throw herself straight into danger, no hesitation. Seeing that in her expression, I murmured, "Don't pounce. Remember, it's afraid of fire too." The black-maned tusk beast crept closer, one heavy step forward. Its massive form pressed just beyond the spiked bramble lining our defenses. It plunged into its paw. The creature let out a low grunt, tilting its head slightly as it caught the scent of the meat pack by the mud pit. It stopped. My heart was pounding. It worked. The black-maned tusk beast turned slowly toward the mud pit, nudging the meat pack with its tusks before sniffing the faint odor of rot vine. It let out a snort. Still, the scent of meat overpowered its wariness. With one bite, it grabbed the entire pack and lifted its head, casting a glance back toward the firelight where we stood. That look sent a chill down my spine, like it had etched this place into its memory. After a moment, it finally turned, lumbering its heavy body back into the forest. The bristle-tailed monkeys inside the enclosure were the first to collapse in relief, curling into a corner and trembling. I kept holding the burning branch, illuminating the stone ring for what felt like ages. It wasn't until Kasha whispered, "It's gone," that I finally sat back by the fire, realizing my palms were slick with sweat. Kasha stared into the darkness. "It'll come back." "It will." I didn't lie to her. "There's fire here, meat, small prey, and wild millet. For it, this place is no longer ordinary." "Then we move," she said. I hesitated briefly, then shook my head. "We can't move now. This camp was something we fought hard to take." Kasha wasn't healed yet. She couldn't handle the strain of traveling far. "If we can't move, we have to make it regret coming here. Tomorrow, we reinforce everything. Move the fence to the downwind side. No meat or bones left anywhere in camp." "And the fire," Kasha murmured. "Yes, the fire too." I fed another stick into the flames. Neither of us slept again. Through the rest of the night, I kept the fire burning while Kasha listened to the forest. The tusk beast didn't return, but its thick, oppressive presence lingered at the edge of the camp, like a boulder weighing down my chest, reminding me that in this forest, the rightful owner was never me. Come dawn, I dragged my aching body out of the stone ring. The spot where it lingered last night was marked by massive footprints. Two brambles had snapped under its weight, and one of the stones had been shoved aside. I crouched there, staring for a long time. If it hadn't been for the fire, the brambles, or that meat pack, the camp might have already been destroyed by now. Under the eaves of the shelter, Kasha spoke softly. "The scent of meat. It'll draw predators." I nodded. "Which means we can't just roast meat and leave it." I thought of the pale white crystals I'd seen in the cracks by the water's edge. Salt. If we could find more salt, we could cure the meat, make it last longer, and reduce the stench of decay. I looked toward the water source. There were signs of the tusk beast's presence there, but also salt. Dangerous, but necessary. As I pieced together plans in my mind, a small noise broke my train of thought. Inside the enclosure, the horde beast poked its nose out of its corner, sniffing the air frantically. A faint, anxious chirp escaped it as it looked toward the direction of the water source. Even the bristle-tailed monkeys raised their heads, staring the same way. Kasha's ears twitched. The air grew still, voices hushed. "There's a scent of blood by the water." At those words, the fleeting relief I'd felt sank sharply again. The rain-soaked forest was shrouded in heavy mist, and the eerie quiet near the water source set my nerves on edge. Even the usual chatter of the black-tailed forest monkeys had vanished. "Fresh blood," Casa murmured. "Not from last night." Fresh blood meant a fresh hunt. Perhaps the black-maned tusk beast had taken down prey near the water, or worse, some other predator was now prowling the area. But there was still salt by the water. I had scraped off just a little yesterday, intent on curing the meat properly. Without it, preserving our food would be next to impossible. I glanced at the makeshift cloth bandage on her shoulder. "You'll stay at the camp," I said firmly. Casa immediately shot me a look. "By yourself? That's not going to work." I fell silent for a moment, unable to argue. The water's edge was treacherous, and going alone wasn't a good idea. Her ears and nose were far more attuned than mine. If she stuck to scouting and avoided fighting, we'd both be safer than if I went stumbling headlong alone. You can come, I conceded, but only to scout. No fighting. If anything's off, we leave immediately. She gave a serious nod. Before heading out, I stoked our fire higher, then smothered it with ash to keep the embers alive longer. I added another horizontal beam to reinforce the camp's perimeter. Grabbing my stone axe and torch, I fashioned 2 small pouches from broad-backed leaves, one to hold water, the other for salt. As we neared the water, the metallic tang of blood grew stark and distinct. Cass's ears flattened, tail stiffened. "There's a dead one ahead," she whispered. "Anything alive nearby?" She tilted her head, listening intently. "Farther off, yes. By the water, not for now." The words, "not for now," did nothing to ease my tension. We carefully skirted the slick roots, taking cover behind the large boulder we'd used for shelter yesterday. Peering out toward the shallows, the scene in front of us confirmed her senses. There was blood, a pool of it spreading through the clear stream. A green-hoofed beast lay crumpled at the water's edge, its throat torn open and blood soaking into the sand. Tracks surrounded the carcass, deep, shallow, large, small, a chaotic mess indicating more than one creature had passed through. But the predator that made the kill was nowhere in sight now. I didn't dare approach the body. Who's to say that whatever took it down wasn't coming back? Instead, I motioned for Cassa to follow me upriver. There, trickling from a stone fissure, was fresh water. I collected some and turned my attention to the jagged rocks beside it. The pale streak I'd spotted yesterday was clearer now, the rain having washed over it, but revealing more apparent markings. Cautiously, I scraped at the surface with a stone shard. Low-purity salt crystal. Contains sand and mineral impurities. Suitable for limited use. Recommend dissolving in water and recrystallizing for refinement. A flash of relief surged within me. It really was salt. Cassa watched as I carefully scraped at the rock, her expression perplexed. What's it for?" "It'll help preserve the meat," I explained while scraping a bit more. Her eyes flickered with understanding and perhaps a little surprise. "The meat won't rot." "Exactly. Done right, it won't spoil so easily." That she seemed to grasp. As a scavenger once hounded by rot-eaters. Beasts, night rats, black-maned tusked beasts. Most of them are tied to the scent of food. Cassa's gaze turned serious as she looked at the rocks. "Get more." I chuckled. "That's the plan." I carefully searched along the crevices of the rocks. The closer I got to the upstream rock wall, the thicker the white residue became. One particular crack even had a small patch of rough salt crust hidden beneath a layer of moss. Using my folding knife, I pried along the edge. The salt crust broke into pieces, falling onto the wide-backed leaf I held. For us, and our current camp, this was a huge find. Cassa used her tail to hold another wide-backed leaf, helping me gather the fragments with great care, as if she were handling something rare and precious. "Keep it dry and wrap it up." She gave a low hum in response. Suddenly, the treetops in the distance shuddered, breaking the stillness. A few black-tailed tree monkeys darted across from upstream, their shrill calls slicing through the air. At the same time, the grass near the dead body of the blue-hoofed beast by the shallows swayed abruptly, as though something was pushing through it. Cassa's head jerked up sharply. "Go." I didn't hesitate. Wrapping up the salt securely, I turned and followed her lead. We avoided the path we'd taken earlier. Too much blood scent lingered there, likely to attract more predators. Cassa led me to circle around, trying to cut through some low brambles to get back to the gentle slope on the other side. At first, things went pretty smoothly. But after walking for a bit, I noticed something felt off. The ground beneath our feet was getting softer, each step becoming heavier, more sluggish. The smell in the air had changed too, not the muddy freshness of rain, but something sour, rotting. I stopped in my tracks. "Cassa." She stopped too, eyes narrowing as they dropped to the ground. Her golden irises suddenly constricted. "Don't move." A chill ran down my spine. The mud underfoot gave a faint, unsettling ripple. From the depths of the black muck, a bubble surfaced and popped with a hollow sound. Cassa's voice was low, tense. "Swamp. Your feet. Pull them out." Slowly. Cold sweat broke out along my back in an instant. I refused to panic, forcing myself to look down carefully. The black mud had already risen past my shoes, pooling around my feet. Its surface was a wet, deceptive coating, but beneath it was soft and sucking, like a massive, sludgy mouth slowly pulling me deeper. My right foot was the worst. I'd stepped too firmly, and it had sunk into the ankle. When I tried to shift it slightly, the mud gurgled and bubbled with unsettling ferocity. The rotting, acidic stench grew thicker. Ahead of me, Casa wasn't in much better shape. Her injured leg hadn't done her any favors. Her left foot was also stuck in the mud. The cloth bandage on her shoulder looked like it was straining a bit more under the tension, but her expression stayed icy and composed, her tail lifting incrementally for balance. "Don't rush," she said quietly. "The more you fight it, the quicker you'll sink." I forced myself to stay calm, dragging in a shaky breath. A swamp was no place for reckless movements. Panicked flailing would only make everything worse. The first thing I did was tuck the salt package into my chest pocket, ensuring it was secure. Then I moved my water pouch, placing it gently onto a denser patch of grassy roots nearby. That salt had been so hard to find. Losing it wasn't an option. Casa frowned. "Take care of yourself first." I clenched my teeth with a small, determined smile. Both of us. I wasn't about to leave anything or anyone behind. Prodding the ground with a stick, I cautiously tested the terrain ahead. The stick sank deep into the mud, disappearing partway. That spot was no good, unstable. I shifted to the right, probing until the tip of the stick hit something solid. Exhaling sharply, I spoke. "There's a tree root on the right." Kasha's ears twitched slightly. "Slow," she muttered. I leaned forward, careful not to let my weight rest fully on my right foot, which was already stuck. With the stick planted firmly against the solid root, I eased my ankle back and forth, wiggling it bit by bit. The mud squelched ominously, cool and viscous like a living thing clinging tightly to my leg. Every small tug brought up a foul, black muck, the stench of decay rising with it. My temples throbbed, tension building as I resisted the urge to yank it free. Steadily, slowly. Finally, my foot broke free of its grimy grip. No sooner did I feel relief than my left foot began to sink. Kasha reacted instantly, wrapping her tail around a hanging vine and tossing it toward me. "Grab on." I reached out, seizing the vine, its surface slick and nearly slipping from my grasp. Quickly, I tore a strip of cloth to wrap my hands for better grip. With the support of the vine and my stick, I edged my way toward the tree root. Slowly, I settled on it. Not large, not particularly comfortable, but far stabler than the surrounding muck. Kasha, however, was still stuck in the swamp. Her injured leg couldn't take much strain. With every attempt she made to move, the wounds on her shoulder and calf seemed to pull tighter. The sinking only worsened. I spun around. "Don't move. I'll come to you." She shot me a sharp look, her voice icy. "You come here, and we'll both sink." She was right. Charging in recklessly wouldn't help. I scanned the swamp, spotting a few dead branches partially buried in the mud. One particularly thick one lay propped against a grass mound. Using the stick, I pulled it over and positioned it as a bridge between her and me. "Give me your hand." Kasha didn't need to be told twice. She wrapped her tail firmly around the vine again, grabbed the dead branch with her good arm, and braced herself. From my position on the root, I extended myself back, pulling her slowly inch by inch. The mud resisted fiercely, clinging to her like it did to me. Her face grew pale, beads of sweat forming on her brow, but she didn't make a sound, not even a groan of discomfort. When her foot finally came free, the makeshift bandages on her shoulder were already blooming with deep red stains. My chest tightened. "You're wound. It tore open, didn't it?" Kasha caught her breath. "It's just a small tear. I don't trust you when you say small." She fell silent. We stayed still for a moment, neither of us moving yet. I glanced ahead, evaluating the path before us. The swamp wasn't massive, but it was treacherous, deceptive. The surface was littered with floating leaves and water plants as though inviting you to step, only to drag you into the rotted black depths below. The section ahead looked darker, but going back might mean running into the predators waiting near the water's edge. Kasha lifted her head, sniffing the faint breeze. "To the left," she said softly. Shallower mud. To the left, a series of exposed tree roots jutted from the ground like twisted black snakes. They might provide sporadic footholds every few steps, at least enough to get across. "Left it is," I agreed. Supporting Kasha, I steadied her as we moved forward, using the stick to test the ground. Step by step, we crept along the roots, each placement calculated, deliberate. A single misstep could be a disaster, and every motion was made with the utmost care to avoid noise. The swamp was eerily silent, the kind of stillness that made the hair on the back of my neck prickle. The absence of sound rarely meant safety. It often meant the opposite. Midway through crossing, we came upon a fallen tree partially submerged in the murky water ahead. Its massive trunk lay stretched across the mud, gnarled bark coated in slimy algae, almost bridging. A patch of gray-green moss sat squarely in the middle of the tree roots. To cross, I'd have to wade deeper into the muck or step right on it. I stopped in my tracks. Kasha halted too, her ears flattening slightly. "Something smells off," she muttered. I activated my analysis eye and scanned. Swamp crocodile beast, camouflage state. Behavior: lays in wait within muddy waters. Prepares to strike when prey steps near. Weakness: fear of fire, vulnerable eyes, and oral cavity. My heart skipped a beat. It wasn't just a piece of deadwood. Almost simultaneously, the moss-covered log began to fissure. Two slitted, amber-yellow eyes snapped open. Black water erupted as a massive maw bristling with sharp teeth lunged out from the mud, snapping toward Kasha. "Get back!" I bellowed. Kasha reacted instantly, her tail whipping around a hanging vine above her as she yanked herself backward half a step. The jaws missed her leg by a razor-thin margin, closing instead with a sickening crack on a nearby tree root, splintering it cleanly. My scalp prickled. If those jaws clamped down on a person, bones would shatter like twigs. The swamp crocodile beast had missed its mark, but it was far from deterred. Half of its massive body emerged from the black sludge. It was even larger than I feared, its broad, moss-covered back armored with patchwork decay. Short, thick limbs paddled through the muck with startling agility. Kasha's claws unsheathed, and a fierce glint erupted in her eyes. She wanted to pounce. I moved first. With all my strength, I hurled my torch directly toward the beast's face. Though the rain had dampened the flames, hot glowing embers still clung to the tip. The moment the light neared its snout, the creature visibly flinched, jerking its jaws aside. "Don't engage directly. Pull back up the tree roots," I barked. As Kasha retreated, gripping vines and roots to pull herself to safety, I grabbed a jagged rock and hurled it at the crocodile's eye. It missed, striking the bridge of its nose instead, but the impact still provoked a deep, guttural growl. The crocodile didn't give up, though. It surged a few steps forward, jaws snapping once more, this time aiming for me. There was no time to dodge. I dove toward a thick root nearby, the beast's massive mouth grazing my calf as it snapped shut with a horrifying whoosh of foul, humid air. The force of my dive sent me rolling into the muck, and the impact knocked the wind out of me. "Lujo," Kasha growled sharply. Her voice was low, edged with worry. Despite her injured leg, she launched herself at the crocodile's side, claws raking brutally along the soft skin near its eye. 3 bloody gashes. The beast roared in pain, thrashing its head violently. Its thick tail slammed against the water with a deafening whap, spraying up a wave of foul sludge. Kasha stumbled back, her leg finally giving way as fresh blood seeped through the already soaked bandage. Panic clawed at my chest, but this wasn't the time to lose focus. I grabbed the sputtering remains of the torch, fumbling in my pocket for the small tuft of dry tinder I'd been keeping close to my body. It was damp everywhere, but this bit had stayed dry enough. Pressing it against the glowing embers, I crouched low and blew hard. Smoke billowed. For a brief, tense moment, nothing happened. Then, a small flicker burst to life. Flame. I stood, gripping the faintly burning torch tight, forcing myself to stare down the beast. With gritted teeth, I stepped in front of Kasha. The flames weren't large, but they were enough to make the swamp croc beast hesitate. It stared at us, its slitted pupils narrowing like it was deciding whether we were worth the chase. We were already retreating toward the edge of solid ground. If it kept pursuing, the effort might not pay off. After a tense moment, the croc beast finally started to retreat, sliding back into the dark, murky water. Its vertical pupils locked onto us one last time before it disappeared beneath the surface. The swamp returned to silence, as if nothing had ever happened. I steadied Casa as we kept backing away. Only when my feet found solid ground, real, stable earth, did I let myself collapse onto it, gasping for air. Casa slumped against a tree trunk, her face eerily pale. The cloth wrapped around her calf was soaked through with blood, and her shoulder wound was bleeding again. My expression darkened. "I told you," I said, voice low. "No lunging." She looked at me, her voice equally low but unwavering. "It was going to bite you." For a moment, I couldn't find the words to respond. Then, from the direction of the water, a familiar low growl rumbled through the air, heavy and furious. A black-maned tusk beast. It had been stirred by all the commotion in the swamp and was heading our way. The croc beast thrashing in the water, smashing tree roots, and the blood from Cass's attack. It all reeked. The swamp was thick with blood and fury. There was no way the tusk beast wouldn't come investigating, especially since this was already its range. I helped Cassie up. "We're moving." Her ears twitched toward the water, claws still half drawn. "It's close. Which is why we need to move now." I grabbed her arm, throwing it over my shoulder, and began half dragging, half carrying her deeper into solid ground. A black-maned tusk beast in front, a swamp croc beast behind. Neither one was something we could afford to cross. My analysis lens scanned the ground furiously as I moved. Wet moss stone, slippery, proceed with caution. Rot leaf pit ahead, detour immediately. Blackroot tree, stable, use for support. Cass's heightened senses stayed sharp. Her voice whispered out soft, but certain warnings as we pressed on. "Left, there's water. Careful. Right, the ground's too soft." Behind us, it stopped. The tusk beast stopped. I asked, uneasy. She closed her eyes briefly, straining to focus, then nodded. "Yeah, it smells the croc beast." It all clicked. The tusk beast might have been violent, but it wasn't stupid. The swamp was still the croc beast's domain, and with that beast bleeding and raging back there, the tusk beast wasn't going to risk blundering indirectly. This was our chance. I tightened my grip on Casa and steered us wide of the beasts. Step by step, we moved, through thick trees and faint echoes of growls. And finally, mercifully, the noises faded behind us. Two predators deadlocked, instinct driving them to wariness, gave us the thin, fragile window we needed to slip away. Only when the familiar sight of stone walls and the wooden rooftop of our shelter came into view did I let out a full, shaky breath. The fire was still crackling. The embers glowed faintly, still alive. The spine-grained beast in our pen had huddled in a far corner, while the prickle-tail monkey shrieked when it spotted us, only to shut up instantly under Cassa's cold glare. I eased Cassa down onto the hay bed and immediately went to work unwrapping the bloodied cloth around her calf. The wound had reopened. What should have been a healing puncture wound was now ripped again, oozing blood from the strain of our escape. The edges were dirty with black swamp mud. If I didn't clean it fast, washing increases the risk of infection exponentially. My face was grim. Kasha lowered her head. "I'm fine. If you say I'm fine one more time, I might actually get mad." Kasha flinched slightly. She probably didn't expect this tone from me. In her mind, it was only natural to leap forward when the gator beast lunged at me. But right now, my face was darker than when we faced the black-maned tusk beast. Because I was worried about her. Kasha pressed her lips together. Rarely, she didn't talk back. I used a hot stone to bring water to a boil, then let it cool down a bit before carefully washing off the black mud. The warm water stung her wounds, and Kasha's fingers instinctively gripped the edge of the straw bed, sweat beading on her forehead. She still didn't cry out in pain. "If it hurts, just say so." "It doesn't. Your hand's about to snap the wood." Silent, she loosened her grip a little. After finishing with her leg, I carefully rechecked the wound on her shoulder. It had been jostled somewhat, but thankfully, it wasn't worse. Crushing some sharp blood grass and bitter green leaves, I packed the pulp onto the wound and securely wrapped it with dried cloth strips. When I was done tending to her, I finally pulled the packet of salt crystals from my pouch. Wrapped in broadback leaves, the salt hadn't been soaked through, though it was mixed with mud and grit. Most of it was still usable. The trip had nearly landed us in a swamp. We encountered the gator beast and even had a run-in with the black-maned tusk beast. But at least, the salt was back. Kasha glanced at the packet of salt. "This makes meat not rot." "It does," I nodded. "Not perfectly clean, but it'll work for now." I didn't just rub the salt directly onto the meat. Instead, I dissolved it in warm water first. Once the mud and sand settled to the bottom, I carefully poured out the clearer brine and used a hollowed stone and hot stones to slowly evaporate it. It was a crude method, wasteful too, but better than eating meat laced with dirt and grit. Kasha watched me repeat the process, pouring, letting it settle, evaporating, her expression unreadable. She no longer thought I was just messing around. Every seemingly tedious thing this human did eventually turned into something that helped us survive. Once I'd coaxed out a small amount of cleaner salt from the hollowed stone, I gently scraped it off. It wasn't much, just enough to treat a small piece of meat. I sliced the dried green-hoof beast meat into thin strips, wiped off the surface dirt with warm water, and carefully rubbed on the salt. Then I propped up 2 slender wooden rods under the eaves, securing them with vines to fashion a makeshift drying rack. Kasha eyed the rack. That is also a nest. I allowed myself a small laugh. It's a place for the meat to live. She blinked, visibly confused. Meat needed a place to live? By hanging the meat up, it can catch the wind, absorb the smoke, and combined with the salt, it'll last longer without going bad. From now on, if we have leftover meat, we can save it. Kasha was quiet for a long time. Before, if we couldn't finish it, it just rotted. Let's try to keep that from happening from now on. I hung the strips of meat onto the rack. The smoke from the fire pit drifted gently under the eaves, curling around the meat, slowly curing it. The salt wasn't very strong, and neither was the smoke, but it was already a major step forward. The best way we can preserve it. Kasha stared at the meat rack, as if looking at something entirely foreign, neither eating it immediately nor letting it spoil, but saving today's meat for tomorrow and the day after that. The sky gradually darkened. Suddenly, Kasha spoke. Lu Zhou. Yeah. Tonight, I won't pounce. Next time, you dodge first. My heart softened, and I almost laughed. This was probably the closest she could get to saying, I'm sorry. All right, next time, I'll dodge first. But you shouldn't just randomly pounce, either. Kasha let out a gentle hum of agreement. Night fell, and the first batch of cured meat slowly dried above the firelight. I thought we'd get a calmer night's rest. But in the middle of the night, a faint sound came from under the eaves. Plop. It was as if something tiny had landed on the meat rack. My eyes snapped open. In the flickering firelight, a thin, black claw was quietly reaching through the gaps in the roof, stretching toward the freshly cured meat. Any trace of sleep vanished from my mind. One hand grabbed my stone axe, while the other slowly picked up a burning branch from beside the hearth. Kasha woke up as well. Her ears perked up, her golden eyes gleaming cold as a blade in the firelight, and her tail slowly coiled around a slender wooden rod by the bed. The claw finally touched one of the meat strips, giving it a slight tug. The meat swayed, the rack creaking faintly. I thrust the burning branch upward. Get down. A startled screech came from above. A long, thin shadow tumbled from the roof, nearly falling straight into the fire pit. It had a frame somewhat like a monkey but leaner, with a long tail tipped with a tuft of black fur. Clutching half a piece of meat in its mouth, it turned to flee. But Kasha's tail moved first. The slender wooden rod smacked down with a sharp crack in front of it. The creature flinched in fear, dropping the meat onto the ground. Letting out shrill cries, it tried to dart out along the stone edges of the hut. By this point, I had already seen the prompt. Long-tailed climber beast. Omnivorous, fond of stealing seeds, jerky, and eggs. Threat level, low to moderate. Another thief. I couldn't help but laugh despite my frustration. These little creatures in the forest seemed constantly scheming to get at my supplies, one after another. I waved the burning branch, driving it off. Terrified of the fire, the long-tailed climber beast tried and failed several times to leap back onto the roof. Eventually, in a confused panic, it ran headfirst into an outer thorn bush, shrieking in pain before scrambling away into the underbrush. I didn't bother to chase after it. Chasing small animals at night was rarely worth the effort. Picking up the meat strip from the ground, I glowered. It was covered in dirt, and though it wasn't chewed up too badly, it couldn't just go back on the rack. More annoying, though, was that part of the roof had been loosened where it had pried its way in. A large leaf had slipped out of place, revealing a small gap. Kasha stared at the hole. It came from above. Yeah, the roof isn't secure enough, and the meat can't just stay out like this. Hang it outside. Then where should I put it? That question stumped me. We didn't really have proper containers. Wild millet was wrapped in broad leaves, salt crystals folded in leaves too, water carried in leaf pouches. But broad leaves weren't durable. They'd leak after a while and couldn't stop small animals from nibbling on them. If we wanted long-term storage, we'd need sturdier containers. Wooden barrels were out of the question, and leather pouches weren't an option either. That left only one solution: pottery. I looked down at the ground. After the rain, the soil was damp. Near the edge of the roof was a lump of yellow-brown clay. It was finer and stickier than regular dark soil and could be molded into a ball without crumbling. I crouched down, picked up a bit, and rubbed it between my fingers. Clay detected: high in impurities, suitable for experimenting with crude pottery. Recommendation: remove grass roots and pebbles, mix with fine sand, air dry, and then fired. My eyes lit up. Kasha frowned. Mud, you want mud too? I do. Once it's made, it can hold water, salt, millet, even meat. Mud breaks. For now, yes. I glanced at the fire pit. But after it's been fired, it'll be different. Kasha stared at the fire pit, then back at the lump of clay, as though recalling the cooked meat and boiled water, both transformed after being heated. Could mud really be different after it was fired too? She said nothing more. I couldn't sleep before dawn. First, I moved the meat drying rack a bit deeper into the cave, built a makeshift cover with some thin branches, and patched up the gaps in the roof again. The dirted piece of meat was trimmed, wiped down with salt water, and hung back up closest to the smoke. As the sky lightened, I took Kasha to look for clay nearby. Her injury hadn't healed yet, so I just had her sit by the rock wall and tend the fire while I searched along the drainage channel, heading to lower ground. Rainwater often exposed clay layers. Sure enough, at the base of a gentle slope, I found a patch of yellow-brown clay in a shallow pit. The surface was mixed with grass roots and pebbles, but underneath it was finer, and when I grabbed a handful, it could be rolled into strips. I bundled a big lump of clay in broad leaves and carried it back to camp. Kasha watched me walk in, holding the mud. Her expression was complicated. You went out just for that. This is important. I poured the clay onto a flat stone and started picking out grass roots, tiny stones, and insect eggs. Kasha silently watched me. To her, this mud was no different from the soil underfoot, yet there I was, working as meticulously as I would with meat. I then fetched fine sand and mixed it in. Pure clay cracked too easily. Adding sand reduced the risk. I'd only read about this method before. Now, it was my first time actually trying it. After kneading for ages, the clay turned smooth and refined. I rolled it into strips, coiling and shaping it bit by bit into a small bowl, wobbly and misshapen. Kasha stared at the ugly little thing. Looks like something a beast stomped on. My hand paused. It's my first time making one, I replied. Don't set your expectations too high, she said, the tip of her tail flicking slightly as if she wanted to laugh, but then she turned her face away. I ignored her, shaping another small jar. The rim was uneven, the body lopsided, and the base was wobbly. Placed it on a rock, it teetered, just shy of toppling over. Kasha couldn't hold back anymore. It won't stand straight, she pointed out. My expression darkened. I know. I flattened the base again, smoothing the jar's surface with wet hands. The more I smoothed, the more uneven it got. In the end, it barely passed as a recognizable clay piece. By noon, there were 5 or 6 objects resting on the flat stone. 2 small bowls, 2 jars, and 1 shallow dish. They all looked terrible, but to me, those misshapen clay pieces were more valuable than any prey. If they turned out well after firing, the camp could finally move into the stoneware age. Kasha stared at the clay pieces for a long time and then asked in a low voice, "Will these hold water someday?" "We'll see if they even make it through the firing first," I replied. "And if they don't, then we make more," I answered calmly. She looked at me, and for the first time, it hit her. The most impressive thing about this human wasn't that he could make fire or build shelters. It was that he seemed utterly unbothered by failure. If it breaks, you just make it again. Such a simple thought, yet one that was almost alien in the wild. By evening, I had placed the clay pieces under the eaves to air dry, circling them with thin twigs to protect them from small animals. Kasha sat by the fire, keeping watch over them like they were a clutch of peculiar eggs. In the middle of the night, the fog rolled in, the dampness creeping into the camp. When I woke up from the chill, The first thing I looked at was the clay. In the firelight, I noticed a thin crack running along the side of the small jar, faint as a single black strand of hair from the rim down to the belly. My stomach sank. I moved closer to check. It wasn't just one. The little jar had cracked completely. The dish's edges had started to warp. Both bowls were covered in fine spiderweb fractures. Keisha woke up and looked over with her golden eyes. They're ruined. I rubbed the surface of the jar. A smear of dry mud powder clung to my fingertips. The fog had made the outer layer dry too slowly, while the inner part got baked by the residual heat from the fire pit. Expansion and contraction together, it was bound to crack. On top of that, the clay was full of impurities. Grass roots hadn't been sifted thoroughly, and the fine sand hadn't been mixed evenly. No surprise that the first attempt didn't go smoothly. Half of them are ruined, I said. Keisha kept staring at me, expecting me to erupt in frustration. I'd labored on those lumps of clay all day yesterday, hands covered in mud, barely taking time to eat. If it had been one of the beastkin, they'd have smashed the whole lot underfoot and cursed it all as useless. But I just crouched there, studying them. It was almost as if I could hear those broken pieces explaining why they had failed. Are they unusable? The ones with deep cracks will shatter in the kiln. I picked up the little jar and gently snapped it. It broke cleanly in two with a soft crack. Keisha's ears flicked at the sound. I didn't linger on the loss. Instead, I crumbled the broken clay back into the wet mix and reached for the shallow dish. Its edge, it cracked, but the base is still intact. Maybe I can keep it and try firing it. Not a total loss. Kasha watched as I kneaded the broken clay back into the water. A hint of doubt flickered in her eyes. Broken, and you're still going to use it? Clay can be reused. I smiled. People can recover from certain injuries too, can't they? She glanced at the bandage on her shoulder, but said nothing. Her tail, however, gave a small flick. When dawn broke, I didn't rush to start over. First, I spread out the clay and began meticulously picking out impurities, grass roots, small stones, insect eggs, hardened clumps, anything that could cause cracking. The task was tedious and straining on the eyes. After watching me for a long while, Kasha suddenly used her tail to pick up a thin twig and started helping poke through the clay. I looked up. Don't touch the dirty clay. Using a stick, she replied curtly. And she really didn't use her hands. With the twig wrapped in her tail, she slowly and carefully picked out the grass roots. Her movements weren't exactly graceful, but there was an unexpected earnestness in them. Seeing that she wasn't aggravating her injury, I didn't stop her. The two of us sat under the eaves for the entire morning, working side by side. Once the clay was ready, I mixed in some fine sand and cold ash from burnt plants for good measure. Kasha frowned. Ash too, just a bit. Pure clay shrinks too much as it dries, and that makes it more likely to crack. Adding some sand and ash keeps it from shrinking too much. She reached out to touch it, noticed me watching, and quickly pulled her hand back, instead using the tip of her tail to poke the clay. Soft. It's soft now, but it'll harden after it's fired. Like meat. I paused, taken aback. Raw meat is soft, cooked meat is hard, she said seriously. I thought about it and realized she wasn't wrong. Pretty much. When I started shaping again, I was much more careful than yesterday. The walls couldn't be too thick or too thin. The base had to be firm, and the rim needed to be even. The principles were simple, but putting them into practice was maddeningly difficult. The first small bowl ended up with a crooked bottom, so I scrapped it and started over. The second one had a mouth that was too wide. It looked like a deflated fruit, so I scrapped that too. On the third attempt, I finally made something passable. Though, when I placed it on stone, it still wobbled slightly. Kasha stared at it for a while. This one stands. Was that praise? She looked away. Better than yesterday. I'll take that as a compliment. By the afternoon, I had finished a second batch of clay pieces, 2 small bowls, 1 little jar, 1 shallow plate, and a palm-sized salt jar. I didn't dare make too much at once. I just wanted to successfully fire at least one usable piece. To protect the clay pieces from moisture and the fire pit's heat, I placed them near the fire but not directly exposed to it. Dry grass and sand formed a cushion underneath, and I covered the top with broad leaves. Kasha sat nearby, her eyes sharper and more focused than when watching the little critters near the fences. Why are you staring at them so intently? I asked, preventing theft. I blinked, then burst out laughing. Long-tailed tree climbers steal meat, spike-tail monkeys swipe grain, and horde beasts dig up buried stores. Now Kasha had included clay pieces on her list of things worth guarding. All right, then keep an eye on it for me tonight. She responded with a soft mm. By evening, I placed the fragments of the old cracked clay near the hearth to test fire them. The real clay pots weren't fully dry yet and couldn't be put to fire directly. Not long after placing the fragments by the fire, one of the pieces suddenly cracked with a sharp pop. Kasha's ears twitched sharply. It exploded. Too much moisture inside. This only validated my judgment. They weren't dry enough, not ready for the fire. If I threw the fresh clay into the flames just like that, they'd all explode. I moved the remaining cracked pieces a bit farther from the flames, letting them dry gently. The process was slow but couldn't be rushed. Kasha stared at the shattered fragments near the fire. Making these, it's more trouble than hunting. It is, I admitted. Then why bother? I glanced over at the salt crystals, wild millet, strips of dried meat, and the warm water inside the cave. Once we have proper pots, we can store water securely, keep salt from spilling, protect the millet from pests, and actually cook proper meat broth. I paused, my voice lowering. We can't rely on leaves forever. Kasha looked at me. She seemed to suddenly notice that when I spoke of the future, my gaze was different, as if it pierced through this shabby camp and saw something far beyond. Night fell. The second batch of clay pots sat quietly inside the cave while the hearth burned steadily. I didn't dare sleep too deeply, getting up occasionally to adjust the pots' positions. Kasha didn't sleep either, her tail lying near the clay, almost like a black barrier of protection. Later into the night, the fog crept in again. Water droplets fell from the eaves. I reached out to touch one of the pots. Cool, but no cracks. I let out a sigh of relief. Just then, the millet-stashing creatures in the pen suddenly lifted their heads, noses twitching. The spiky-tailed monkeys opened their eyes too, staring at the clay with a low growl rumbling in their throats. The next moment, I caught a faint sour smell. It wasn't the scent of animals or blood. It was coming from one of the clay pots, a smell like rotting grass sealed too long. My face darkened, and I quickly picked up the small pot. Looking closely by firelight, I noticed a tiny bubble had formed at the bottom of the pot. The patch of clay there bulged ever so slightly, with dampness seeping at the edges. Up close, the sour smell was even clearer. It came from inside. I pressed the bubble lightly with my fingertip. Pop. It collapsed, and a bit of murky, sour water oozed out. Ruined? Kasha asked. Had some rotting grass roots inside. I sighed. I'd been careful yesterday, but there were still misses. Grass roots sealed inside made the exterior dry while the interior stayed damp. The heat caused bubbles to form. A pot like this couldn't be fired. If it didn't crack, it would explode. I crushed the small pot and kneaded the clay back into the mix. Another one gone, Kasha said, watching. Then we'll make it again, I replied. My voice was a little hoarse. It wasn't that I didn't feel the loss. My hands had been covered in clay for days, staying up until the middle of the night, guarding against little beasts and the thickening fog. The results? After 2 batches, barely any pieces made it through. But I knew in my heart, coarse pottery isn't something you can perfect in one go. Things may look simple now because countless attempts have already been made by those before us. I have nothing to rely on, only failures to trade for experience. Thankfully, 2 small bowls and a shallow dish didn't bubble up. The little salt jar's wall is a bit crooked, but its surface is intact, no longer damp to the touch. I stopped making new ones. For now, quantity doesn't matter. It's about getting it right. If I can fire one functional piece, even if it's ugly, as long as it holds water without leaking, I'll count it as a win. At first light, I began the firing process. With no kiln, I had to fire using a pile. I laid down dry grass and thin branches in a wind-protected spot outside the eaves, placing my completely dried, already cracked pieces around the edges for test burns. The real clay pieces needed slow heating to let the final traces of moisture escape. Kasha sat by the cave entrance, staring more intently than I was. Her tension was palpable. You staring like that won't help. Preventing theft. No one's gonna steal the clay right now. They stole meat before. For that, I had no rebuttal. In this forest, anything could disappear. I slowly fed thin branches into the fire. The flames climbed higher, the heat wrapping around the clay pieces bit by bit. I couldn't rush it. Only after the clay's color grew lighter and the surfaces dried did I dare add more fuel. The fire crackled, releasing sharp, earthy, smoky scents of grass and wood. I crouched by the hearth, my eyes reddened by the smoke, refusing to step away. Kasha told me to rest, but I shook my head. If the timing's wrong, all the prior work would be wasted. The first casualty was the shallow dish. Halfway through, its edge cracked with a sharp snap. It cracked, Kasha murmured, her ears twitching. I didn't touch it. If I took it out now, the sudden temperature change would just make it shatter even more. Not long after, one of the small bowls also cracked. The fissure ran diagonally, snaking down like a black serpent. I'd slowed things as much as I could, but they still broke. The clay wasn't mixed well, the pieces weren't homogeneous enough, and my fire was inconsistent. Every failure was a reminder that this process couldn't be taken lightly. Kasha, uncharacteristically silent, flicked her tail over to nudge a small branch closer to the fire. She was helping me tend it. "Don't get too close," I warned. She grunted softly in response. By the end, only the crooked salt jar and one lopsided bowl remained visibly intact. The fire burned down, the embers glowing under a blanket of ash, and the clay's hue shifted from damp yellow to a grayish-brown. I waited as they cooled slowly. "Done." "Not yet. Still have to wait." "We wait." Kasha frowned, like the whole process offended her sense of efficiency. "It is tedious," I admitted, "but it's worth it if it works." When the ash had fully cooled, I used a wooden stick to gradually dig out the fired pieces. The shallow dish had shattered into 3 parts. One of the small bowls lost a chunk as soon as I lightly touched it. And the little salt jar, when I picked it up, a small piece of its bottom fell off, leaving a gaping hole. I stared at that hole for a long, silent moment. "Ruined. All broken," Kasha said tersely, as if stating the obvious. Kasha's voice dropped low. I brushed away the last bit of ash. Beneath the pile was that crooked little bowl. Its colors were uneven, gray here, black in there. The rim was skewed, and the base uneven. But it hadn't shattered into pieces, just a faint crack along the edge. I carefully picked it up. The surface was rough, coarse enough to scrape the hand. But it had hardened. It was no longer just clay. I gently tapped it. The sound was dull, a far cry from the soft thud of raw clay. My eyes began to brighten. It worked. Kasha stared at the hideous little bowl. Can you even use it?" "Let's see." I scooped some water with a broad, sturdy leaf and cautiously poured it in. The water swirled a bit at the bottom, but it didn't leak. After some time, there were still no damp spots underneath. It was small and rough, definitely not much to look at, but it could actually hold water. I smiled. The fatigue and frustrations of the past few days seemed to lift, if only just a little. "Kasha, look at this. Do you see it? This is pottery." Her gaze stayed fixed on the little bowl, and her expression turned strange. It was ugly, undeniably so. Crooked beyond belief. Not even half as pleasing as a simple leaf. Yet, it wasn't just clay anymore, and it hadn't melted away when in contact with water. Clay, baked by fire, had truly transformed into something that could hold water. She slowly raised her hand, but stopped halfway. "Will it break?" "Yes. Be gentle." Her movements immediately softened. Her fingertips barely grazed the rim, as though she were touching a newborn beast and afraid of harming it. "It's hard. Ugly." The smile froze on my face for a second. "But useful," she added. She managed to make me laugh, despite myself. "Wow, thanks for the compliment." She didn't respond, just took the bowl and placed it carefully on a clean, flat rock beside her. I reached out, intending to inspect the bottom of the bowl again. Before I could, her tail curled up lightly around it in a protective gesture. "What are you doing?" "Guarding it." She looked completely serious. I stared at her tail shielding the misshapen ceramic bowl, and I didn't know whether I should laugh or cry. This panther beast folk had somehow decided that this crooked, baked little pot was now one of the camp's most precious treasures. The warmth from the fire pit still lingered. The breeze blew away the remnants of smoke. I looked at the rough pottery in front of me, my mind already racing toward the next step. If it could hold water, it could boil water. If it could boil water, it could be used to make soup. And if I could fire a larger pot, I could cook proper meals, meat, tubers, even wild millet, instead of relying on roasting everything over the fire every day. Just as I was lost in thought, a rustling came from the enclosure. One of the hoarded grain beasts stirred and started sniffing the ground vigorously. I glanced down and noticed a layer of fine, pale gray soil beneath the shards of broken pottery. The fire had baked it dry. I reached down to touch it. The texture was smooth and much stickier than the clay I'd used before. My vision flickered with text from the analysis system. Fine clay layer, minimal impurities. Better suited for crafting pottery. My eyes lit up. This material had been hidden under the fire pit all along. It had been buried under rain and mud for who knows how long. Just now, while firing pottery, the surface was baked dry, only to be flipped over by shards of broken pottery, revealing this small patch. I pinch a bit between my fingers, fine, sticky, with few impurities. Way better than what I dug up from the base of the slope yesterday. Found what now? Kasha asked, shielding the clay bowl protectively. Good clay? I couldn't hide my excitement. Clay can be good or bad. Yep. I carefully placed the fine soil onto a broad leaf. This kind is better for pottery. Later, we'll be able to make better bowls, bigger jars. She glanced at the clay in my hand, then at the uneven bowl cradled in her tail, murmuring softly, "This one works already." It works, but it's not good enough, I said, suppressing my eagerness to dig immediately. It was getting late. Today's pottery firing had drained my energy. More importantly, we had our first bowl capable of holding water. I needed to test it before doing anything else. Carefully, I reached over to take the clay bowl from beside Kasha's tail. Her tail twitched, clearly reluctant to let go. I chuckled. Don't worry, I'm not taking it away for good. I'll just use it to cook something first. Cook? Yeah. I placed the clay bowl near the fire pit, then used the broad leaf to scoop up water. The bowl was too small to place directly over the fire, and its bottom wasn't even. So instead, I poured water into it and began adding small heated stones, one by one. Sizzle, the hot stones hit the water, releasing a puff of steam that rose immediately. Kasha's ears twitched. Her golden eyes were fixed on the water inside the bowl. This wasn't the first time she'd seen me use hot stones to boil water, but it was different this time. Before, the water was always held in leaves, which would soften, leak, or tear. Now, the water rested securely in the clay bowl, contained without spilling or seeping through. After a few rounds of replacing the hot stones, tiny bubbles began to form and rise in the water. I took a small piece of cured green-hoofed beast meat, sliced it into bits, shaved a few pieces of roasted grey-root vine, and tore up some wild vegetable leaves. All of it went into the bowl. No pot, no ladle, no real cooking tools. But as the aroma of the meat blended with the subtle sweetness of the root and the fresh hint of the vegetables, the air beneath the eaves of the hut changed. It no longer carried just the charred scent of roasted meat, but now held something warmer, gentler, more enduring. Kasha's nose twitched slightly, and I caught the subtle bob of her throat swallowing. I noticed, but didn't call her out, instead using a thin wooden stick to stir the meat slices in the bowl before adding a tiny bit of salt water. We had so little salt it was barely enough to taste. But even so, this was leagues ahead of the utterly bland, fishy soups we'd suffered through just days ago. Once the soup cooled a bit, I carefully held the bowl out to her. Try some, I said. The steam wafted over her face, carrying that rich, meaty aroma and a warmth she wasn't used to. So this is porridge? Not quite porridge. We don't have enough wild millet, so it's just soup. Soup, she murmured the word softly. She took the clay bowl from my hands, moving more carefully than when handling prey. Gently. The bowl was hot, so hot that the moment her fingers touched it, she frowned. I quickly slipped a broad, sturdy leaf under her hand to shield it. Take it slow, it's hot. She glanced at me, the look in her eyes suggesting she was about to argue that it didn't bother her, but in the end, she didn't push back. Lowering her head, she cautiously took a sip. The hot broth slid down her throat, warming her stomach. It was hot, but not the scorching, painful kind of heat. Instead, it was the kind of warmth that slowly spread throughout, from the inside out. The meat had been cooked until tender, not tough like roasted meat. The roots had soaked up the broth, becoming slightly soft and starchy. The wild greens were a little bitter, but the bitterness helped cut through the richness of the soup. After that first sip, she froze for a moment. She had never had anything like this before. It wasn't tearing into raw meat, wasn't scarfing something down just to fill her stomach. This was sitting by a fire, cradling a clay bowl, and slowly sipping warm soup. She stared down at the bowl in her hands and didn't say anything for a long time. Well, how is it? I asked. After a pause, she finally said softly, warm. The same word, but this time, it was so quiet, almost weightless. If it's warm, drink more. Your injuries haven't healed yet. Hot soup is better for you than tough meat. She took a few more sips, but then suddenly stopped and handed the bowl back to me. Your turn. Her tone was still cold, but she added quietly, You're hurt too. I looked at her. This Black Panther beastkin had changed a bit. At first, she saw me as some weakling she could tear apart anytime she wanted. Then, I was the odd human who saved her life. But now she remembered I was hurt, too. She shared her food with me, and she handed me the first bowl of hot soup. Taking the bowl, I drank a sip myself. To be honest, it wasn't very flavorful. The meat was a little dry, and the wild greens were still on the bitter side. But somehow, it tasted like the most proper meal I'd had since arriving in this world. A simple clay bowl, a bit of meat, a few roots, some wild greens, and a precious pinch of salt. Put together, it wasn't just survival anymore. It felt like living. The two of us shared the first bowl of soup, taking turns drinking one sip at a time. At the very bottom of the bowl, only a few crumbs of meat were left. She stared at them for a while, almost like she didn't want to let them go. Holding back a laugh, I pushed the bowl toward her. Go ahead, finish it. This time, she didn't refuse. After drinking the last of it, she gently placed the empty bowl beside her and, without even realizing it, wrapped her tail around herself quietly. This bowl's going to see more use, I said casually. She raised her eyes to meet mine. When you're done with it, give it back to me. I almost broke into a laugh. All right, you can keep an eye on it for now. Satisfied, she finally looked away. After the soup, she looked noticeably better. Her complexion was still pale, but her eyes were brighter, more focused. The wounds hadn't bled again, and her body temperature wasn't as feverish. I gave her another check, and the diagnostics from my analysis ability let me finally relax a little. Black Panther beastkin, Kasha. Status, recovering. Infection risk, declining. Energy levels, slowly restoring. At the very least, she was going to make it. Hope was growing stronger. She caught me staring and frowned. What are you looking at? Seeing if you're almost ready. I'm fine as it is. I pointed to the cloth strip slung over Kasha's shoulder. Save that line until you can walk out of this stone circle on your own. She dropped her gaze to her legs, stayed quiet for a few moments, then suddenly grabbed onto the edge of the straw bedding and began to stand. My expression shifted instantly. What are you doing? Walking. Who said you could walk? You did, when you said I should walk out. I was so annoyed by her that I couldn't even find the words to respond. Kasha wasn't trying to act tough. She clung to the stone walls and shuffled outward step by step. Her movements were slow, but compared to a few days ago, when she could barely even stand, this was a major improvement. I immediately followed close behind, ready to catch her at any second. She reached the edge of the shelter and stopped, taking a deep breath, like she was finally certain she'd pulled herself back from the brink of death. Lu Zhou, she called out. Tomorrow, I can help you look for supplies. I was about to reject the idea, but Kasha had already turned her attention toward the area beyond our camp, her ears twitching slightly. But tonight, she said, her voice steady. Don't fall into too deep a sleep. Following her gaze, I looked out. Scattered over the muddy earth outside the stone circle were a few grains of wild millet, forming a thin trail that disappeared into the darkness beyond. A sharp unease rose in my chest. That millet wasn't ours. I knew for sure. The bundle of wild millet was tightly packed into a crevice inside the cave, covered with broad leaves and weighted down by rocks. I checked, it hadn't been disturbed. So where had these grains come from? What's that smell? I murmured, lowering my voice. Kasha's nose twitched slightly. Storage beasts. I froze for a moment, then turned back to glance at the pen. Our storage beast was still curled up in the corner, its round little body pressed against the wooden posts, its eyes wide and filled with fear. It's not ours. No, one from outside. Then it clicked. There wasn't just one storage beast in the area. These grains of millet probably belonged to another one, dropped as it passed by. If we could locate its stash, we might find more wild millet and tubers. But it was nighttime, and the outside world was far too dangerous. I didn't hesitate. We're not chasing it now. We'll wait until morning. Kasha glanced at me. You don't want it? I do. But if we go now, we might find it and not make it back alive. She was quiet for a moment, then gave a soft hum of agreement and retreated to sit by the fire. Neither of us slept deeply that night. In the dead of night, faint scraping sounds came from beyond the stone circle. Each time I raised a torch to check, a small creature would dart off into the underbrush. As the sky lightened with dawn, I was out of the stone circle at once, checking the scene. The wild millet was still there, but by the edge of the undergrowth, there were small paw prints and a faint dragging mark. Kasha, holding onto the stone wall for support, slowly made her way to the shelter's edge. Eves, I won't run. I'll walk slowly. That stopped me in my tracks. After thinking about it, I nodded. Only to the edge of the grass. If it hurts, stop. The two of us followed the traces of wild millet outside. Kasha walked a bit ahead, sniffing and listening as she moved. I followed behind with a stone axe and a torch in hand. We hadn't gone more than 20 steps when Kasha paused. Using the tip of her tail, she nudged aside a patch of damp grass, revealing a small hole about the size of half a palm. The entrance was hidden under tree roots, well concealed by leaves and grass. Scattered near the hole were some wild millet grains and chewed grapevine peel. My eyes lit up. A food stash. Kasha frowned. There's something inside. I grabbed a stick to probe the hole first. As soon as the stick reached in, something let out a sharp squeak and darted from the grass on the opposite side. A hoarding rodent, slightly smaller than the one we kept, clutching a piece of root as it bolted madly away. Kasha's claws extended slightly, but she didn't chase after it. I internally sighed in relief. She really was starting to listen. Using the stick, I scooped out what was inside the hole. A small gathering of wild millet grains, several pieces of grapevine, half a cracked eggshell, and some inedible grass seeds. It wasn't much, but for us, it was an unexpected find. I wrapped up the items we could use, but didn't completely destroy the hole. Kasha looked puzzled. Not taking everything. Leave a bit. They'll keep storing things here. We can come back later. She thought for a long moment. Like farming. Sort of. But instead of raising them in captivity, we let them work for us, gathering supplies. When we got back to camp, I spread the newly found millet out to dry. Kasha sat by the fire watching for a while before speaking suddenly. The stuff outside is more useful than what's in here. I laughed. Give it some time. Maybe the one we're raising here will become useful, too. Kasha stared for a long while. Suddenly, she propped herself up against the stone wall and limped over to the edge of the stone circle. She began fixing the mess of thorny vines that the little rodent had scattered last night, carefully using her tail to press down a stone onto any loosened twigs. I froze for a moment. She was repairing the perimeter. You can just sit. I'll handle this. I can do it. I won't pounce, just fix. For a moment, I had no words. The cold and withdrawn Panther beast woman, who was once a wounded stranger ready to leave at any moment, had changed. She started tending the fire, watching over the mud bricks, caring about the small vegetable plot, mending the stone defenses. She was starting to see this place as her own. And then, just as she finished her repairs, Kasha paused suddenly. Crouching outside the stone circle, her sharp eyes focused on a patch of muddy ground washed clean by the rain. Lu Zhou, she called out. There's a sprout here. My heart skipped. I quickly walked over. At the edge of that little patch of soil, amidst the damp earth, a faint green shoot was cautiously breaking through. So tiny it was barely the size of a fingernail, tender and fresh, like a promise born from rain and dirt. The washed-out fine sprout. It actually sprouted. I reached out, wanting to touch it, but stopped midair. This was the seed I planted myself. After enduring heavy rains, it had truly emerged from the soil. Kasha squatted beside me, staring at it more seriously than she did at meat. This is wild millet. It should be. It's tiny. It's small now, but it'll grow taller, and it'll bear spikes of grain. From those spikes, there will be more wild millet seeds. More than the ones from yesterday? If it grows well, a lot more. This sentence changed the look in Kasha's eyes. She lowered her head again to examine the tiny sprout, as if she was, for the first time, truly understanding. It's not about wasting food. It's about waiting for it to multiply. Kasha reached out, as if wanting to touch it. I quickly grabbed her wrist. Don't. It's too delicate. If you're too rough, it'll snap. She silently stepped half a pace back. like she was afraid even a single breath could knock this tender green sprout down. I couldn't help but laugh. What are you laughing at? Nothing. Just thought you're more nervous about it than I am. Kasha lowered her gaze and said coldly, "It can grow into more." My smile grew wider. That's just how Kasha understands things. Anything that can make food multiply is something important. The vegetable patch was alive. This gave me more joy than catching a small animal, because it meant that my knowledge of agriculture was useful in this world. Kasha suddenly spoke. "It needs guarding. Night rats will nibble it. Burrow beasts will dig it up. Forest monkeys will steal it. Yes, it needs guarding." She instantly started dragging the thorny vines she just repaired toward the vegetable patch. I stopped her. "Not too close. The thorns will stab the seedlings. Put them further away, thorn vines on the outside, finer branches inside." And so, the two of us began working again. I stuck in the finer branches while Kasha used her tail to drag the thorny vines. She's learning to control her strength now, still clumsy, but so much better than a few days ago. The small fence was only knee-high and rather crooked, but Kasha looked quite pleased with it. "Will this keep them out?" "Small ones, yes. Big ones might still stomp through. If big ones come, I'll call you. Don't charge in by yourself." "I won't charge. I'll call you first." That was already progress. By midday, I boiled a hot soup in a clay bowl. It had a few slices of gray root vine, some dried meat, and a few grains of wild millet. Kasha drank it noticeably slower than before. "These can grow too. The mature ones can. The crushed ones can't. Some are for eating, some are for planting. You have to separate them." She seemed to remember this. By evening, the campsite was unusually peaceful. The fire pit burned steadily. Smoked meat hung on a rack. The vegetable patch held its first hint of green, and the caged beastlings huddled quietly in the corner. Just days ago, I was sitting alone in a poisonous misted forest, clutching a folding knife, waiting to die. And now, softened, like a small ripple calming in a quiet lake. Unbelievable. This little patch of dirt, this tiny sprout, and now, this makeshift protective gesture from her. It all felt bizarrely precious, as if in this harsh and unpredictable world, we'd managed, against all odds, to carve out a space where life could take root. "That's thoughtful of you," I said, my voice low but sincere. She glanced up at me with those sharp golden eyes, her tail flicking once. "It's worth protecting, isn't it?" I nodded, swallowing the remaining bitterness that had clung to me since spotting that damn sharp-nosed rodent chomping away at all my hard work. "Yeah, it is. More than you'd think." I crouched down again by the fragile sprout, smoothing the soil around it with careful hands, hoping it would survive the night. Life out here gave no promises. A little seedling like this. It was fragile, vulnerable, much like us, honestly. But even so, it felt worth the effort to protect, even when the odds were stacked against it. Behind me, the rustling sound of the rodent struggling in its little makeshift prison drew a faint growl from Kasha. "Relax," I muttered without turning around, my tone lighter now. "The pest's not going anywhere." That seemed to calm her, at least slightly. "Still, you should have let me take care of it," she said, her voice low and measured, though I could sense the lingering frustration behind it. I shook my head. "There's no guarantee more of them won't show up. If anything, this one might help us keep them out. Sometimes you don't destroy your problems outright. You learn from them." She didn't reply right away, but I could feel her watching me closely, studying me as I carefully worked. Finally, she sighed, settling back on her haunches. "You're weirdly soft sometimes, you know that?" I gave her a short laugh. "Soft doesn't mean weak, Kasha. It just means I still care about what's worth caring about." She tilted her head, considering my words for a moment before turning her attention back to the little seedling we'd just reinforced together. "Don't let it go to your head," she said, flicking her tail once, a little smirk tugging at her lips. "Next time, I'm throwing the rock harder." I smiled lightly but didn't respond, my focus still on the seedling in front of me. There was no guarantee it would survive. But that wasn't the point. The point was that it was still here, alive, stubbornly clinging on. And because it was still here, tomorrow was worth fighting for. Maybe that was something we all needed to remember more often. It's over. The two of us reinforced the outer perimeter of the vegetable patch again. By the time we finished everything, the sky was already pitch dark. Just as I was about to return to the fire, a sudden wolf's howl came from the dense forest far away. A woo. That sound stretched long, seeping out from the depths of the darkness, cold and piercing like an icy bone shard. The small creatures inside the fence instantly panicked. The spiny-tailed monkey clung to a wooden stake, trembling, while the grain-hoarding beasts desperately squeezed into the corners of the pen. Kasha snapped her head up sharply, her expression shifting. It wasn't the indifference she usually wore when dealing with minor beasts. This was something else, a real alertness that spelled trouble. Wolves. Black-backed wolves. She paused. More than one. My stomach dropped. After the first howl, other cries followed, second, third, echoing in the distance. The voices called from different directions, near and far. It was as if they were answering one another, or maybe working in rhythm, slowly encircling a specific area. The fire pit, the cabin, the vegetable patch, the fence, the meat drying rack. This place was just beginning to take shape, a semblance of order and safety. But to a wolf pack, this was something else entirely. A haven of meat scents, blood, injured prey. They're hungry, Kasha said softly. They're looking for food. I understood. After the rain, prey would scatter, and a starving wolf pack would expand its hunting range. Our campfire smoke, the smell of preserved meat, pinned up critters, Kasha's lingering blood scent. It was only a matter of time before they were drawn in. Will they come tonight? They're still far for now, but they'll push closer. I immediately headed back to the fire pit, sorting the firewood into piles, dry wood under the eaves, the damp stuff propped near the fire to dry. Then I started checking the stone barriers, thorn vines, and sharp stakes. The areas loosened by rain got hammered firmly back into place. Kasha seemed like she wanted to help, but I glanced at her and said, "Watch the fire and the vegetable patch." This time, she didn't argue. Instead, she sat down under the eaves, her golden eyes scanning the darkness with occasional glances at the small vegetable garden. The tender sprout, whose top half had already been nibbled away before, quivered softly in the night breeze. I worked late into the night, adding another layer to our outer defenses. But deep down, I knew this setup could keep small animals out, maybe even slow down a wolf or two. Against an entire pack, though, it would only buy us time. We needed more traps, higher flames, and a way to lure the wolves into a position we could control. As I contemplated all this, Kasha suddenly spoke, her voice low and heavy. "Luzhou wolves, they'll test us." Her golden gaze was locked onto the distant darkness. Her tone was as cold as steel. "Starting tomorrow, they'll come to sniff out our den." I followed her gaze into the tree-line. Somewhere deep within the shadows, another round of howls cut through the air. This time, they were noticeably closer. Dawn broke, and I woke up. Honestly, I didn't really sleep much at all. Those late-night howls felt like needles lodged in my mind, keeping me awake. Every crackle and pop from the fire pit made me jolt up, eyes darting toward the shadows outside the stone circle, bracing for the sudden glint of green, hungry eyes in the dark. Kasha didn't sleep well either. She lay on the dry grass bed, her back leaning lightly against it, eyes half closed but never fully at ease. Her ears remained perked towards the dense forest. The wound hadn't healed yet, but within those golden eyes, the cold precision of a hunter had returned. The fog hadn't lifted. My first task of the morning was to check the camp's perimeter. The thorny barricade I reinforced last night was still intact, and the sharp wooden stakes stood in place. By the vegetable patch, the tender sprout that had been nibbled on still stood. A droplet of dew clung to its leaf tip, and though it looked more wilted than yesterday, it hadn't fallen over. I let out half a breath of relief until I spotted footprints outside the stone perimeter. One trail, another, and a few scattered patches of churned mud. They weren't large prints, but they were deep, with long, fine claw marks at the tips. The tracks didn't approach the fire directly, but circled the stone clearing once before vanishing into the tall grass. Casa walked up behind me. She took one look and her voice turned grave. "Black-backed wolves." I crouched down, examining the prints more closely. "Came last night. Before dawn," she murmured. "They were sniffing." I lifted my gaze toward the forest, a sinking feeling spreading in my chest. This was the worst-case scenario. The wolves hadn't attacked directly. They sent scouts first. They were inspecting what was here, how much prey, how strong the fire, where the vulnerabilities in our defenses might be. These weren't mindless beasts. I glanced back at the camp. The fire pit, the wooden shelter, the vegetable plots, the fences, the meat-drying racks, all things we had painstakingly built up. But in the eyes of the wolves, this was nothing more than a strange lair, one with traces of raw meat, living creatures, and an injured beast man. Once they confirmed our weakness, they would come for us. "No tree chopping today," I said, standing up. "Traps first." Casa looked at me. "Traps? Devices they'll walk into themselves," I replied, grabbing the stone axe and some sharpened stakes. "We can't win against a wolf pack in a straight fight, so we won't fight them head-on." She didn't argue. In the past, she would have said wolves should be dealt with by direct confrontation. But now she understood, this inconvenient, roundabout way of mine had kept us alive more often than not. I walked one circuit around the camp. The rear stone wall was a natural barricade, which was one less thing to worry about. That left 3 key vulnerabilities: the water source downhill, the shrubbery on the left, and the low grass near the vegetable patch. If the wolves came, they'd likely test us from the grass or the water's edge first. The traps needed to be positioned 5 or 6 paces outside the stone circle. Too close, and we wouldn't have time to react. Too far, and we wouldn't be able to maintain them. The first trap was a shallow pit. Without a shovel, I had to painstakingly dig with the pointed stakes and the stone axe. Halfway through, my palms began to sting, and the edges of the cloth wrapping my hands started to bleed through. Casa stared at me coolly from under the roof's edge. "Your hands." I froze mid-action. "I'll wrap them when I'm done." "No," she said firmly, her tone unyielding. I had no choice but to return to the fire. I cleaned the wound and wrapped fresh cloth tightly around it. Only then did Casa avert her gaze, muttering quietly, "You can't fall apart either." Something stirred in me. Warm, yet a bit amusing. Got it. The shallow pits weren't deep enough to realistically trap a wolf. All I needed was for a wolf to misstep and lose momentum when it charged in. Just a moment of hesitation. It would be enough for Kasha to strike, and enough for fire and spikes to make an impact. I lined the bottom of the pits with sharpened wooden stakes, then covered them with thin branches, topped with a light layer of fallen leaves and damp soil. To an outsider, they were invisible. Kasha murmured, "Will they step on them?" "Not necessarily," I replied, "which is why we won't just make one." I dug 3 shallow pits in the direction of the underbrush and tied tripping vines between them. The vines were low, at just the right height to catch a wolf's legs, anchored at each end to a tree root and a rock, their middles hidden in the grass. Kasha handed me vine strands with her tail, her movements more precise now, no longer crushing leaves with each clumsy grasp. Still, her shoulder tensed slightly every time she exerted herself. The moment I noticed it, I made her stop. She didn't like it, but didn't push herself, either. By midday, the first trap line was in place. 3 shallow pits hidden in the grass, 2 tripping vines stretched between, and clusters of thorny brambles scattered nearby. At the base of the hill, the ground widened, so I drove in extra wooden stakes there. These forced any advancing wolves to veer off and funneled them toward the traps. I crushed a few greenhoof beast bones and buried the fragments in front of the traps, just enough to release a faint scent. Kasha frowned. "You're feeding them?" "No," I said, packing soil over the shards. "It's bait to get them sniffing. When wolves lower their heads to sniff, their focus splits. Just 1 or 2 steps out of place, and they might stumble into one of the pits." Kasha was quiet for a moment. Then she said, "You're sly." My hands froze. It's called being smart. She didn't argue, though the tip of her tail gave a subtle flick. I suspected she was smiling. By afternoon, I set up several torch stands. Wooden poles stuck into the ground at an angle outside the stone campfire ring, their tops wrapped with dried grass and resin. If wolves got close after dark, lighting these would throw a ring of firelight around the camp. The flames might not scare off the alpha, but they'd at least make the pack hesitate. More importantly, the glow would let me see them clearly. When I finished, exhaustion hit me so hard I nearly collapsed. Kasha nudged something toward me from the fire, a piece of roasted greyroot vine. "Eat this." I took a bite. It was slightly sweet, slightly charred. Looking at the haphazard line of defenses we'd pieced together, I suddenly felt that the camp seemed more like home than it had that morning. Not because it was pretty, but because we were starting to protect it. Kasha sat beside me and murmured softly, "The wolves might go around. That's why you're going to help me watch the path they take," I said. "You listen to the forest, and I'll track the traps. If they go around, we'll adjust." Kasha nodded. I'll listen. That evening, I built up the fire pit, organizing the wood carefully. Dry wood nestled deepest, with half-dried sticks laid near the edge to dry. I moved the meat rack further back into the cave and secured the millet and salt again. Out by the garden, I wandered around the thicket again. That tender shoot that had been gnawed on wasn't dead yet. I crouched down and stared at it for a long time, pressing the damp soil gently. Hang in there. Kasha glanced down at me. Are you talking to a plant? I chuckled. Don't you also tell fire not to go out? Kasha turned her face away. No, I don't. I didn't call her out on it. The sky gradually darkened. The noises of the forest grew in number, only to taper off soon after. That's never a good sign. By the time the first wolf howl echoed through the air, I was already standing by the fire pit, a burning branch gripped tight in my hand. The sound came from down the slope. It was close. Kasha peered into the darkness, her voice as cold as the night wind. They're here. I was just about to light the torches when a faint rustle came from the direction of the underbrush. Snap! A black-backed wolf slowly emerged. It didn't charge. It stopped just outside the trap line, its ghostly green eyes fixed on me in silence. Further back in the forest, more eyes began to shine, one pair after another, catching the dim light. The wolf didn't advance any closer. Its lean frame crouched low, its nose twitching faintly as it picked up the scents of broken bones, smoke, dried meat, and humans. I clutched the burning branch, my palms growing clammy. What scared me most wasn't the wolves charging at us. It was them holding back. If they were waiting, watching, testing, it meant they were smarter and far trickier to deal with than your average wild beast. Kasha spoke in a low tone, barely audible. It's testing us. I know, I murmured back. I didn't rush to light all the torches. They were our lifeline. I couldn't afford to squander them all at once. In the distant woods, those glowing green eyes began to shift. Some drifted to the left, others moved down the slope, and a few circled around to the brush behind us. They didn't howl or make any reckless moves. They were spreading out, like a net slowly tightening around us. Inside the enclosure, the thorn-tailed monkeys huddled together in sheer terror. The grain hoarder lay low in the corner, too afraid to even scratch at the dirt. The grass rat buried its head among the roots, trembling from head to toe. I pushed the burning branch forward. The flame's glow pressed closer, and the black-backed wolf took a step back, just half a step. It didn't flee. My heart sank further. This wasn't an ordinary hungry wolf. It was likely sent to probe. Sure enough, it didn't move any closer. Instead, it lowered its head, sniffing the ground, and began to slink toward the left side of the trapline. That's where the first shallow pit lay. The black-backed wolf caught a whiff of bone fragments and hesitated for a heartbeat before stopping. It didn't immediately start digging. Instead, it raised its head and looked straight at me. That look sent a chill crawling down my spine. It was as if it knew something was off. And then, it lifted a front paw and gently brushed away some leaves. The dry leaves shifted, branches underneath now exposed. My face fell. This thing was testing the trap. Kasha let out a guttural growl, low and soft. Smart. Too smart. I clenched my teeth. I originally thought the shallow pit could at least injure a wolf's paw, but now it seemed they would not step into it so easily. The black-backed wolf pawed at it twice more. The thin branches snapped, revealing half of the pit, with the wooden spikes casting faint shadows in the firelight. In the distance, a low whimper suddenly sounded from the pack, like it was passing some kind of signal. Several pairs of green eyes began to move, carefully skirting around the exposed pit. The trap was compromised, but I didn't panic. One exposed trap didn't mean all of them were useless. The wolves now knew this area was dangerous, so they'd be more cautious. And as long as they stayed cautious, they wouldn't launch a full-scale attack on the camp right away. Casa asked in a low voice, "Should we kill it?" If she wasn't injured, there was a chance she could take it down with one strike. But not now. I shook my head. No. A flash of cold light passed through Casa's eyes. It'll go back. Let it go. I fixed my gaze on the wolf. It's seen the traps. The pack will become more wary. The more careful they are, the less likely they'll rush us tonight. Casa stayed silent for a moment, not immediately rejecting my judgment. The wolf circled around again before suddenly snatching up a piece of bone and retreating back into the darkness. The glowing wolf eyes beyond the firelight moved further back, but they didn't leave. I immediately lit the first torch. The flames flared to life, illuminating the grass. The outer edge of the pack retreated a few steps, letting out low whimpers, but didn't disperse. Casa suddenly frowned. The ones on the left, there are fewer. Fewer? The eyes. There were 3 just now. Now, only 1. I instantly realized something was off. The wolves were repositioning. They weren't retreating. They were using the cover of darkness to adjust their approach. Behind us. Not sure. Casa closed her eyes, her ears tilting slightly as she listened. A few seconds passed before she snapped them open. 2 below the slope. 1 to the right. And I can't tell the rest. Our backs were against a rock wall, which theoretically made that side safe. But between the stone wall and the roots of the large tree on the right, there was a narrow gap. We'd sealed it earlier with vines and rocks. Small animals might squeeze in, but big wolves shouldn't be able to, unless the wolves were patient enough to dig through it. I quickly lit the second torch and placed it near the stone circle on the right. When the fire blazed up, a pair of green eyes in the grass instantly shrank back. I grabbed a few stones and hurled them at the bushes. The second one landed with a thud, followed by a sharp yelp. The wolf retreated, but my expression didn't relax. They were already probing for weak spots in the defense. This was just the beginning. The deeper the night grew, the quieter the wolves became. The silence was far more unnerving than their howls. I lit the third torch, casting a dim yellow glow around the camp. The fire illuminated the thorns, sharpened stakes, and shallow pits we'd laid out, as well as the crouched forms of wolves lurking in the shadows beyond. They were waiting for the fire to wane, for exhaustion to take us, for Cass's injury to slow her down, for me to make a mistake. Kasha suddenly murmured, "The Wolf King hasn't shown itself." My heart skipped a beat. The Wolf King? Yeah, the real leader still hasn't appeared, she said. I held my breath for a moment. The smartest and strongest one was still lurking somewhere out of sight, watching our fire, studying the traps, observing if we'd panic. The unseen Wolf King was more dangerous than all the wolves standing before us combined. Gripping the stone axe tightly, I whispered, "No sleep tonight." Kasha didn't argue. She sat by the edge of the roof, her tail curling around the clay bowl, the other hand gripping a sharp wooden stake. The night wind carried the stinging smell of the wolf pack. Minutes dragged by, and the pack still hadn't attacked. But just as I wondered if they'd hold off until dawn, I heard the faintest sound coming from behind us on the right side of the rock wall. Scratch, 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 like something was using claws to slowly scrape away the dirt and dead branches wedged into the cracks. Kasha whipped her head around. Her face turned icy. "They're circling behind," she said. The sound was faint, but in the stillness of the night, it felt like a dull blade, scraping against my heart one stroke at a time. We had blocked off that area before, but now it was clear. The wolves were even more cunning than I thought. They weren't charging the front or stepping into the shallow pits. They waited until we were watching the main group, and then they crept to the side, hoping to catch us off guard. Kasha braced herself on the bed to stand, but I pressed her shoulder back down. "Don't rush. It's about to get in," she said. "I know." I poked at the fire pit, stirring the wood and feeding the flames until they burned brighter and higher. This was not the time to lose our composure. The pack was still at the front, and the Wolf King hadn't appeared. Whatever was behind us might not even be the main attack. It could just be a distraction to make us turn our backs and leave an opening. I lowered my voice. "You keep an ear on the front. I'll check the back." Kasha frowned immediately. "I'll go." "You can't. Your leg's injured. It's too narrow back there. If you go, you'll get stuck," I said firmly. "I won't fight. I'll use the fire to push it back." She studied me, stared hard for a moment, and then said softly, "I'm watching you." I picked up a burning branch and moved slowly toward the gap in the rocks. The dead branches we had used to block it had been clawed away, leaving a portion exposed. A few thorny vines were already half torn and hanging loose. In the dark, I saw a wolf's paw sliding through the gap. Long and slender, it gently brushed aside the debris. I thrust the firebrand forward without warning. The flames flared near the crack. A strangled whimper came from outside, and the paw retracted instantly. I wedged the burning stick at the gap, grabbed some stones, and began reinforcing the barrier. But just as I bent down, the wolf outside surged forward again. This time, it didn't attack the fire head-on. Instead, it reached in from the side, clamping its jaws onto a branch and yanking hard. Snap! The branch broke. I swept the flames toward it immediately. Sparks flew, landing near its nose. The wolf flinched, retreating in pain, but didn't go far. It began circling the crack in the wall, snarling low and steady. The wolf pack ahead sprang into motion at that very moment. A few pairs of glowing green eyes advanced cautiously from the grass, timing their move as I stepped away from the fire pit, looking for an opening to test our defenses head-on. Kasha let out a low, guttural growl. It wasn't loud, but the primal menace in her voice, with the ferocity only a panther beastkin could muster, was enough to make the wolves at the front freeze in their tracks for a brief moment. We couldn't afford to drag this out. I grabbed the damp leaves and dry grass I'd prepared earlier and shoved them onto the burning branches. The wet leaves met the flames, immediately releasing a cloud of acrid, heavy smoke. The smoke seeped through the cracks in the stones, billowing outward. The nearest wolf recoiled, coughing and retreating a few paces. Kasha, the vines, I barked. Her tail whipped around, tossing a bundle of thorny vines my way. I ignored the sting of the thorns as I stuffed them into the stone gaps, using 2 sharpened sticks to wedge them in place at an angle before placing a rock on top to hold them down. It wasn't much, but it was enough to hold off that wolf for now. I was about to move back when an abrupt, low howl cut through the night. It wasn't the usual howl of a wolf. Shorter, deeper, a commanding sound that seemed to come from the pit of its throat. The wolves in the grass moved in unison. 2 lunged toward the stone circle from the front, while another circled around to the left, heading toward the vegetable patch. They weren't charging the fire all at once. They were probing it, testing us. The wolf leader was giving orders. Left side, Kasha shouted. I turned just in time to see a dark-backed wolf leap over the first shallow pit we'd dug earlier, its body low to the ground as it crept toward the vegetable patch. Over there were the tinder sprouts, the wooden fence, and, damn it, a gap on the side beneath the eaves. It wanted to split our attention. I grabbed a burning piece of wood from the fire and hurled it toward the left. The flaming stick landed beside the thorny vines, sparks scattering. The wolf hesitated for half a step, but didn't retreat entirely. It sniffed at the smoldering spot, then suddenly leaped over the burning wood, aiming straight for the freshest shoots of wild millet. Anger flared hot in my chest. That tiny patch of green, it was all we'd managed to protect. Kasha saw it too. She instinctively tried to leap forward, but her injured leg faltered, slowing her down. That hesitation might have been what saved her from leaving the safety of the stone circle. I swung my stone axe, aiming directly for the fence post. Not at the wolf, at the loosened horizontal branch I'd intentionally left slack earlier in the day. The branch snapped, sending a bundled mass of thorny vines tumbling down. The wolf had just stuck its nose forward when the vines crashed onto it. Thorns sank into its muzzle and forepaws, and it let out a pained yelp, scrambling backward in a frenzy. Kasha's tail lashed out again, slingshotting a sharpened stick that grazed the wolf's shoulder and buried itself in the dirt. The dark-backed wolf, spooked, retreated into the grass. I stood there, chest heaving. Thank God I'd reinforced the vegetable patch earlier today and set up that makeshift vine trap. It was meant to deter field mice, but tonight it had saved our sprouts. But the victory was short-lived. The 2 wolves at the front had taken the opportunity to edge closer to the stone circle. One snatched up a scrap of bone and retreated with it, while the other pawed at the thorny vines, working methodically to scrape away the outer defenses bit by bit. They weren't rushing to charge in or kill us outright. They were dismantling the campsite. A chill ran up my spine. These wolves were far too clever. It's too late. They know the taste now. Kasha lowered herself under the overhang, rubbing at her side where the old wound was still healing. Her golden eyes glinted in the faint morning light, hard and distant. They'll come back, she muttered, her voice steady but grim. It wasn't fear I heard, but certainty, a bone-deep knowing of how this game played out. I nodded slowly, staring into the tree-line where the eyes had vanished hours ago. They weren't fighting tonight, I said, almost to myself. Not really. They were learning, testing, prodding. We were a puzzle, and they were figuring out the edges one piece at a time. Everything about the night had reeked of patience. The way the wolves circled and withdrew, the way they worked together without need for howls or signals. Even the Wolf King, its eyes, its silence. That quiet, deliberate malice radiated from every move it made. It wasn't about hunger anymore. Predators like these didn't just react, they planned. And now, with Kasha's blood in their noses, the scent of her vulnerability woven into the fabric of their hunt, they had a reason to treat this place as their prey. I shoved another handful of ash over the blood trail near the stone gap, wiping at my brow even as exhaustion threatened to buckle my knees. My hands smelled like soot and bitter vine. We need to rebuild the barricades first, then. You need to rest, Kasha interrupted sharply. She didn't look at me, but her tone brooked no argument. Can't, I muttered, tucking the stone axe and hand tighter under my arm. There's too much damage. If tonight was just a test. She didn't answer right away. When she did, her voice was quiet and flat. You think they'll let us sleep through the real thing? I didn't. I hadn't for 1 second. But admitting it felt heavy in my chest, like summoning something dark and inevitable. The monkeys were still hissing in the distant trees, unsettled by the lingering wolf stench. Fine tremors traced through my arms despite the solid surface of the axe under my hand. We'll be ready, I said, trying to sound like I believed it. Even if they come back tomorrow night, they'll wait until the moment we aren't. Kasha cut me off, her gaze dark as she stared past the camp to where the trees loomed in shadow. Her golden eyes gleamed like embers in the dimness, burned out but still hot. That's what makes them dangerous. It's not the teeth or the claws. It's the waiting, I finished softly. She nodded, but waiting worked both ways. As tired as I was, as tired as we both were, it didn't matter. We'd survived one night. We could survive another. And another after that. Whatever game the Wolf King thought it was playing, it wasn't breaking us down. Not yet. Not tonight. I turned toward her, forcing as much calm as I could into my voice. We focus on what we can fix, what'll hold, at least till dusk. The wolves might have tested us this time. But if they meant to come back, test or not, I plan to be ready. It's almost impossible. We have to reset everything today, I rasped. They're coming back tonight. They will. My eyes scanned the dense forest. And next time, it won't just be probing. The wolves didn't go all out last night because they didn't know the lay of the land. Now they do. They've seen how many torches we have, noted the shallow pit's locations, found out that the stone crevices can be pried open, and they know Kasha is injured. The real attack is coming within the next 2 days. Maybe even tonight. First, I'll clear out everything with blood on it. The old bandages can't be left near the camp. I took them, along with the scraps of bones, the chewed-off bits of meat, and the blood-soaked soil, bundled everything in broad leaves, dragged it far downwind, and buried it under rocks. Kasha watched me and asked softly, "Why not burn it? Burning leaves a smell." I scraped up the last patch of bloody earth. Wolves can smell it. Other things can too. We can't afford for the camp to reek any more than it already does. Kasha silently took note. Next, I went to fix the crevice on the right rear side. The wolves had clawed at it last night, leaving the dry branches loosened and the thorny vines all over the place. I removed the broken branches, crossed 2 sharp wooden stakes into the gap, stuffed the middle with thorny vines, piled rocks on the outside, and finished by tying the base with vine cord. This wouldn't stop a big predator. But if black-backed wolves wanted to sneak in quietly, it wouldn't be so simple anymore. Kasha handed me the vine cord with her tail. She tried to stand up several times, only to stop when I shot her a glare. You're just watching and learning today. No moving. Kasha frowned. I can walk. Doesn't matter if you can. Not looking up, I added. The wolves are just waiting for your wound to rip open again. Kasha fell silent. She didn't argue this time. She knew I was right. The moment she lunges, her wound will bleed again, and fresh blood will only excite the pack further. Once the crevice was sealed up, I moved to reinforce the front trapline. The shallow pits the wolves uncovered last night were exposed and useless now. I decided to expand the pits outright, letting some wooden spikes peek out deliberately so the wolves would think the traps were still there. The real tripvines, I moved a couple of steps to the side, burying them under freshly laid leaves. The obvious traps were bait for the wolves to see. The hidden traps were for them to step into. Kasha gazed for a while and suddenly said, "You're tricking the wolves." "They're tricking me too." I pressed the vine gently into the dirt. Whoever outsmarts the other lives. The tip of Kasha's tail twitched ever so slightly. She found the statement strange, yet undeniably true. After finishing the traps, I reinforced the vegetable patch. The sprout the field mice had nibbled on was still alive. Half its leaf was gone, but it hadn't toppled. Nearby, 2 other new sprouts had broken through the soil, so thin they looked no thicker than needles. Kasha's gaze softened, just a little. There's more now. Yeah. I added another row of thin sticks around the perimeter. That's why we need to protect them even more. Stay? I expanded the thorn fence farther out to avoid hurting the tender sprouts and placed 2 loose stones on the outer edge. If a small creature approached, it would set off a noise, and a wolf stepping on it would make a sound. Kayase stared at the little sprouts the way someone might look at a nest of fragile newborns. If a wolf steps on them, then let the wolf step into my trap first, I said. Kayase glanced at me but stayed silent. By midday, the sky started to darken suddenly. A heavy gust of wind swept in from deep within the forest, carrying a thick, briny smell. The treetops swayed, and the sound of insects grew erratic. Kayase looked up. It's going to rain. My face tightened. Rain. Now, of all times. Rain would dampen the flames, wash away the scents we'd worked so hard to set, make the ground slippery, and collapse the edges of shallow pits. For the wolves, a rainy night was the ideal time to approach, the sound of their steps masked by rain, and the light of flames suppressed by the mist. The roof, the drainage, the fire pit, it all has to be reinforced, I said quickly before turning sharply to get started. First, the roof. The repairs I made last time were holding, but 2 broadleaf patches were starting to curl. I pressed them down again, tying them tightly with fine vines. I leaned a slanted log against the eaves, so rainwater would flow outward rather than trickle down the seams and into the fire pit. The fire pit needed to be moved inward by half a foot. Around it, I stacked another layer of stones for containment. I piled dry wood and bark fluff next to it, covering the bundle with broad leaves. The most vital element, the fire starter, I packed securely inside a hollowed-out piece of dry wood. I covered it in ash and set it in the driest part of the cave. Even if the fire pit was drenched, as long as the fire starter survived, we'd have a chance. Kayase looked at the hollow wood and quietly murmured, "The fire's nest." I nodded. Exactly, the fire's nest. The drainage trenches had to be dug out again. The wolf pack trampled 2 edges last night, and if the rain got heavy, water would flood the vegetable patch and seep under the eaves. I used a pointed stick to clear the bottoms of the trenches, directing the muddy water toward the lower ground outside the stone boundary. By the time afternoon came, my hands were so sore I could barely hold the stick. Kayase eventually broke her silence. Enough. I didn't stop. It's not enough. You're going to collapse, she warned. Then I'll collapse after fixing a little more. Kayase's gaze darkened. Without another word, she wrapped her tail around the stick, pulling it from my hands. I'll do it, she said coldly. I opened my mouth to respond, but she cut me off, her voice sharp. No shoulders, no legs. True to her word, she stayed seated at the cave entrance, using her tail to slowly scrape at the trench edges. Her movements were methodical, patient, and steady. I watched her for a moment, then decided not to argue. We worked until twilight. Together, we reset the camp's defenses. Traps were relocated. Gaps in the stone seams were sealed tighter. Torch stands were resecured, and a fresh ring of twigs surrounded the garden. The small animals in the pen were moved further inside to prevent them from panicking in the rain. The strips of dried meat hanging under the eaves were brought into the cave, weighed down with earthen bowls and stones. It was all rough, far from perfect, but it was the best I could manage. The first drop of rain hit the sharpened wooden stakes beyond the stone perimeter. Close by, the rain picked up quickly, hammering down through the tree canopy, turning the forest into a gray-white haze. The damp air pressed heavily on the flames in the fire pit, dimming them but not snuffing them out. The roof crackled faintly under the assault, raindrops streaming down the sloped edges and spilling off the eaves. I stood by the fire, gripping my stone axe tightly. Karsa sat under the eaves, her ears upright and alert. The rain was pounding hard, deafening almost. But still she heard it. A low wolf howl threaded its way through the downpour, slowly building and cutting through the rain's steady rhythm. Then came another, and another. I looked up and beyond the stone circle at the edge of our shelter. Deep in the currents of falling rain, a pair of ghostly green eyes appeared, faint at first, then growing brighter. The rain fell heavier. The relentless sound of it hammering the roof was like thousands of tiny claws scratching above us. The muddy ground outside the eaves turned to a soupy mess, while the runoff from the drainage gushed loudly. The newly repaired thorn barricade sagged under the weight of the water, and the sharp stakes swayed precariously in the wind. The fire in the pit was choking now, close to expiring. The once dancing flames had been reduced to a dull, pulsating coal red. Every now and then, a flicker of light escaped like a small gasp for air. I crouched low by the fire, stone axe in one hand, the other gripping a burning stick. My gaze bore into the shadows beneath the curtains of rain. That first pair of green eyes didn't waver. Soon after, a second pair joined them. Then a third. The black backpack was here. Karsa stayed under the eaves, her face pale, but her golden eyes icy and sharp. Two on the left, she murmured, her voice almost lost under the storm. Three, down the slope. And another one, straight ahead. I nodded, my throat dry. The rain was deafening, drowning out nearly everything. I could barely detect the wolves' movements. But Karsa could. Even through the rain, she could pinpoint the danger lurking in the brush. They'll test the fire first, I said, pushing down the tightness in my chest. I grabbed a bundle of dry grass I had been warming and stuffed it into the first torch holder. The moment the flame kissed the dry bundle, the torch ignited, its dull, yellowish light slicing briefly through the rain. It lit up the ground outside the stone circle, revealing a soaking mess of churned mud, and the dark, crouched form of a blackback wolf just outside the perimeter. Close. Too close. The wolf squinted, slowly circling just outside the torchlight's reach. My heart sank. The rain had dulled fire's deadly edge. On a clear night, no wolf would dare come this close. But now, the rain battered the outer flames, soaking them constantly, burning them out just as quickly as they flared up. The wolves had figured it out. The first wolf made its move. It darted from the brush on the left side, not at me, and not at the torch, but straight for one of the outer thorn barriers. Snap! The thick vine tore halfway. Karsa growled, her tail curling as she hurled a stone at the wolf. It hit the ground with a heavy thud, and the wolf immediately fell back. But almost at the same moment, two more wolves surged forward down the slope, their bodies low to the mud as they zeroed in on a gap between two of the sharpened stakes. I was ready. I didn't charge. Instead, I grabbed a chunk of cured meat from nearby and flung it with all my strength toward the shallow pit off to the right. The meat landed in the pooling water, releasing a faint hint of salt into the air. The two wolves. The charge was swift. The scent of meat lingered in the air as one of them hesitated, lowering its head to sniff. Just for that moment. Its front paw stepped into a shallow pit hidden beneath fallen leaves. Splash, muddy water splattered everywhere. A wooden spike drove into the wolf's paw. It howled in pain, jerking back only to collide with another wolf. The wolf next to it got caught on a tangle of creeping vines. Its front leg wobbled, and it nearly toppled over. Got it. My eyes lit up, but the excitement was short-lived. My face darkened in the next instant. The rain had softened the edges of the pit, and the wooden spikes were soaked and weakened. Though the wolf was injured, it wasn't trapped. After a few frantic struggles, it yanked its bloody paw free and retreated into the downpour. Cass's voice was low. Injured, but not dead. Injured is enough? I growled through gritted teeth. Let them know there's pain waiting for them here. The wolves hesitated as expected. The glowing green eyes beyond the rain veil grew more cautious. But that wariness didn't drive them away. Instead, they began circling wider. The shadows outside the firelight in front of us had thinned. Cass's ears suddenly flicked. Back right. My chest tightened. The stone crevice. It had been torn open last night and only sealed up again this morning. With the rain loosening the packed soil, that spot had become our most vulnerable weakness again. I immediately grabbed a second torch, lighting it and planting it toward the back right. As the flame flared to life, a low whimpering growl came from outside the stone crevice.